Welcome to the entire plot of the Tandem Read compilation, part 2. This is going to be covering episodes 10 through 19 of the Tandem Read, and it's probably going to be around 6 hours. So you know what? If you want this in smaller, more bite-sized pieces, I have split things up into 30 to 50-minute episodes. You can find those more bite-sized episodes in my entire plot playlist, which is linked down below in the description. Whether you're watching this on YouTube or listening to this on Spotify, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you being here for a part of this 9-month journey of us going through the Tandem Read. So while I work on Kingdom of Ash, you can enjoy the rest of the Tandem Read. Empire of Storms, chapter 31. So basically, we have just confirmed that Rolf's magical hand map, that is a big part of legend, actually works now. So Aelion and Rowan decide to meet up with Fenris and Gavriel in their rooms at the end, and Aelion starts asking them about their situation with Maeve because she really struggles to believe that they have the audacity. Because remember, they made a deal with Rowan in part 9 to help out, which Maeve would never be fine with, but somehow they just found a loophole in their blood oath. It doesn't feel right to Aelion in this moment. As like a little jab back, Fenris makes a comment about her mortal lifespan, unless of course she's settling soon. So let's stop and talk about that for a second. Settling is something that immortals do. So they age naturally into their 20s, and then once they hit their 20s, they do something called settling, and that is basically when time kind of slows down for them, because like we know that Lorcan, for example, is like 500 years old, but he kind of looks like he's in his 30s. Settling is the moment where you stop kind of aging like a normal mortal human being, and you start to kind of have that Fae sense of time being majorly slowed down. Now, the crazy part about that, and the reason why it's considered a jab, is because Aelion is demi-fae. She is half human, half fae. So we don't actually know if she's going to settle. If she would, it would be kind of soon. So it's just kind of a matter of time. And then, of course, there's also this awkwardness where Rowan is fae, and he's already like, you know, got a couple centuries under his belt, and he's gonna live a long time. So if she has like a normal human lifespan, she's gonna age and he's not. And that's obviously a little wrench in their little romantic plans, so we're hoping that she settles, but it also seems in this moment like Aelion doesn't love the idea of settling, but it's more like she doesn't want to age and Rowan doesn't. Although we do learn later, and I'm not really going to talk about it much in the episode because it's not really that important considering the actual scene in which we get that information, but it is possible for a Fae being. It says so in Empire of Storms, end of part 1, that Fae can choose to give up their immortal lifestyle. Like, they can choose to live a mortal life and age normally. And a lot of people like to pretend like the whole immortal versus mortal aging thing is a loop, especially considering some of the romances of Throne of Glass. It is not actually a loophole. I think some people forget that Sarah J Maas actually does answer this question. It's just kind of in a fleeting moment and during a very important scene where something else big is happening, so I think a lot of people glaze over it, but that is a thing. Immortal people can't choose to have an immortal lifespan, but immortal people can choose to have a mortal lifespan. Also, another thing to note is Aedion's kind of the same scenario. Because Gavriel is Fae and his father, but his mother was human, we don't know whether or not he is going to have a mortal or immortal lifespan. So we're just going to have to wait until he settles to figure that out. A lot of things are said and happen during this conversation, but there's only a couple big things that I want to really point out. One of those things is obviously we don't know whether or not Aelion is immortal or immortal. Another thing is that Fenris actually offered to train Aelion Galathinius before Rowan was assigned. So he actually wanted to train her, but Rowan had to do it against his will. But lucky for them, it worked out. The biggest thing, however, that they discuss here is the fact that although they are working kind of in a loophole in their blood sworn oath to Maeve to hunt down Lorcan and all of that, they are limited by time, because if they see Lorcan or find Lorcan or anything, like, it kind of throws a wrench in their plans. So they're willing to help Aelion, you know, here and there in whatever ways they're comfortable with. However, the second Lorcan comes and kind of sets their blood oath into motion, they're gone. Like, they can't really stick around and be there for her, otherwise they'd be going against their blood oath, and that's just not a very good thing when someone goes against their blood oath. So there's a lot of stress to basically help Aelion as much as possible before time is up. Because I will remind you, if they break their blood oath to Maeve, they just die. Like, that's what happens when you break a blood oath. That's what would have happened to Rowan if he didn't swear the blood oath to Aelion immediately after he was cut off from Maeve. So they are not really interested in sticking around once Lorcan shows up and not completing their blood oath. Aelion then asks if one of their orders, along with killing Lorcan, was to take the word keys that he has gathered and bring them back to Maeve, and they refuse to answer, which I feel like is answer enough as is. But what they do tell her is they're actually here at Skull's Bay to collect a weapon for Maeve. It is fire lancers, and they're getting them through Rolf. Tower of Dawn chapter 32, that was a bit of a brain dump, so let's just head over to Urine's POV as her and Kale are in a healing session. Luckily for him, Kale is actually making lots of progress, and today they even went on a horseback ride and then settled back at the Tor to continue to work on some more healing. Urine suggests another trip to the library, specifically to ask Nusha how the library got the scrolls that they now have in their possession that are hiding in Kale's rooms. So let's flash forward to them in the library doing just that, and Nusha asks if the scrolls and books is why certain things have been happening that are not great and why they have heightened security in the Tor. So she's definitely cagey about helping, but what she does reveal is that she gave everything to Urine and Kale. But there are rumors that out there in the desert, caves exist with such information. Caves this information came from. Most have been lost, but there was one in the Aksara Oasis. And then it says Nusha's look turned knowing as Urine winced. So Nusha knows something about Urine and Aksana Oasis. So after Nusha leaves, Kale asks her, like, so what was that about? What happened at Aksana Oasis? Basically, it's a private land owned by the royal family. And given that information, I'm assuming you can guess what happened there. But basically, she says that if they were to ask anyone at the royal family to have access to it or to go there, it would definitely be very suspicious and it would raise a lot of red flags for them. And she knows that she could get caution to take them there, but she doesn't want to manipulate him like that. She's really just trying to get him off her tail at this point. She does not want to even remotely lead him on. Hasara, on the other hand, we'd feel a little bit less bad about manipulating her after she's been blackmailing Urine, who's supposed to be like one of her closest friends. However, she would be, next to Argoon, probably one of the more dangerous of the potential heirs if they got wind of what they were looking for there and what it was for. Urine decides in this moment that they should get something to eat and offers for Kale to actually stay and have dinner at the Tor, but Kale suggests that they go out to the downtown area to have some dinner together. So this is actually huge because that means that Kale is willing to be in his wheelchair in a very public space and also kind of struggle through the concept of navigating a public space in a wheelchair. This is insane because he's had a lot of pride at this point. Until very recently, he didn't want to be near the barracks or near any other guards in his wheelchair until him and Shen got close and, Shen got him out of his comfort zone there. But like this is a big development. So basically they go out to eat dinner and they have a fun little date. Oops. Did I just say date? Am I wrong though? No. So while they're on this date, not date, they open up to each other and they get vulnerable a little bit more than they usually do in their healing sessions. And then it says, and as Kale rode back to the illuminated palace across the city, he could have sworn that some weight in his chest on his shoulders had vanished, as if he'd lived with this his entire life unaware. And now, even with all that gathered around him, around Outerlyn and those he cared for, how strange it felt, that lightness. I'm just saying, I have a feeling that Urine has a really insanely strong, powerful, good influence on Kale. That's all I'm saying. We're gonna jump back to Empire of Storms again for chapter 32. I apologize. In this episode, we are gonna have a good bit of whiplash going between the two books. But that's because I feel like this is kind of a transitional episode. Like a lot of little things are going to happen. One big thing at the very end. Don't you worry. This isn't a waste of an episode. But a ton of big stuff is going to be happening in part 11 that's actually kind of insane. So this is going to be like a fun transitional point in both books. Anyways, this chapter is going to be in Aedion's POV as he is deciding not necessarily like how he's gonna meet his dad, but like where he's gonna meet him, what he's gonna say, what does he want to say, what does he even want this relationship to look like? Does he even want a relationship with his dad? Like he knows nothing except for legends. His father is a legend and he grew up hearing legends of the great Gavriel, and then all of a sudden he's finding out that his father that abandoned him and his mother is this legend that he's looked up to since he was a kid. And, you know, they say never meet your heroes, I guess. So, yeah, it's a little, it's a little tricky. So he's talking to Lysandra about all of his feelings about this, and obviously she is being extremely supportive and basically says that she'll stand behind any decision he makes, and every thought he has is valid, and whatever decision he makes in the end is probably going to be the right decision for him. There's no wrong decision for him to make in this moment. She helps gas up Aedion and cheer him on and, help ease his anxiety, and then goes with him to the tavern. See, Aedion kind of had this moment where he didn't want Gavriel to kind of prepare or have this whole speech ready. He kind of wanted to just catch Gavriel off guard and just walk up to him and, say what he needs to say and see if he can get like a genuine reaction out of him too. He didn't want some great grand excuse, explanation, or story as to why he left. He just wanted to say what he needed to say. There's this moment where when Aedion first sees Gavriel, he kind of freezes and almost like forgets what he's gonna say, because all he can think of is, now that he's actually looking at this legend face to face, he just sees himself in him. Like, he's like, oh my word, this is undeniably my dad. Whereas Gavriel is looking at Aedion being like, oh my word, he looks just like his mother. So I guess that means Aedion's like a perfect 50-50, which is kind of sweet. But Aedion's not feeling sweet. Aedion is actually very mad. I want nothing from you unless you plan to help us, in which I cannot object to the assistance, but beyond that, I want nothing from you. And then Aedion leaves and Lysandra follows him off. So that is the choice he decided to make in that moment, that, like if Gavriel wants to help in this war and, be a good father for once in his life, then he will not stop him. But he doesn't actually want to have like this buddy-buddy father-son relationship with him, because he does blame Gavriel and Gavriel's loyalty to Maeve as the number one reason that his mother died. We're gonna jump to Aelin's POV because she is absolutely exhausted. She is an unacknowledged queen trying to fight a queen's war. So things are a little complicated. She doesn't exactly have a ton of allies backing her up right now. She doesn't necessarily have a crown, a throne, or a kingdom. She's just technically the heir to a throne, but even then she's been denied that throne at the present moment, so she's not really working with much, but she's having to fight the war of a queen who has the support of her kingdom and a bunch of allies. So that's a lot of pressure on one person who's like at this point like 18 or 19 years old. But as if she wasn't already stressed enough, Ralph comes up and makes things worse. It's the latest report, locations of Morath's armies. They have moved into position, aid to the north is now impossible, and they stand poised to strike Eilwe. And then he shows her a map depicting Erewhon's armies all over the center of the northern continent. Eilwe is very important and very personal to Aelin, however, because it is the kingdom that Nehemia was princess of. And Nehemia still has her parents, and I think it's her brother or brothers, but she still has family in Eilwe, and Eilwe has been oppressed by Adarlan for years, and they're only just recently recovering, so they're definitely not going to be able to handle a strike from Morath armies. Obviously, this is a huge blow to Aelin, and she is probably going to handle it in a very interesting way, but we're actually going to jump back to Tower of Dawn, surprise, surprise, for chapter 33, and we're finally back in Nesrin and Sartok's POV as they're flying over the mountains in search of the Watchtower and the Karankui. Remember, those are basically the southern version of Stygian spiders. They're less civilized and they're more brutal. So they find their way to one of these watchtowers and then they land, and basically no signs of life yet. So they walk up to the watchtower where they see two owl symbols on either side of the watchtower. Okay, I am going to spell something out for you guys without actually saying it, because I feel like during Tower of Dawn, I have brought it up multiple times now. Owls have been mentioned in Tower of Dawn 4 times. If Sarah J Maas keeps bringing something up, chances are it's important. Now, if you want to go back and rewatch, I definitely, every single time an owl comes up, I'm like, notice there's an owl here? That's such a funny thing to point out. I do that for a reason. So all I'm saying is you better be paying attention. So anyways, they enter this tower, the entrance between the two owl symbols, if you will, and they're extra careful because remember there's supposed to be all these like booby traps that were left there and they don't want to run into anything in these watchtowers. And sure enough, there are some trick staircases. There's like, you know, if you step on that one stone, like an arrow shoots across the hall. So Nesrin had this great idea where she grabbed a bunch of rocks from outside the watchtower and she's kind of throwing them always a couple steps ahead. She even saved Sartok's life a couple times because he's more of a warrior, okay? He's less stealthy. Nesrin has always had to be like more of a spy behind the scenes, whereas Sartok is like the march in the front lines warrior. So he's ready to just like march ahead and get the answers they need. And she's like, no, like we gotta go stealth mode. So they very, very slowly work their way to the depths of this watchtower. And just so you get like a fun visual for how intense these booby traps are, Nesrin says, remember that these traps are not for human assailants, but for spiders as large as horses who can speak and plan and remember. So there you go. So we finally get to the bottom of this watchtower, we get past all those booby traps, and then we get to basically a dungeon with a bunch of empty cells and a stone table that looks like it's where they possibly conducted torture. Yay. So they're looking around the room and they find some of the torture tools, if you will. Oddly enough, some of them are still sharp, which is odd considering the fact that no one apparently has been here for centuries. Nesrin then looks up and notices there's some writing on the wall and some weird symbols when they come to the conclusion that it is in the old Fae language. What do you think those odd symbols are? Guys, if someone ever mentions odd symbols that look like they're in an old Fae language, just assume they're word marks, okay? So they see these maybe not word marks, and Sartok turns to get his quill and parchment from Kadara's saddlebag so that they can write them down because Nesrin says she knows someone who can read these, so they decide they're going to write them down when they hear a female voice saying, there's no need to translate it, it says, look up. Pity you didn't heed it. Nesrin indeed looked at what emerged from the stairwell, crawling along the ceiling towards them, and tried to swallow her scream. Chapter 34, if you did not pick this up from the fact that it was literally crawling on the ceiling, this female voice belongs to a Karankui. Nesrin immediately pulls her bow and arrows to try to shoot at it, and Sartok even launches at the Karankui too, when a full-blown fight breaks out. And if you're not new to the series, I don't really do a breakdown of the fights. I basically just let you know any pivotal moments and who wins them, because that's all that really matters in summaries. But things are not looking hopeful for Nesrin and Sartok because the Karankui obviously is like the size of a horse, and it's very powerful, and it's very ancient, and it's huge, and it's disgusting, and it's weird, and it's gross, and I hate it. But out of nowhere, okay, this giant gray wolf bursts into the room and attacks the spider. So they're confused, but they're also not questioning it, so they book it out of there, straight up the stairs, and run straight to Kadara, hop on the saddle, and go to fly out of there when the wolf follows them out of the watchtower, and right behind him is that spider. The wolf is injured, so Kadara actually squares off with the spider, and of course wins the fight, because we love Kadara and she's perfect, and if something happens to Kadara, I will lose my mind, okay? So she kills the spider, and then the injured wolf shifts into a human form, and it is none other than Falcon. Okay, so Falcon is a shapeshifter. Chapter 35. So Falcon followed them as a falcon. Get it? Falcon, Falcon, Falcon. I always thought that was funny. Anyways, so he also informs them that Edge is aware that he's a shapeshifter, but Sartok is mad that no one told him because in his mind, shapeshifters are spies. And Falcon wants to tell him he's wrong. However, that one time where they had that really private conversation about all the Valg and the like, where they kicked Falcon, when they literally kicked Falcon out of the room, yeah, he just came back as a mouse and heard the whole thing. So he's like kind of proving Sartok's point, but he's trying to let Sartok know, like, I was just being nosy, you know, like I have my own agendas too, but we're on the same side. Sartok, however, has a very low view and opinion of shapeshifters. I feel like this is the first time we ever kind of see Sartok's, like, holier-than-thou, princely kind of attitude shine through. He's not really like that. He's actually a very good, like, potential heir. He's a very good prince. He's a very moral, right and just guy. But of course, kind of like how Dorian was in the first book, when you grow up being a prince, there are just certain mindsets you grow up with that aren't necessarily accurate. And this is kind of one of those things for him. And, you know, there are bad shapeshifters out there, but just because you're a shapeshifter doesn't mean you're a bad person. I mean, look at Lysandra. She's a shapeshifter and, like, arguably one of the best characters in the whole series. Sorry, that was maybe too much of my opinion. I try to steer away from giving too much of my opinion in these videos. But Nesrin basically turns towards Sartok and is like, hey, I get you have very strong feelings, but I'm gonna need you to chill out because he just saved our life and he's kind of bleeding out right now. So if we could maybe prioritize getting him back to camp and try not to ridicule him for something that he can't help because he was just born that way, that would be great. Falcon just uses this as an opportunity to basically just like give his backstory a little bit to Sartok, I guess, but he basically just says he never actually wanted the gift. It was a gift from his brother and his father, who were also shapeshifters. He's also not an assassin or spy, although he has had his nosy moments in the past, but he really wanted to follow them to see if any spiders that they interacted with, if he killed them, that they would be the ones responsible for taking 20 years of his life. However, he is still mid to late 40s, so we can assume that this spider is not the spider that he made that deal with. After Sartok kind of cools off a little bit, Falcon takes a moment to thank Nesra for not being scared or skeptical of him, but she says, one of my friends is a shifter. In other words, Lysandra. And I feel like we don't get a lot of like Nesra and Lysandra moments, so it's kind of sweet to hear Nesrin refer to Lysandra as a friend, and I know Lysandra would feel the same way. So it's just a funny little tidbit I like to include in there. But right after Nesrin says that, Falcon passes out, so they decide to just head back to camp. As soon as they land, Sartok immediately goes to have a very serious conversation with Ej, not only about what they saw, but more to scold her for not letting him know about what Falcon actually was. And then, of course, Nesrin makes sure that Falcon gets the necessary medical attention that he needs. Then Nesrin goes to see Bort and shows her one of the blades that she took from the Watchtower. So remember how there were all those, like, torture weapons by the little, like, torturing altar area at the bottom of the Watchtower? Well, Nesrin grabbed one. However, when Bort sees this ancient Fey blade, which is what she identifies it as, with ancient Fey symbols on it, and both Nesrin and Sartok have black blood on them, because we learn that the Karankui are Valg creatures and they have black blood. And then on top of it, all she knows is that when they landed, Sartok was totally in a tizzy and very upset. Bort is like, clearly there is something way deeper going on here, and I want answers right now. So Nesrin swears Bort to secrecy and actually tells Bort like a lot of information about what's actually going on in this war. Later that day, when Nesrin and Sartok are able to meet up and chat again, he's a bit upset, to say the least, at Nesrin for telling Bort, but he's more upset still with her that she is continuing to keep secrets from him about the Valg, and she's just kind of like, these aren't my secrets to tell, and also, like, you're a potential heir of the family, like, do you blame me? Like, yes, I trust you, but at the same time, like, I can't just share Aelion's secrets about Erewhon with you just because I trust you. And she just kind of takes this as an opportunity to be like, you know, I wouldn't do anything differently. I still wouldn't have told you. I'm sorry you found out the way you did, but I don't regret not sharing things with you that you didn't really need to know at the time. But I'm hoping now that you do know more and you've seen more, that you understand why we are so desperate for your help and why it is so important that we do get this help. Because if Aelid loses this war and Dorian loses this war, do you think Erewhon's going to stop there? No, he's going to, like the King of Aderlin, if not worse, he's going to try to conquer the world. Sartok cannot really argue with this, so he just lets her know that after his conversation with Ej, she revealed that she found the location of 3 other watchtowers. So once the shifter is healed, they're going to go check out the other ones. And of course, Bort is demanding that she joins them as well. And this also is a tiny moment of growth from Sartok. He wants Falcon to come. He kind of shoves it off as like, oh, well, it's nice to have a shifter, like, might as well put his skills to use. But I think this is Sartok kind of not growing a soft spot necessarily, but deciding to trust Nesrin for trusting Falcon, that not all shifters are spies and bad people. And that was the last Tower of Dawn chapter that we will touch for a very, very, very long time, unfortunately. I'll miss Tower of Dawn for a little bit. However, so much gold is about to go down in Empire of Storms. Some of the most iconic moments, arguably, in the entire Empire of Storms book are going to happen in these next bit of chapters. So let's just crank them out. So Aelion just got the news from Ralph that Erewhon's forces are headed towards Eelway. Now, the number one reason she's really confused by this is that Eelway doesn't actually have a standing army. So they're literally just attacking a vulnerable, defenseless kingdom. To which Ralph responds that it's probably not an attack so much as an extermination, just to get Eelway out of the way. So she's looking at this map that Ralph laid before her, and it says her eyes snagged on a small name along the western coast. Briarcliff. If you think that name sounds familiar to you, it's because it does. Remember Ansel Briarcliff? That name clanged through her, shuddering her awake. She rubbed her temple, staring at that speck on the map, considering the life debt owed to her. Her gaze dragged down south, to the red desert, where another life debt, many life debts, waited for her to claim. Now remember, in Assassin's Blade, this is where we met Ansel of Briarcliff. Remember what Ansel did and what Aelion did in response to what Ansel did. That is a life debt that Ansel owes Aelion. Also, she rescued the entire Assassin's Keep. So in the Red Desert, there are hundreds of assassins who also owe her a life debt. This is what she's referring to in this moment. So Aelion turns to Ralph and says, "You're going to give me your armada. You're going to. Arm it with those freelancers I know you've ordered, and I will ship you any extras to the Mycenian fleet when they arrive." And Ralph is like, Mycenians? Remember, this is the group that is apparently just legend, you know, like they were a part of Terrasen and then they were banished from Terrasen for not helping in a war. She just liberated their city that they ruled over that was south of Terrasen. Okay, that's the Mycenians, okay? So she just says that to Ralph, and Ralph's like, what are you talking about? But Aelion decides to call him out in this moment. "You are the heir of the Mycenian people, and I have come to claim the debt you owe my bloodline. I think they've been hiding here in the Dead Islands for a long, long time, and you somehow managed to claw your way back into power." Also, notice earlier I told you to pay attention to the name of his personal tavern, the Sea Dragon, and that's basically their sigil. The Mycenians have a prophecy, okay, that when the sea dragons return, the Mycenian people will return, okay? It's like a big part of their legend, and why a lot of people don't even think that they exist. Aelion's like, oh, so you mean to tell me that all the, like, Mycenian Easter eggs just lying around your island are just, like, for fun? Like, you just have a thing for the Mycenians? You just, like, love their culture so much? No, you are a Mycenian, and I think you are the heir and leader of the Mycenians. She also then tells him about she liberated Ilium, which is the city that used to belong to the Mycenians, and she tells him that he can have it back and be king of it. Ralph, however, is not budging. He does not want to ally with her. He definitely does not want to give her his armada. So then the book says something very interesting. It says, she allowed a flicker of her magic to rise to the surface then, allowed the gold in her eyes to glow like a bright flame. Gavriel and Fenris straightened as her power filled the room, filled the city. The tendril of power she'd gathered rippled away in an invisible line. The world shuddered in its wake. A city bell chimed once, twice in its force. Even the waters in the bay shivered as it swept past and out. Interesting. Okay. Something very interesting just happened there. But Ralph went rigid, as if some pulse thrashed through his body. His eyes lifted, not to her, but to the windows, to the bells that had begun ringing in the twin watchtowers flanking the mouth of the bay. Aelion watched as black, darker than the ink that had been etched there, stretched across his fingers to his palms, black such as only the Valg can be. So, in summary, Aelion just had this weird moment where, like, magic just kind of rippled around her, and then warning bells start going off, and Ralph looks out his window to the water to see in the distance that there is a fleet of Valg coming for the island. So Ralph instantly is like, you did this. Like, you just summoned a Valg fleet here with your magic. You just sent them a beacon as to where you are, and now they're coming for my island. And Aelion's like, you know what? if you were my ally, I would totally stick around and help you out with this sticky scenario. However, we're not allies. So I think I'm actually just going to take my crew and we're going to head out. So Ralph is so mad in this moment because he totally got played by Aelion again. So he begrudgingly decides to ask for help. But he wants to be admiral. He wants to keep the entirety of Skulls Bay. He wants Ilium, which is the city south of Terrasen. And then when the war is over, he wants the official title of Lord. And also he wants to be paid. She basically agrees to meet his term and recognize all and any of his heirs as well as a lord, so she even kind of takes it a step further. And she said as his payment for allying her in this war, anything that any of his crew finds on any ships that they sink or take over during the war completely will belong to the Mycenaeans. So Rolf cuts a deal with her. He says, okay, if you help me beat this Valg fleet, then yeah, like all my fleet is yours. The Mycenaeans will fight for you in this war. We will be allies. So not only did we just confirm that the Mycenaeans are real, but we just confirmed that Rolf is the heir of them. And we just confirmed an ally for Aelion in this war, at least for the first big battle of this war. He does say, however, that it would take proper motivation to encourage the Mycenaeans who are in hiding to come and help. And she decides that he can just leave that up to her. She has a little scheme that she's been cooking up, because honestly, when is she not cooking up a scheme? So Aelion gives everyone their placements for battle and hands Damaris Gavin's Sword of Truth over to Dorian. And then from Dorian's POV, we see Aelion was insane, Dorian realized. Brilliant and wicked, but insane. We are primarily going to be sticking with Aelion's POV in this specific part because it is time to battle with a Valg fleet. I would even argue this is our first like real battle in this whole war. I know obviously like the witches invaded Aderlin, but that was more of an attack on Dorian specifically and to send a message. This is a direct attack on Aelion. So chapter 34, Aelion has officially secured arguably her alliance with the Mycenaeans. However, Rolf did say she has to get them through this battle for them to be official allies. So they're allies for this battle. If they win this battle, they'll be allies for the war. So there's a good bit of pressure there. But her primary goal in this upcoming battle, because she did kind of start it with her little lovely magic beacon that she sent out, is that she wants to send a message, not only to Erewhon of what her power is capable of, but she wants to send a message to potential allies to say, see how I protected the Mycenaeans at Skull Bay? This is how I can protect my other allies. So she's hoping to kind of get two birds with one stone in this. So now this is where things get fun and interesting. Aelion turns to Lysandra to confirm that Lysandra is still good with the game plan, to which Lysandra is like, absolutely, I'm totally ready. No one, not even us, has been privy to what in the world this game plan is. We didn't even know there was a game plan. We thought this was a spur of the moment thing. So this tells us that maybe this has been in the works for a little longer than we thought. So Aelion, Lysandra, Rowan, Fenris, and Gabriel go out into the Sea Dragon, and they start going out to meet the Valg fleet. While they are doing that, they are using the iron chains to wrap around the mast of the ship, then also to wrap around Aelion. Remember, Fae use iron to help tether their magic, so this kind of tells us that Aelion is going to be using a ton of her magic, so much that she needs the iron chains to help tether her. And long story short, this basically is just going to keep Aelion from, I use the term overdosing on her magic, but the thing that we should really focus is not depleting her magic to the point where she could lose her life. So that is an indication that, yes, this is about to be an insane amount of power that she's going to use. As for Dorian and Aedion, they have their own place in this battle, mostly because she wants to keep Dorian out of harm's way. But there's also a harpoon on top of this watchtower that Aedion is supposed to be using. Now, I do not really understand medieval war weapons, but the best way that I can describe it that will hopefully help you visualize it is think of it as like a crossbow, but it's gigantic. And it's on top of a watchtower. So she sees that Dorian and Aedion have made it on top of the watchtower to their harpoon, and she decides that it is time to get things going. So Rowan starts using his wind magic to propel the Sea Dragon as fast as they can up to this Valg fleet to meet them in the ocean. Aelion also turns to Lysandra and gives her the go-ahead, and Lysandra jumps off
the boat into the water.
So naturally, everyone's very curious and starts looking over the ledge to see why Lysandra jumped into the water when they notice that she is shifting. And she's not just shifting into any sort of, sea creature to help with this war. She is changing into the legendary mythological Mycenaean sea dragon. So this is crazy for a couple reasons. One, it just shows Lysandra's power as a shifter. We actually don't talk about this till much later in Tower of Dawn, but I think it's a useful piece of information for you to have now. We will learn through Falcon, the other shifter, that shifters can only change into bigger and greater beasts based on how much power they have. So this is also a really big flex to be like, oh, Lysandra is that shifter. Like she can shift into things that shifters wish that they could be. So she's a very powerful shifter, for one. For two, like we briefly talked about at the beginning of this book, the Mycenaeans have a legend, if you will, where the Mycenaeans will only return when the Mycenaean sea dragon is spotted. Like when the Mycenaean sea dragon returns is when the Mycenaeans will return. So Aelion did not want to sit around and wait for that prophecy to be filled, so she decided that she was going to fulfill that prophecy herself using Lysandra. And this immediately has an effect on all the Mycenaeans that have been in hiding at Skulls Bay. They see this as a fulfillment of a prophecy that they have all lived by and have heard about and have dreamed about through generations. This is also very helpful because we learn that there are 2 sea wyverns, but they're like Valg sea wyverns. Okay, so these are creations of Erewhon. They're like the wyverns that Manon and her 13 fly, but they are meant to go underwater. So they're like Valg sea dragons, if you will. And there's 2 of those. So Lysandra can handle those, and Aelion only has to worry about all of the ships. So let's jump to Aedion and Dorian's POV, because they are on top of this watchtower and they see a Mycenaean sea dragon. And Aedion recognizes immediately that this was the Mycenaean sea dragon that was carved into the temple walls. Do you remember? I told you guys this was so important. You should pay attention. This is like one of my fun favorite little tidbits that I only recognized the second time I read the book. But after Aelion liberates the temple in Ilium, right? She goes into the temple, she purifies it with fire, and then we can see a bunch of carvings on the wall. One of them is the legendary Mycenaean sea dragon. Then there was the whole thing where Aelion and Aedion were talking to the ghost of Brannon, and the whole time we were like, where's Lysandra? Even Aedion had a moment of like, where's Lysandra? We learned that Aelion actually had Lysandra study the sea dragon carvings in the temple walls so that she could become the creature, because she has to have a thorough understanding of the creature in order to become it, right? So Lysandra was studying the sea dragon. And now let's think of the implications of this. That was a long time ago. That was like back at like plan B, plan C. We're now at plan like W, okay? So the fact that Aelion has been planning this since then, like she knew that she would want to fulfill this prophecy. She knew before she even got to Skulls Bay, she had an inkling based off of things that she learned in Assassin's Blade years ago when she was 16 and she met Rolf. She already had an inkling that he was potentially the heir of the Mycenaean people. So this just goes to show not only how intelligent she is, but how much thought and attention to detail she is putting in every step of this process. So Aedion is realizing all of this, and it says terror flooded his veins when he realized that the battle's outcome is largely going to depend on Lysandra. Empire of Storms chapter 35, we're officially out in the middle of the ocean. We're getting closer and closer to the Valg fleet, and Ayla notices that her amulet is humming as they get closer and closer to the Valg. Remember, in her amulet is one of the word keys, so it makes sense that the word key is kind of responding to all of this Valg power being so close by. So they let Rolf know the plan. Basically, Rowan's going to use his wind magic to get the ship as close and as quickly as possible. Then she wants Rolf to swing the ship onto its side so that the side Aelion is on faces this fleet, and she is basically going to unleash fire magic. This will require a lot from Aelion, okay? And she really cannot afford to empty her battery, but luckily for her, she's with her Karanom. So let's jump back to a lot of things that we learned in Air of Fire. We talked about this battery analogy where if your battery gets to 0, you're gone. But we also talked about the well analogy, which is mostly the wording that Sarah J Maas uses. I just use the battery analogy because I feel like it's easier to summarize to you guys. Aelion can use small spurts of magic at the top of her battery. Like, she can pull juice from the top of her battery with little spurts of magic. But if she dives deep, Sarah J Maas uses the word plunges a lot. If she plunges into her well, right, she goes to the bottom of this battery and she pulls from that battery juice at the bottom of the battery, that's where a lot of that really powerful magic is going to come from, and it's going to be way more effective, way more powerful, way more intense if she does it that way. Also, though, it can be a little dangerous because she has to go all the way to the floor of her battery. Now, where Rowan comes in as her Karanom is he's basically, think of it as like their magic is soulmates in a way. It basically means magic really coincides with each other. They're like fitting puzzle pieces, and you only have one other Karanom, and this person kind of is like a battery that enhances your battery, right? So you'll see in this moment, Rowan is going to cut open his palm and Aelion is going to cut open hers, and they're going to hold hands, and that almost like extends Aelion's battery. Like, it puts their battery lives together so Aelion can use not only all of her battery, or hopefully not all of it because we want her to be around for a while, but she's also going to be tapping into Rowan's battery as well, making her power almost doubly as powerful. So not only is it more powerful, but it's also safer for her to do it this way. So they're holding hands, and she starts to dive deep into her power because they are getting pretty close to the Valg fleet. This is also where we learned through Aelion's inner monologue, because mind you, there's a lot of pressure on her right now. Also, your magic matures with you. So we're very interested to see what her magic's going to look like. But she has been slowly plunging down into the depths of her battery, okay, over the last 3 days. And we basically learned that she got to the bottom of her battery. So she's like ready to go, but then she links with Rowan, and then her, the floor of her battery gets a little deeper. So she decides to go down even deeper in this moment. So they get as close as they can. Rolf turns to the side, and Aelion unleashes her magic. Obviously, if you can imagine, it's the most insane form of magic we've seen from her yet. It is the most powerful form of her magic that we have seen. Although Rowan has never been terrified of her power per se, he's even in awe of like what she's able to do in this moment. The pillar of flame began expanding, laced now with blue and turquoise, flame that could melt bone, crack the earth. Too much. He, Rowan, had given her too much, and she had delved too deep into her power. And this is when Rowan realizes, because he's like, what could have possibly gone wrong? I mean, it's kind of going right, because obviously, like, the more power, the better, technically, chances of us winning this battle. However, he's getting a little bit nervous for Aelion's well-being because of the extent of the power being shown right now. That is when Rowan realizes Aelion is wearing the word key in her amulet. So before, we just kind of saw it as like, oh, it's responding to the Valg. No, it was responding to Aelion's power. She is unintentionally using the word key to amplify her power right now. At this moment, Rowan also realizes that Aelion's in a sort of trance, like she's not really herself, and despite his best efforts, he cannot snap her out of it. It says, but Rowan felt it then, felt that bottom of her power crack open as if the beast within that word key stomped its foot. Ash-encrusted rock crumbled away beneath it and revealed a roiling molten core of magic beneath it. So basically, she not only got to the bottom of her battery, but then she got access to Rowan's. She even got to the bottom of that. And then the word key, using its magic, basically stomped, right, and crushed the bottom of that battery even, and it basically opened up to an endless pit of power that Aelion can tap into. It's exciting, but it's also terrifying at the same time. As if it were the fiery heart of Mala herself, Aelion plunged into that power, bathed in it. This is when Rowan rips his hand from Aelion's, and she wakes up from her trance. However, it's not exactly Aelion who wakes up from this trance. It's her body, yes, but her eyes and her mind are not her. Her gold eyes turn to silver in this moment. It says a faint smile blossomed on her full mouth, born of cruelty and arrogance, and she examined the iron chains wrapped around her wrist. The iron melted away, molten ore sizzling through the wooden deck and into the dark below. So that tells us that whatever is in Aelion's body right now is not Fae. The creature that stared through Aelion's eyes furled her fingers into a fist. Light leaked through her clenched fingers, cold white light. Tendrils flickered. Silver flame. I'm not going to say anything, but I think y'all have heard the phrase silver flame before from Sarah J Maas. Nothing confirmed, but definitely something to think about. So Gavriel in this moment yells for everyone on the ship to close their eyes and look away because the light is so bright that he's afraid it's going to blind the entire crew. But Rowan looks right at Aelion. Some primal intrinsic part of him knew that it was Deanna taking over Aelion's body. Now, we'll talk about the implications of that in a hot second. But Deanna in Aelion's body looks to Rowan and says, now this is very important, so please lock in here for every single word. Every key has a lock. Tell the queen who was promised to retrieve it soon, for all the allies in the world shall make no difference if she does not wield the lock, if she does not put those keys back with it. Tell her flame and iron bound together merge into silver to learn that much can be found. A mere step is all it shall take. Okay. Tell her flame and iron bound together merge into silver to learn that much can be found. A mere step is all it shall take. I cannot stress enough how important that is, but I can't really tell you why it's important for like a hot minute in a couple of parts. So we will come back to this. We won't understand the full extent of this for a while. This is also when Rowan realizes that the silver flame is not Aelion's wildfire, but in fact it is Deanna's moonfire. Very interesting. We have not heard of moonfire yet. So now let's jump back to Aelion's POV because she's actually very aware that Deanna has taken over her body and she actually heard the whole warning issued to Rowan in this moment. Aelion also in this moment realizes about the word key attached to the amulet and how that is most likely why her power went out of control, and that is how Deanna got access to her body. So very creepy, but Aelion has to watch. No control whatsoever. As Deanna sees the Valg fleet in front of her and is about to like re-unleash this fire magic, but it's like moonfire instead of wildfire now. But then she notices the island behind her and decides that it's so full of life. And that would be a far more powerful conquest. So Deanna turns around to aim at Skulls Bay. And Aelion has to watch in horror as Rowan jumps in front of Deanna's hand right as she's about to release this fire. Basically, Rowan is going to jump in front of the entirety of Skulls Bay and sacrifice himself. And that is the only thing that actually makes Aelion snap out of it. However, she doesn't have enough time to fully turn her body back to the Valg fleet before the magic releases. So she just kind of like shoots her arm off to the side and down. Let's just say she gets a little bit of Skulls Bay, a large chunk of the ship that they are currently standing on, and then like the side of the Valg fleet. Chapter 36. Aelion is in shock, not only from her magic trance that she was just kind of stuck in, or having her body hacked by Deanna, or even from harming her own allies, but now she's also processing the fact that Deanna referred to as the queen who was promised, so that doesn't sound good. Like, promised to who, you know? And for what? Aelion knows that she's somehow going to make Deanna pay for this. However, she needs to act like a queen and win this battle because she has a hefty list of goals that she has for the outcome of this battle. So she's going to deal with the consequences of everything else later. Right now, she needs to deal with the fact that she is in the water. Yeah, when she bursted the ship into a bajillion pieces, the ship went down. They're all in the water. Now, this is actually where we're going to learn a little bit more about Fenris. This is also a very cool thing to hear if you're a big ACOTAR fan. This isn't a spoiler if you haven't read ACOTAR. If anything, just like keep this in mind if you do plan to read ACOTAR, which you definitely should if you haven't already after you're done reading Throne of Glass. But we learn that Fenris has a very unique ability that we have not heard from yet in the Throne of Glass world, where he can, in the blink of an eye, flash from place to place. Think of it as like apparating from Harry Potter. Or if you have read ACOTAR, this is winnowing. Okay, so we learn that Fenris can winnow short distances. So he's using this transporting ability. They don't call it winnowing in Throne of Glass. It's kind of a weird thing that only really Fenris can do. So he does his best to transfer as many of the crew as he can to the reef using his little flashing back and forth ability. And basically, eventually they all get to the reef to kind of reassess the situation. And thankfully, we can see that Aelion, from the beginning, and then also getting the side after that whole incident with Deanna, she has actually gotten majority of the Valg fleet, but there are still 3 ships left, and of course the 2 Valg sea dragons. But Aelion's powers are depleted at this moment. She can't even spark a flame if she wanted to. And unfortunately, because she drained a lot of Rowan's magic as well. Rowan doesn't really have much magic to work with either. Not to mention, Fenris just transported all of those people, and so now he also has no powers, really. So all of our Fae have lost their power, and then the sailors that were on the ship now don't have a ship to be on, so they're just kind of sailors sitting on a reef, and they don't really know how to fight from a reef. They know how to fight from a ship, so we're kind of stuck, which makes us realize that all of this now is going to fall on Lysandra. So let's jump to Lysandra's POV. So she can tell that something had gone wrong, even from under the water, when she saw the ship get blown apart that Aelion and her crew were on, and let's just say a lot of the crew did not make it. A lot of them fell into the water and in the debris didn't make it, or they did drowned, or they hit their head. You know, this kind of, like I said, these books start to get a little dark, okay? Please don't demonetize me. If you want the summaries of this book, you're going into this with the mindset that you're reading a darker series, okay? So please don't demonetize me because you can't handle the source material. That's like my biggest fear right now. We do learn that Lysandra did save 2 of the sailors' lives. One of them actually ended up being Rolf, and then just another crew member. But unfortunately, there were not a lot of other survivors. While Lysandra is dropping Rolf and his crew member off at the reef, she notices that the 2 Valg sea dragons are taking advantage now of the free lunch. Okay, all of the crew members that did not make it are now just in the water for the taking. So these Valg creatures are feasting on the crew members that didn't make it after the shipwreck. Lysandra takes this as like I'm going to take this opportunity to go take down one of the ships. So she takes advantage of this distraction. She goes to one of the ships and she just starts like beating up the belly of this ship with her body. So that's kind of the tactic she's using to get these ships down. Basically, she's trying to make them capsize. She does successfully get the first one to capsize, but the 2 wyverns do hear her and naturally start chasing after her. These Valg wyverns are twice her size, we learn, but we also learn that she is faster, so she decides that she is going to swim deeper out into the ocean. They're chasing her all the way out there. She does get one of them alone, and she unalives it. Guys, when it comes to these action scenes, I do really try to just summarize them. Otherwise, we'd be here forever if I gave you a play-by-play. But she takes down one of the wyverns. She's looking for the other wyvern, and she realizes it's swimming towards the reef. Now, because Lysandra originally swum out deeper, the way it works, and this confused me the first time, but the way it works is, so it's like, think Aelion's here, okay? Aelion and her crew, they're on the reef here. The shore is even further out there, okay? But they're on the reef here. The Valg ships are here. Lysandra swam from here, and she got him out to here. She kills the wyvern over here. She sees the second one kind of started to head back towards the reef area, so she races it back, and she gets to it right about at the bottom of the Valg ships. Oh, that was a good explanation. I like that. She ends up body slamming this wyvern into the body of the second of the 3 ships that are up, and in doing so, not only damages the ship, but also kills the wyvern. So now both of the wyverns are gone, and there's just one more ship. So Lysandra is killing it. She's doing an amazing job. However, we can tell that she's really tired, not only from shifting into such a big creature, but she's also expending a lot of energy in this creature form. So she's going through a lot. And obviously, I'm summarizing it and she's doing really well, but of course, like, she's got a lot of bumps and scratches and bruises and she's taken some bites. Like, she's not doing amazingly. But all she has to damage now is that last ship. So she's like, oh, I can definitely do this. And then for goodness sakes, I'm gonna like sleep for a couple days because I'm dead tired. Lysandra decides to break the surface for one big gulp of air before she goes to attack the last ship. But when she comes up for air, she hears Aelion screaming, and she's screaming at Lysandra to swim away. This is when Lysandra sees 3, not 2, 3 massive Valg sea wyverns swimming in her direction. This is also where we learn that these are the mamas. Yes, in fact, the 2 sea wyverns that were twice her size, that she took care of, got rid of, they were babies. They were like teens. They were adolescent little Valg creatures. Now she has to deal with 3 very angry mamas. Chapter 37, Aedion's POV, as he's witnessing all of the chaos, and he's been holding his breath this whole time, but now that he's seeing the 3 adult wyverns coming for Lysandra, he is absolutely losing his mind. Dorian, however, steps forward and has a great idea, and he signals with his magic for Lysandra to swim in his direction. There's really no good way to describe Dorian's magic. I think it's really just up to your imagination, which is another thing that I think is going to look really weird whenever we get this into a TV show or movie, to see like how that's actually depicted on screen. It works great in my imagination, but when I try to actually describe it, it sounds really weird and odd. But he's got a big magic light up hand, I guess. like a giant foam finger up in the air, telling Lysandra to swim over to him. And Lysandra actually swims directly towards the three sea wyverns. So she is ignoring Dorian's help and direction for now, at least. Now, this next part, I hate to read it, but it's huge for Aedion's character arc. This is the beginning, in my opinion, like the true actual beginning of the emotional and psychological journey that we're going to see Aedion go on for the rest of the series. So be ready to get uncomfortable with me. For the first time, he hated his cousin. He hated Aelion for asking this of Lysandra, both to defend them and to secure the Mycenaeans to fight for Terrasen. Hated the people who left such scars on the shifter that Lysandra was so willing to throw her life away. Hated himself for being stuck in this useless tower with a war machine, the harpoon, only capable of firing one shot at a time. I'll let you sit with that. There's not much I can really add to that for now, but I want you to kind of remember this moment and where Aedion is in this moment in the future, when certain things that Aedion do might feel random, might feel out of character, because they have been out of character up until this point. However, we get in his inner monologue right here that there is a shift and a change in him. So Lysandra gets really close to these adult sea I can't say wyverns. So Lysandra gets really close to these 3 adult wyverns and then like fakes them out and goes straight for the ship. It has a bunch of archers on it, so they're all hitting her with bows, and they're like actually lodging in her body, but she has to keep going, so she's like bleeding everywhere. It's like really gory, really intense, and you feel bad because Lysandra was already dead tired before, and this is just like what she went through before on steroids. So she's purely just running on adrenaline right now. But she basically gets to the ship. She's doing her best to destroy it, and she kind of does like a bunch of these like maneuvery tricks to get the other sea wyverns to also kind of like fly into the sides of the ship. And actually they beat up the bottom of the ship so badly. So these Valg wyverns aren't very smart, okay? They're really just all brutality. They're really all body. They're just creatures who don't have much of a brain. So they are like destroying their own ship on accident. It's kind of funny. And one of them even like flies into a part of the ship that has so much debris hanging off of it that it actually like harms itself and it dies. So now there's only 2 to worry about. Then Lysandra, when she only has 2 wyverns to worry about because the ship is definitely down for good and that 3rd wyvern is gone for good, she decides to book it towards Dorian where he signaled her to go. So there's 2 wyverns on her tail. She's barely outpacing them because they're way faster than the adolescent ones were, clearly. When she gets close enough to Dorian that he freezes one of them with ice. Then there's a catapult on shore that some of Rolf's men were using, and they use the catapult to hit this now frozen wyvern, and it shatters like glass. So now there's only 1 to worry about. And basically it's described as the dance of death between Lysandra and this other wyvern. They're trying to like outswim each other. They're trying to fake each other out. It's this whole thing. Lysandra is getting way too close to not making it. But she swims as close as she humanly possibly can to the shore when Aedion pulls out the harpoon, and he only has 1 shot, but thankfully he does make it and he does get the final wyvern. Lysandra gets to shore and Aedion runs to shore to see her there, and basically she just collapsed. Like she used every last bit of her energy just to get on the shore and rest. Aelion and everyone else has now swum to the reef to check on Lysandra and see her, but Aedion is talking to Lysandra in this moment in her beast form because she is so drained from her magic usage that she can't even shift back into her human form. So she's kind of stuck in this Mycenaean sea dragon form until she rests enough. So she's literally gonna just have to take a nap on the beach as a sea dragon. At this point, they're just trying to keep her awake to make sure that she's all good as people are tending to the wounds from the arrows. And Aedion says, the useless sentries in the Watchtower are now all half in love with you. One said he wanted to marry you, but you know what I told them? I said that they didn't stand a chance, because I'm going to marry you. One day, I'm going to marry you. I'll be generous and let you pick when, even if it's 10 years from now or 20, but one day you are going to be my wife. Princess Lysandra Ashriver sounds nice, doesn't it? And Lysandra just smiles and she lets out this little Mycenaean sea dragon huffle because she can't really laugh as a sea dragon. But this is the moment where Aelion knows that Lysandra's going to be okay. However, Aelion has so much guilt because a lot of this did fall on Lysandra. Obviously, she had 2 sea dragons to fight, whether or not they were adolescent. That was a lot of pressure to put on one person. But because of the little magic incident that Aelin had and the fact that she didn't really think about the fact that there would be implications of wearing a word key, Lysandra had to fight like half the battle herself. Aedion wants to give Aelin a piece of his mind, but he can clearly tell by her state that she's already giving herself a hard enough time, so he decides for now he's going to let her off the hook. We did win the battle, but obviously there is still a war going on out there, so everyone has to get back to business, and Aedion volunteers to stay by Lysandra's side until she heals enough to shift back into her human form. So he stays there for the rest of the day into the night until she's able to shift back into her human form, and then he carries her back to her inn so that she can sleep in her bed. Chapter 38, we are in Aelin's POV as she's thinking about a lot of Deanna's words. And then she also just has to kind of explain to Ralph why she imploded his ship, his favorite ship, his biggest ship, and then why she also kind of took a chunk of Skull's Bay with her. So Aelin and Rowan explain to Ralph what happened. Obviously, he is not amused and basically says he thinks that Aelin is just a young girl playing with some powers that are too big for her. Ralph uses this as an opportunity to share his own story, and it's a long story, but in summary, he says no better than a slave, and basically him, his sister, and his mother were barely making it by, and he was working on the crew for some men that he thought were really, really bad pirate lords. And one day he washed up on shore after a capsizing situation, and he saw this strange man who basically said he could grant him a wish. Ralph said that he wanted to become the best pirate lord out there, and he wanted to be the pirate lord to end all pirate lords, and he wanted to be the best that there was, and he didn't want to answer to anyone because he was just so good at what he did. And the man said that there would be a price, and Ralph was like, I don't have anything. So sure, he's like, I don't have anything to lose. But then shortly after he got his magic map on his hand that made him the pirate he is today, he heard news that his sister and his mother had passed away. So that was the price he had to pay. So he says, that was the price that I had to pay for my power. What's the price that you're going to have to pay? And Aelin doesn't really answer. She just leaves. But what Ralph said makes her think about Deanna's words, specifically the words, the queen who was promised. She does not like the sound of that. So she meets with Rowan privately to discuss what happened, and they quickly turn to the fact that the number one priority needs to be finding this lock, because now Brandon has told them they need to find the lock. Deanna has told them they need to find the lock. This is clearly very important. And they're both saying, no matter how many allies you get, or even how many word keys you get, it's all useless without the lock. So it's okay, dang, another thing to add to the list to do. And I'll remind you, Aelin keeps telling the reader silently, she's not saying it out loud to anyone, but she keeps mentioning how she's running out of time. She just needs more time. And when you feel like you're running out of time, the last thing you want to do is keep adding tasks to your to-do list. This also turns into Aelin and Rowan talking about how much they care about each other and how they don't want anything to happen to each other and how they're worried that something's going to happen to each other. And it's this really sweet, tender conversation that results in them saying, I love you for the first time. It's a very sweet, tender moment. And then they get jiggy with it. Moving on. Chapter 39. The next morning, Aelin and Rowan go to see Dorian, Aedion, and Lysandra because Lysandra is now awake. And she comes clean to them that the Amulet of Orinth is holding a word key. She accidentally used the word key when she did her power, and that's kind of why everything went wrong. Then she pulls out the Eye of Elena and explains to Dorian how she's been using it to see their ancestors. Then she tells them about the lock and how basically Brandon and now Deanna have said that she absolutely needs it and it's a non-negotiable, so they are going to summon Elena and ask her about it. Aedion pulls out the books with all of the word marks in them, and so him and Aelin use them to make word marks on the ground, and then they summon Elena. Aelin wants to know a couple things from Elena. She wants to know why Deanna did what she did, what exactly this lock is that they need to find, what does the queen who was promised mean, and why in the world has Elena failed to mention that she and Gavin never actually killed Erewhon and they'd actually been in a magic-induced coma this entire time. As for Elena's responses to Aelin, she says that she insulted Deanna by forcing her out of her body before she wasn't ready, which honestly, too bad, shouldn't have been there in the first place. And Aelin basically says, okay, she can get in line, a lot of people want my neck right now. And Deanna's the least of my concerns. So We'll have to worry about Deanna later. Aelin then says she thought Aelin would have found the keys by now, and she did not expect things to go so far. So that is why Elena has withheld like key information from her, which is crazy if you ask me. And then she also says she never told her about the lock because she didn't think it was an option. So let's learn a little bit about this lock. Elena used this lock to seal Erewhon into his tomb after they put him into this magically induced coma. And then she threw it into the ruins of the holy city in the marshlands. But some sort of natural disaster came through, I guess, and the city got sucked into some sort of sinkhole and then it was flooded. So it's kind of like an underground city at this point. Basically, when the lock was forged, she was under the impression that the lock had one good use in it and then it would just be like a hunk of metal that couldn't be used again. Elena's mother actually sacrificed her immortal life in exchange for the lock and became a human. And this was Mala Firebringer. Okay, so Aelin did not just inherit her firepower from Brandon, which would have been impressive because Brandon was known for his fire magic, but so was Mala Firebringer. So from both sides of her family tree are two of the strongest fire wielders in existence. But I'll remind you, this also means that Dorian is a descendant of Mala Firebringer because Elena married Gavin. So Dorian's a descendant of Gavin, right? So Aelin and Dorian are technically kind of related, and it's weird if you think about it too hard because they almost kind of dated in book 1, but they're like 15th cousins, so we try not to think about it. But all that to say, that means that both Dorian and Aelin are descendants of Mala Firebringer. And then Elena, who, because her body, I guess, is buried in Rifthold, the connection is weak for her to actually talk to them in Scold's Bay. So then she like disappears due to weak connection, I guess. So we have a new plan. Aelin and the crew are going to head to the Stone Marshes first thing tomorrow morning to find this lock. Rolf is going to take half of his fleet to round up the rest of the Mycenians and then head to Terrasen. And then some are going to stay at Scold's Bay, and then the rest are going to meet Aelin in Eelway, but not for battle. Aelin has something else up her sleeve. When does she not? So the next morning, Rolf gives Aelin vague coordinates for the lock, I guess because it's so far away, like his hand can only do so much. So he gives her coordinates for the lock, and then they part ways. We're going to flash forward 3 days into their journey. Dorian is on the deck when he sees a wyvern in the distance, flying over the water, and there is an unconscious witch on top of it.
Dorian knows exactly who this witch is in the moment and yells for all the men on board to stand down and not shoot at the wyvern. The wyvern is flying towards the boat as fast as possible, but clearly not with the intent to attack, but to land. And that is when none other than Mannon Blackbeak falls off of Abraxos's back into the water. And so Mannon's storyline now lines up with Aelin's.
Now we're on chapter 40, and this is actually where part 2 of Empire of Storms comes into play, and the title of part 2 is Fireheart, which is what Aelin's mother called her, and now it's what Rowan calls her. So it's like a term of endearment specifically for her. Now we are going to check in on Elide and Lorcan because it's been a hot minute. They've been a part of this traveling circus now for a couple days, and Lorcan has been a hit, okay? Especially with the ladies, and the troop is loving it because he's bringing in lots of money for them. Their troop, however, is now traveling east, so Elide is going to have to break away from the group pretty soon to head north. So her and Lorcan are talking one night after their perspective shows in Elide's tent, and little side note, but Lorcan catches himself realizing that now that Elide is like well fed and taken care of herself, she's actually really, really pretty, and he hates himself for noticing it. But he does think that Elide's pretty beautiful. And right as he's snapping out of his trance that he should be having about how pretty she is, they hear screaming in the distance. Lorcan orders her to hide and goes to inspect the source of the screaming when he finds that 4 Ilkin are wreaking havoc on this carnival. And remember, those are the freaky things that Elide and Lorcan fought in the woods when they like first actually met. So they're here because they are hunting Elide, and they will not hesitate to kill anyone who gets in their way. So Lorcan steps forward, and 2 other people, I guess, from the traveling group who also know how to operate swords. Lorcan isn't going to question it. He's just happy to have some help, and he informs them that the only way to kill an Ilkin is to cut off their head. So they approach them when the Ilkin ask if they have seen Elide Locan. She is a dark-haired woman with a limp, and they will pay handsomely to the one who turns her over. Obviously, we knew they were looking for Elide, but the crazy thing about this is that up until this point, Lorcan has thought that he is with Marion, a little nobody. This is where he learns that Elide is actually the prized possession of the right-hand man of Erewhon. So he has quite literally been helping and aiding someone who could very well be the death of him, because she is quite literally being hunted down. So he's a little upset about that, but he just tells the Oaken in the moment, like, sorry, don't know who you're talking about, she's not here. They say that it's a shame because they would have just taken her and left, but now they've traveled so far and they're a little hungry, so they attack. Chapter 41 in Elide's POV is she is hiding in a wagon, and she knows eventually she's going to have to make a run for it because she can't rely on Lorcan to just keep saving her butt with his like combat skills. So she decides at some point when it starts to get quiet that it's now or never. She needs to make a run for it, but the costume that she's wearing, because she's supposed to be like a gypsy fortune teller, gets like stuck on the wagon, so she's literally stuck. And then someone approaches her and she freaks out because she thinks that like this is the end, but it's just Lorcan. And he's like, I already killed the floor wyvern, but good to know that you would have gotten so far if I didn't succeed. And then he also, instead of helping her get unstuck, just fights with her about the fact that she's been hiding her identity and how that kind of changes a lot of things because she's a lot more dangerous. There's a big bounty on her head and she should have just been straightforward in the first place. And then he says, while we're on the topic of keeping secrets, what's the thing you've been hiding from me? Remember, she has the stone that Kaltain gave her that she's been hiding from him. So she just says it's a gift for Selena Sardothian from the woman who sacrificed her life, Kaltain, to get her out of Morath. Lorcan asks to see exactly what this gift is, but Elide refuses, which good on her. During this conversation, Elide actually does come clean about a lot of things, not just her identity, but how her mother helped Aelion get away and died in the process, how her uncle betrayed her father, then took her in as a ward, and how her ankle ended up the way it did, and the abuse that she endured at Morath. And this is also why she wants to go to Terrasen to serve Aelion in any way that's useful. She's like, I don't care if I have to be Aelion's maid. Like, I just want to be useful. Lorcan returns the sentiment of opening up, basically saying that he is one of the cadre that serve Maeve, and he's actively defying her for her best interest, although she disagrees. Despite telling her this, it's good if Elide pretends like she doesn't know this information, because if Lorcan gets found by Maeve and Maeve is wondering who Elide is, it would be best if Elide denied ever knowing who Lorcan actually was. So they seem to have come to a new understanding of each other. Basically, they both have no friends, no family, and they have nothing to lose except for to accomplish their one mission. So they agree to travel east for a few more days with their circus, and then they're going to part ways and complete their respective missions. So we were mad at each other, but now we're good. And we're finally gonna see like an actual continuation of their story that doesn't take place at the circus. So chapter 42 of Empire Storms is gonna start off in Manon's POV. Remember the last time we saw her, she was on Abraxos's back, struggling for life because she's been hunted down not only by her matron grandmother, but also she was being hunted down by the bloodhound that Erewhon sent after her. So she is barely holding on to life right now, and Abraxos was going to land on Aelin's ship for safety. That's so convenient, isn't it? And then she falls off Abraxos's back into the water right before getting to the ship. This chapter starts with her waking up in a cabin below a ship. She notices three things immediately. First of all, immense pain in her abdomen from where she's been practically cut open. She also realizes she's chained to the bed that she is on. And also, Aelin Ashriver Galathinius is in her room. Quite a big detail if you ask me. So she has two main concerns in this moment, and they actually have nothing to do with those three things. It is Abraxos okay, and did Elide find Aelin? Aelin informs her that Abraxos has free range, however Manon is a prisoner. In other words, if she tries to escape or puts a toe out of line, Aelin will not hesitate to end her life. Manon can tell by the pure power exuding off of Aelin that she wouldn't stand a chance, so she decides, you know what, okay, maybe let's see what Aelin wants and let's see if I can give it to her, and maybe she'll let me out of this free, because her main priority right now is heal enough so that she can fly again, so she can find her 13. It is only when Aelin leaves her room that Manon actually, for the first time, can process her identity. Now, it feels like this was like months ago, and maybe it was, that we covered when Manon found out that she's actually the last living like Croatian queen heir, basically. And which is crazy because she spent her entire life hunting them down. Like, she's literally known as like the Croatian hunter. That's what she does. And now she's finding out that like those are actually her people because she's a descendant of a Croatian queen. So it's crazy stuff, and she hasn't even been able to process it. So she's processing it now. And then she passes out for a number of days. Okay, so now let's jump to Dorian's POV, because over these last few days, Aelion and Rowan have been using their magic to heal Manon's injuries, and as they are getting closer to Eelway, Dorian's actually been thinking a lot about Nehemia. Now, something we talked about back in Crown of Midnight, so this is like a year ago, guys, when we were diving into Crown of Midnight. He's mourning her, yes, but he's thinking about that one interesting scene that happened during that one ball that we really took some time to delve into, and it seemed really mysterious at the time, but obviously if you didn't have it click for you yet, it's going to click for you now. But it says he tried and failed to not contemplate that if that touch she'd once given him, remember at the ball, the word mark she'd sketched over his chest, we just know that she like dragged her finger over his chest in a weird shape. Now we're learning that that was a word mark. Now that Dorian knows what those look like, he's processed the fact that Nehemia wrote a word mark on his chest, had awakened that power of his, if it had been a curse or a blessing. So we know that in that moment, he said that after she did that, he felt like something like awoke in him, and it was like this really weird sensation. He was really confused. And then she told him, like, when you're ready, come find me. And then when he was ready and tried to come find her, she had already been killed. So, like, lots of crazy stuff there. And there's so much I even want to say that I can't say yet about that specific scene. So, yes, we're going to come back to this. So let's not just like run past this as being like, oh, yay, cool, that was a fun connection. No, this is actually still very relevant. Nehemia is the one who woke up the powers in Dorian, despite the fact that they were an anti-magic triangle. Okay, so his powers had been sleeping because of this anti-magic triangle that his father has put up for his protection, and Nehemia is the one who woke up that raw power in him. And then when he finally came to find her because he was ready for help to kind of figure out what's going on with him, she had already been taken out. Just saying, that is a lot for you to think about, but think about it, please. Something else to note here is that we finally learn how Dorian really feels about his power. Obviously, he tapped into it right before going under the Valg influence, so he used a lot of his power for bad, but we're actually going to learn how he feels about his power after being under the Valg influence. But basically it says that he's been conflicted because how he feels about killing his father with his magic at the end of Queen of Shadows, because he did it using that power. And using this power specifically is what got the love of his life, Sorsha, killed. That's not exactly true, but that's how Dorian sees it in this moment. Sorsha was killed because his father was a corrupt, horrible human being. But Dorian blames himself because it was tapping into his magic, and not having Nehemia was the reason why he gravitated towards Sorsha for help and accepted Sorsha's help. And Sorsha helping him is a large part of what got him killed, but ultimately she was a part of a rebellion against a very corrupt king who had killed her entire village and her family. So, yeah, I think Sorsha was going to meet her end anyways. It was just whether or not she was going to fall in love with Dorian in the process. But yeah, this is how Dorian feels. This is his story arc. I just want to make sure we got that clear. It's not Dorian's fault that Sorsha's dead, okay? But Dorian thinks it's his fault. Also, side note, but he does say something here that we're like a week out from reaching Eelway as he's thinking about Nehemia. So we're about a week away, and a lot is going to happen in this week, okay? So he's going to Manon's rooms right now, and she wakes up. She basically wants to know everything that happened, and he tells her the entire series of events, everything from when he saw Braxos in the sky, but leaves out the fact that Dorian is the one who jumped in the water to rescue her from drowning. He claims this is just instinctual, and like, he just doesn't see a reason for her to know that information, but I think there's something deeper there, and I think you also think there's something deeper there, so let's just say the quiet part out loud. So at this moment, he remembers that witches are actually part Valg, and he obviously has some trauma from being Valg infested, so he just asks her, would you consider yourself more Valg than human then? To which she responds, Valg are my enemy, Erewhon is my enemy. So at least now we know we have a common enemy, and this to Dorian is like, oh, so like you've saved my life in the past while you were serving Erewhon, and now you're saying he's your enemy, and you're clearly, you know, separated from the group. Maybe potential ally. And he knows that she was one of the stronger witches and that she was leading her aerial clan. So he thinks that she could be a really good potential ally. So he's gonna kind of put that in the back of his brain for a little bit. Mannon asks if Elide found her way to them, and Dorian's confused because he's like, I've never even heard that name before. I don't know an Elide Lorcan. Sorry about that. Then she asks about the whereabouts of the 13 and if he's heard anything about them, and he confirms that he's not seen any witches or wyverns on their journey. Mannon beats him to the punch and says that Aelion shouldn't worry about making negotiations with Erewhon or her grandmother because she's been disowned, for lack of a better word. She's been excommunicated, basically. And then Dorian asks if it has to do with her rescuing him and helping him, and all she says is everything has a price. So basically, yes. Total side note. This entire conversation, the tone of it isn't just like, give me information, I'll give you information, we're talking. They're very snappy with each other. And it's very much like flirty banter. Like, they hate each other, they can't stand each other. Or I should say, Manon can't stand him. Like, this whole time, Manon is trying to be sassy with him, she's trying to be brutal, she's trying to flex, like, her intensity. And Dorian keeps coming back at her with like really flirty banter, and it makes her even more mad, so then she gets even more angry, and then he even gets more flirty. So like, this is the dynamic anytime they have a conversation, okay? If you are reading along the books with me, you can definitely tell the tension between them is hysterical. And honestly, of every fantasy, romance, or romantasy book that I have ever read, the banter between Dorian and Manon is my favorite of any banter that I've ever read. It doesn't give cringy to me
at all, and I feel like a lot of it these days does, because people want to add banter just for the sake of a trope. They actually have perfected the banter. And something that I also really like about seeing Dorian be like this little flirty, bantery version of himself is that is the Dorian that we met in Throne of Glass. He kind of talked that way a little bit with Aelin, even though she was trying to be like all intimidating assassin and all that. He was very, very flirty with her. He even called her like my dearest assassin, right? Like, it was very cheesy and it was all very friendly. He definitely liked her.
Sorry, I don't know how long my mic was off. I've been having a lot of mic issues, guys. I'm really sorry about that. Hopefully I can fix it before I film part 13. But it's almost like we have the OG Dorian back from the original books, because he hasn't really been that way since Sorsha died and since, being Vowed infested. So it's cool to see that part of him again. Anyway, so they keep bantering and talking, and Manon basically cuts him a deal. She says, find out if my 13 are alive, Princeling. Do that and I'm yours to command. Okay, so having Manon and the 13 on their side during this war would be absolutely huge. So Dorian likes the sound of this, and he's like, okay, I'll take you up on that deal. Sounds good. So he asks when she last saw them to kind of, see if that will help him figure anything out. And she gives him a quick SparkNotes summary of everything that happened, or that was supposed to happen at Asteron's execution, and how she got away and they flew away and they got separated, and she just hasn't seen them since. Of course, though, she does not tell him yet about learning about her Croatian heritage, but she does say, tell Aelin Galathinius that Elide Locan is alive and looking for her, because obviously Marion Locan is the reason that Aelin is still alive today, so Aelin will obviously know Elide's name. And then Manon goes back to sleep for the next couple of days because she's still not fully healed. Empire of Storms chapter 43, this is in Lorcan and Elide's POV, as they are still traveling with their circus troupe, and they're keeping their heads down as they travel to the next location. And Lorcan is now using his magic to hide Elide's limp at all times, because that is how the Ilkin are going to people to identify Elide, a dark-haired woman with a limp. So can't do much about the dark hair part, but we can cover up her limp. So in this very moment, there's going to be a thunderstorm, so the troop is going to have to take cover in a tavern. Now, this part's crazy and I love it, so let's jump into it. This is actually a part of this book that creates a huge massverse theory for me. This is not a spoiler for ACOTAR, but this is a very big hint as to why Throne of Glass and ACOTAR are connected and how they might be connected. If you don't want to hear any massverse stuff at all till you've read both of these books, you can fast forward. In my opinion, this does not spoil anything though, but if you prefer to go into ACOTAR blind and you have not read ACOTAR, if you have read ACOTAR, this will probably blow your mind, hopefully. If you haven't read ACOTAR, you can still listen to this and then read ACOTAR after this, and then just keep this in the back of your mind. But as we are going to this tavern, we walk past some sailors and some dock workers as they are preparing for the storm. Lorcan is looking at this and he kind of has like this spark of a memory, if you will. It says he'd seen a kingdom perhaps 300 years ago that relied on barges to sail its goods from one end to another. Its name eluded him. Lost to the catacombs of his memory, Lorcan wondered if it still existed, tucked away between two mountain ranges on the other side of the world. Now, you know exactly what this place is if you've read ACOTAR. I'm not going to say the name of the place because that would be considered a spoiler. But if you've read ACOTAR, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you have not, when you read the books, definitely look for this place based off its identifiers. But there is a place described exactly this way. And basically, we learn that Lorcan traveled to this place. That alone is not crazy. I mean, it's crazy because it tells us that, like, you know, there was a crossover that we just didn't get to see, which is really cool. What confirms it really is saying that basically, like, he wants to remember, but for some reason he can't. There is a protective, like, spell, if you will, around this place that makes it so that people who come in and out of there don't remember it when they leave. So that explains why he says, like, lost in the catacombs of his memory, the name of the kingdom eluded him, right? So that's basically confirming that it is this place in ACOTAR. The other crazy thing, and it's like the last couple words of the sentence, it says ranges on the other side of the world. There's a lot of theories as to how these three series connect, and maybe they're just like multiple different worlds and multiple different timelines. There's so many theories out there, okay? I literally have a whole video about Massverse theories, okay? You can go check that out if you really want to hear them. What's crazy to me about this is that Lorcan is saying it's on the other side of the world. I think that this is implying that Throne of Glass and ACOTAR are actually like on the same globe. Like they're like oceans apart. That is how I am taking this. I'm taking this at face value. I'm taking it word for word. I'm actually choosing not to read in between the lines here. If he says it was on the other side of the world, I think he means it's literally like on the other side of the globe. That's crazy. It does say it was about 300 years ago, so maybe like time is what is separating these two worlds from each other. Or who knows, maybe they just so happen to be taking place around the same time. I think that would be huge. I think that has crazy implications for the Massverse. There you go. There it is. So anyways, that was a cool little thing, but now they're on their way to the tavern and they have a goal to find someone with a big mouth who is drunk enough to give them some information on the state of Rifthold, but also potentially where Aelion might be. So they find some lady who is spilling some info about the witches who took over Rifthold and how no one knows if Dorian's dead or alive, but the consensus is that he's alive, just in hiding. Lorcan noticed Elide is asking some risky questions, like particularly, have you heard any rumors about where Aelion might be? Like, is she up north? Is she not up north? And Lorcan is like, either these are dumb questions or, and then he realizes it's definitely the latter, she is not planning to stay with the circus for much longer at all. So we know she had this thought because we talked about it briefly in part 11, but this is the first time that Lorcan is becoming aware of her plans to break off from the circus very, very soon. Some dude speaks up about Aelion's whereabouts and he says that last he heard she was in Skull's Bay and now she's sailing off to who knows where. So this is devastating to Elide because how in the world is she supposed to find an unpredictable moving target? Also, she's been heading north, assuming that she's in Terrasen, and she definitely was at one point, but now she's not. So now she needs to actually go south. This is also where we learned that townspeople have been placing bets on where Aelion's next confirmed location is going to be as entertainment, and that's not important at all. That just kind of made me laugh. That is how iconically unpredictable Aelion is. So Lorcan and Elide go off and have a private conversation, and they decide that all the rumors and bets that people are putting on her next location are valid, but of all the options that were kind of thrown out as rumors, Eelway makes the most sense. But that, however, is very, very, very far from here. So Lorcan offers to buy her a map and then point her in the right direction when she reveals that she cannot read. Lorcan doesn't say out loud in the moment, but he is hoping that Elide will ask him to join her, which is crazy. But then this is when they see guards, specifically Erewhon's men. And although it's not necessarily confirmed, Lorcan in this moment believes that the two people who were a part of the troop who were helping him sword fight, he thinks that they kind of sold them out. So it's basically like their own traveling circus troupe sold them out. So they have a choice. Either stick around, stay undercover and hope they're not found out, or make a run for it now. And he gives those options to Elide and she says, let's make a run for it. So they're running to the docks and they decide to steal some man's boat. Lorcan cuts him a deal that if he helps them get out of town, he won't kill him. However, the man helps them get out of town, and Lorcan does kill him anyways. Elide is actually really mad at Lorcan for doing this, and she scolds him. She's so mad. She's like, why in the world would you do that? Like, you told him that he would be fine. You should have let him go. When Lorcan says, like, oh, and you felt so safe with our traveling troop, yet they sold us out to Erewhon. Clearly, like, who else would it have been? This guy would have just sold the information to the closest guard. Elide, however, is not buying this. She's not letting it go, and she is just ticked at Lorcan. However, his interesting response is as follows. Your fire-breathing queen, she's an assassin, trained to be a killer from the moment your mother died defending her, trained to be no better than the man who butchered your mother and your royal family. While you were locked in that tower for 10 years, she was indulging in the riches of Rifthold, spoiled and coddled by her master, the king of assassins, whom she murdered in cold blood this spring. So you'll find that your long-lost savior is little better than I am. You'll find that she would have killed that man the same as I did, and would have as little tolerance for your whining as I do. Your little queen is a murderer, a thief, and a liar. So if you're going to call me such things, then perhaps be prepared to fling those at her too. Elide hears all of this. And obviously it's a culture shock. And then she just turns to him and she's like, you mean you've known that Aelion and Selena are the same person this whole time and you didn't tell me? They fight a little bit more about this as to like why he felt the need to keep the secret or whatever. And her response is hefty. She says, I was wrong. I said you and I were the same, that we had no family, no friends. But I have none because land and circumstance separate me from them. You have none because no one can stomach being around you. And you know what the biggest lie you tell everyone, Lorcan? It's that you prefer it that way. But what I hear when you rant about my queen, all I hear are the words of someone who is deeply, deeply jealous and lonely and pathetic. All I hear are the words of someone who saw Aelion and Prince Rowan fall in love and resented them for their happiness, because you are so unhappy. You call Aelion a murderer and a thief and a liar, but forgive me if I take it upon myself to be the judge of those things when I meet her, which I will do. I am going to Eelway. Take me ashore and I'll wash my hands of you as easily as you wash the blood of that man off yours. But Lorcan, clearly bothered by everything Elide just said, like her words struck home with him. He just looks at her and he says, no, turns out I have business with Aelion Galathynius too. So why this sudden change of heart, right? So it turns out while Elide was bickering with him and while she was doing her little spiel, he opened the amulet because he realized that the thing that Elide has been hiding when she got angry started emitting an interesting power. And in this moment, he knows that the stone that Elide has is one of the word keystones. And he realizes in this moment that his amulet technically has a word key in it, but he has not felt any sort of pulse of dark power. So he opens the amulet to see that it was a fake, and he never had the word key in the first place, and Aelion paid a joke on him. So he decides he is going to get Elide to Aelion, just so he can kill Aelion himself. Oof, the plot thickens. Chapter 44, we're going to be in Aelion's POV as she wakes up surrounded by flames. Basically, she was having some sort of nightmare and she wakes up to the entire bed caught on fire. Thankfully, though, Rowan is nearby and he kind of puts out her flame with his ice and wind, and he uses his ability to snap Aelion out of her trances because apparently he's the only person who can really do that right now. She gets it back together with her signature, my name is Aelion Galathynius and I will not be afraid, which if you remember from Assassin's Blade, that was that like kind of coping mechanism that Sam taught her for getting out of like really rough emotional situations when you're terrified. And it's a good thing that it worked because we are on a boat in the middle of the ocean, still like a couple days away from our end destination. So it's a good thing that she stopped the fire before it got too far. So her and Rowan have a long, sweet heart-to-heart, and in this long conversation, the most important thing that we find out is that Aelion actually confirms in her own words that she is not considering a marriage alliance for the sake of getting more allies in this war. Not just because she loves Rowan, although that's definitely a factor. She assures him that, like, she does love him, but she also is saying that, like, this is actually also me being tactful. This isn't me just being, like, emotional and, like, I don't want to marry anyone else because I love someone else. She's like, this isn't me skirting my abilities as a queen. In all reality, these marriage alliances, they take a lot of paperwork and contracts and agreements, and it takes time, and you have to make sure that it's the right ally, and it's very strategic. And she's like, you know what? I'm just not going to bother with all of that because time. I only have so much time. This is now the third time that we have heard Aelion referencing the need for time. Now let's jump to Manon's POV because she wakes up again and starts contemplating if maybe she should hop on Abraxos's back and escape and find Elide in the 13. But Dorian actually comes into the room. He sensed magic and thought maybe it was coming from her room, so he wanted to check on her. Obviously, we know it's because Aelion just like caught her bed on fire, but he didn't know that. And she just says that witch magic doesn't work like that. All they have is the yielding. That is the only thing that witches technically have magic-wise. We did discuss yieldings in Queen of Shadows, but for a reminder, this is basically a one-time use magic, where, how do I say this without getting demonetized? You basically turn your body into a magic bomb, and you explode, and it's a huge explosion, like atomic levels, okay? But you die in the process. Like your body becomes the magic explosion, you know? And because of that, you only really use it as a last resort. And she says usually young clans use it to try to get glory on the battlefield, or like if you know, like it's the end. So they're getting all sassy, they're bantering. I honestly don't really remember what it's about, but I didn't write it down because it's not that important. But they're bickering back and forth a little bit. And then the bickering in the banter gets so intense that Dorian kisses Manon and she likes it. And Dorian can tell. So he just kind of steps back and he's like, oh, but I guess, like, you're not interested. And Manon hates him for it because he basically just kind of like proved a point and she didn't like it. And she feels like it makes her seem really weak in this moment. So she wants to like murder him and then he leaves her room. I just love that scene so much. It's so funny to me. Okay, I'm blushing. Empire of Storms, chapter 45. This is going to be an Aedion's POV as he's trying to figure out why Mannon is a rage monster that day. He thinks it has something to do with Dorian. He would be correct. But Aedion could smell that Dorian had been in the room and wondered possibly what went down. And he remembers Dorian as like the snobby little prince who was known for being like a little heartbreaker in the court. So he can kind of jump to the conclusion what happened there. But he's perplexed how Dorian would go for someone like Mannon after what happened to Sorsha, like a sweet, innocent healer who had her heart set on like avenging her people, but she was so tender and she was a healer. And then there's like Manon, who's like this brutal witch, arguably one of the most brutal ones in existence. And he's like talking about this with Lysandra, and she basically says that Dorian is going through grief and it makes sense that he would seek out the opposite of Sorsha in this time as a way to feel like he's healing without necessarily replacing her. And basically she says also like, mind your business and maybe stay out of it. Remember, Lysandra's been telling Aedion this whole time that he needs to let go of his grudges with Dorian. Not only is Aedion still holding things against him that he did while he was under the Valg influence, but he also hated Dorian before he was under the Valg influence. They worked together a little bit during Heir of Fire, but it was kind of against their better judgment. So it's basically been like a long-lasting feud between them. Earlier this day as well, we learned that Elide and Manon discussed Elide. Not only did Manon tell her like where she's been, what she's been up to these past 10 years, but about everything that led up to her escape. And Aelion starts like beating up Manon because she's so mad at her for leaving Elide alone in the woods. She's like, you couldn't have like delivered her to me. Also, like I said, I think this is actually a plot hole because I don't think Manon would have actually done this. This is actually Sarah J Maas just like forgetting things. We learned that Manon actually goes to Rifthold, where Aelion was at the time, at the very end of Queen of Shadows, to check on Dorian after she drops off Elide in the middle of the woods. She could have literally brought Elide to Rifthold and Elide could have been with Aelion this entire time. But part of me thinks that the little like Manon checking up on Dorian was a bit of an afterthought because it's a really short chapter and it's kind of like the start of something, with Dorian and Manon. Because obviously, if you haven't picked up by now, there's definitely some sort of draw to each other. Technically, Manon could have just dropped off Elide at Rifthold, but she didn't. She dropped her off in the woods. Whether or not that's actually why Aelion's mad. Aelion's just mad that this girl with a limp and like no survival skills whatsoever, who's been literally like real life Rapunzel, trapped in a tower and abused by her horrible, not actual parent that she's been a ward of, has been abusing her. So Aelion's really mad. However, because Manon is the reason that Elide is still alive, she's not going to kill her. She's just going to beat her up to like teach her a lesson. So that also happened this morning. And now Aelion has to add finding, rescuing, and bringing in Elide to their to-do list. Speaking of our to-do list, we are now 3 days away from reaching the shore nearest to the stone marshes, which is where we're going to find the lock. So Lysandra suggests to Aedion that he should use that time to get to know his dad, whose job has basically just been to babysit Abraxos, but also not just babysit Abraxos, but like actually he's studying the weaknesses and the strengths on a physical wyvern's body so that they might be able to use them in combat when they actually fight the army of witches. Aedion acts disinterested, but Lysandra suggests maybe he should just start with getting to know more about his mother through Gavriel. So like maybe asking how they met, asking Gavriel a little bit about what his mother was like. He's considering this as everyone is on the deck either watching guard or training in combat. This is also where we learn that Aedion has also been teaching Lysandra some hand-to-hand combat. She already knew a little bit from staying around the Assassin's Keep her whole childhood, but she's actually putting it into practice now when Dorian comes up on the deck and speaks up. Basically, he says he thinks they should let the witch roam free on the ship. So Aedion is ticked off about this because of everything he just told Lysandra and about his suspicions. But Aelin seems even more angered by this than even Aedion. And, you know, Aelin's wrath is far more terrifying than his own. So he's like, oh yeah, like I'll let Aelin take care of Dorian, like, and I will sit back and watch this as entertainment. They fight a bit, but Aelin realizes in this moment that Dorian is not only her strongest ally right now, but also her closest friend. And not only does she not want to lose this ally, she doesn't want to lose a friend. And she sees that this matters to Dorian. She doesn't fully understand why. She doesn't necessarily like it, but she recognizes the fact that, like, this matters to Dorian a ton. So there's new rules. Manon's gonna not be shackled in her room, so she can roam free in her room. She can leave her room with chains around her wrists, but not her ankles, and she must have at least 2 guards on her at all times, one of them being one of the Fae. Let's jump to Aelin's POV because she's really annoyed at Dorian for even requesting this, but like she said, like she can't really afford to lose him as an ally or a friend right now. But she also has an ulterior motive into giving Manon more freedom. She's wondering if it will encourage her to spill some more information about her time in Morath and what Erewhon's plans are. Because Manon is strategic, she doesn't want to be expendable, so she is holding those cards close to her chest right now. So Aelin, Rowan, Dorian, and Fenris rock to Manon's rooms to inform her about the new rules and to offer her a walk around the deck before dinner. But when they enter, Manon's attention turns to Fenris instantly, and she asks who Fenris is. Dorian's confused, because they've definitely met. He says, "You've met him before. He's Fenris, the sworn warrior of Queen Maeve." To which Manon responds, "No, he's not." This is crazy. I love this. Okay, so chapter 46, in a heartbeat, Fenris launches at Manon, and Manon whips out her iron claws. Rowan, however, uses his wind magic to just kind of like shoot Fenris across the room, and Aelin puts up a wall of fire to kind of back Fenris into a corner. Rowan then uses his wind magic to keep any oxygen from getting down Fenris's throat, so they're like choking him out. And in this moment, Fenris's skin melts, and it's not because of Aelin's fire. Okay, that'd be really dark. It melts away because he shifts into something else. He turns into this freakish creature that Manon recognizes right away is Erewhon's bloodhound. So that thing that found her across the river and tried to attack her in the woods. So it's that thing. It found Manon. Aelin starts to interrogate this creature, and we learn that Fenris is okay. He's actually just like keeping guard somewhere else in the ship. But this bloodhound immediately looks to Lysandra, who bursts into the room and starts hissing at her and freaking out and like muttering about shifters. And this is when we realize that bloodhounds are powerful shifters that are under the Valk influence. So do you remember when Lysandra was kidnapped? Because Erewhon, is like a last-ditch effort when he was unalived by Lysandra, tried to turn her into Erewhon, and they had her, but then Aelin and the troop rescued her, like that whole thing. This is what Lysandra would have become. So this is what Erewhon is turning all of the shifters into. It's honestly really disturbing. The bloodhound says, "I'm just here for the witch. But the ship is full of people who are high up on Erewhon's target list." And then she instantly goes into a trance, like her eyes roll to the back of her head. And Aelin in this moment realizes that this creature is like sending a beacon to Erewhon as to their location. So they freak out, and Manon goes to kill this creature when the creature snaps out of it and informs her that the King Erewhon broke Astrin, her second. Then the bloodhound, in like mocking her, calls her the last living Crocian queen. Mind you, they have an audience, so the news is out of who Mannon actually is. But then Dorian reaches out with his invisible magic hands that he has and snaps the neck of the bloodhound. So the bloodhound is dead. Fenris barges into the room and he kind of like sees what's going on and he's like, did seriously none of you notice that it wasn't me? Like, he's deeply offended in this moment, which is honestly kind of a fun little comedic break for us after a really intense scene. And Fenris is like giving them all a mouthful, whereas they're all like looking at Mannon to be like, what do you mean last living Croatian queen? Everyone's panicking for lots of different reasons when they start hearing chaos on the deck. They all run up to the deck to see that 6 Ilkin have arrived on the ship, and they're there to attack. So the Bloodhound definitely got sent out that beacon. Lysandra shifts into a wyvern so her and Abraxos can fight the Ilkin that are still flying and trying to land. Rowan and Aelion are basically freezing and melting the rest. Then Aelion signals to Gavriel and Rowan to check the 2 other ships that are following them, but no Ilkin actually went to those ships, so they end up being totally fine. Fenris, however, has shifted into his wolf form when he is clawed by an Ilkin, and this is where we learn that the Ilkins have a lovely new upgrade, thanks to Erewhon, where they now have poison-covered claws. So that's fun. That's cute. They do win this battle. Gavriel and Rowan have returned to the ship and confirmed that everyone there is okay. Unfortunately, a lot of the crew that was up on the deck when the Ilkin first started landing did not make it, but most everyone else is fine. And then Fenris, however, is not very fine, and Aelion is using her healing magic to try to heal Fenris as much as possible. While healing him, 1 Ilkin does land, but just to give a message to Aelion from Erewhon. It is a thank you note, if you will. It's a thank you note to Aelion for confirming that she had one of the word keys in the power that she displayed at Skull's Bay. So now Erewhon knows that Aelion has one of the word keys. Mind you, he has 2, or at least we think he has 2. We do now know that Elide has one of them, so he really only has 1, but at this point, we think that he still has 2. So Aelion is now under the impression that the only thing Erewhon needs now is the word key that she has. She doesn't know that he's actually searching for one that he lost because Kaltain gave it away and Elide has it. So she now thinks that she's the number 1 target, which technically she herself is the number 1 target, but she thinks his number 1 goal is to get the word key back from her. Chapter 47. That Ilkin flies away, and Rowan is looking at the carnage, and then he sees how badly Fenris is hurt, and he just goes, you know what? I know they say don't shoot the messenger, but I think I'm going to shoot the messenger. And then Rowan takes his bow and arrow and shoots the messenger. Now let's jump to Aedion's POV, because during that battle that just happened, there was a point where 3 of the 6 Ilkin were actually ganging up on Aedion, and he would not have succeeded if his father, Gavriel, did not step in and save his butt. So an attempt to distract Fenris from Aelion's healing, which is proving to be very painful, he decides to ask for Fenris's backstory. So this is, like, he's not asking Gavriel, but he's asking Fenris. This is kind of a way that he's softening to Gavriel a little bit, but like not quite. But it's a step in the right direction. We've briefly heard in the past that him and his brother were discovered by Maeve and added to the cadre against their will, but something that we haven't really heard is that Fenris, at least for himself, is under the impression that Maeve chose him for this mission and gave him so much freedom with this mission because she wants him to have a taste of freedom. So it's like a way to torture him, if you will. He just says that this is what we were meant to do: protect, serve, and cherish. What Maeve offers is a mockery of that. So Fenris has always been pretty outspoken about the fact that he hates serving Maeve, but he is blood sworn to her, so he can't exactly disrespect her in a way. It's kind of confusing, Fenris's dynamic, but he doesn't want this life and he's very vocal about that, but he also really doesn't have a choice because he's bloodsworn. Aedion, out of curiosity, turns to his father, Gavriel, nearby and asks if he feels the same way or if he actually feels fulfilled by his service to Maeve. He says he only ever wanted to get out of his oath with Maeve once, and it was because he was so in love with Aedion's mother. However, Aedion's mother was not interested in a life on the run with Gavriel running from Maeve, so she told him to stay with Maeve, and she would raise her son on her own. So Gavriel stayed under Maeve, and that is why Gavriel never got to meet Aedion. So Aedion's kind of sitting with this information because, like, he heard something he didn't want to hear, which is that his dad feels fulfilled in a way, by his blood oath to Maeve, but also he learned in this moment that his dad actually really did love his mother, and that makes him realize that it wasn't just like a, one night stand and then he disappeared kind of thing. Like, he actually cared about his mom to the point where he actually respected her wishes and stayed out of their life. So it's kind of like, is he going to turn around now and be mad at his mother? No. So he has to kind of come to some sort of resolution with Gabriel that he really didn't have a choice and was just respecting his mother's wishes. Chapter 48, we're going to be in Dorian's POV as he is watching Manon care for Abraxos's wounds post-Ilkin battle, and she acknowledges to him as he's watching her. She's like, is it you that I have to thank for being free now and being able to walk around? It's not necessarily a thank you, but that's not really her style, so we're not surprised. It's really just her acknowledging to Dorian where she's like, I know you did this for me. And I'm making a mental note of that. So then she asks Dorian about his magic. So obviously, like I said multiple times before, especially in part 11, this has kind of been the great mystery up until this point. We just know he has a super powerful form of raw magic. That's really all we know. And we also know this power and magic has not been seen in a very, very long time. It's almost kind of ancient, if you will. Even Rowan, who has lived for hundreds of years, doesn't really know how to help Dorian. He does say that he doesn't even really fully understand it, but he does know that he has some form of an extension of his hands, and that's kind of the power that he taps into the most and feels the most comfortable using. So he asks her for more information, so it's like info for info, about the Ilkin and all the other creatures in Morath. Aelion and the cadre hear this question, and they decide that they're going to join the conversation at this point, since this is the exact information they've been trying to get out of Manon since they rescued her. And she just reveals that she's only ever heard rumors and shrieking in the night. She actually had not even seen an Ilkin until after Erwan started hunting her down. Aelion is struggling to process this. She's obviously really down in the dumps right now. She's super stressed out. A lot is going wrong for Aelion right now. And Mannon turns to her and says, step out of it. So you miscalculated, so they tracked you. Don't get distracted by the minor defeats. This is war. Cities will be lost, people will be slaughtered. And if I were you, I would be more concerned about why they sent so few Ilkin. Aelion does not like being publicly challenged like this. So she does change the topic and she's like, okay, yeah, last living Croatian queen, care to explain that a little bit for us? So Mannon does tell them everything that she learned about her backstory. We're actually going to jump into it more later, so we won't go too deep into it now. But what we do learn in this moment is that we now have 2 queens, 1 king, and a prince on this boat. That's Rowan, by the way. I feel like a lot of people forget that he was a prince, or he is a prince, so that's your little reminder if you forgot. So we have a truce, an understanding, and basically a new ally. Manon agrees to be helpful, but mostly because she wants to help them find Elide, and she needs to find her 13, and if they help her find her 13, then they will gladly help them in this battle. Now, Fenris speaks up while we're all having a powwow on the deck for the 4th time in this whole book, asks the big question. Why is Erwan attacking now that Dorian and Aelion have actually stepped into their power and gotten as powerful as they are? Aelion thinks it's because she was believed to be dead until recently, and Dorian's dad fought the Valg influence long enough to put up the anti-magic triangle that did help hide Dorian powers until Nehemia woke them up, although she doesn't know that, only Dorian knows that. However, Fenris brings up the point that Maeve knew that Aelion was alive all this time, so it's possible that Erwan did too. Now, their ally potential seeming alliance thing, it's called a lot into question. We don't know for sure whether or not they're allies. Some of the cadre believe that she would never ally with Erwan, but Fenris says nameless is the price of Maeve's allegiance. She can't be purchased. So Fenris is under the impression that Maeve would not ally with Erwan. But once again, we don't actually fully answer the question. We snap to nameless is my price, because Aelion has heard that phrase before. Baba Yellowlegs back in Crown of Midnight used those exact words to Aelion. She shares this with the group. She's like, nameless is my price. That's what Baba Yellowlegs told me. Mannon shares that Baba Yellowlegs was actually a real legit fortune teller and a very powerful oracle among the witches. So later that night, Rowan goes to check on Aelion, and she's locked him out of the room. And he hasn't really spoken to her since this little powwow on the deck after the whole nameless is my price conversation. And he's really confused because, like, why won't Aelion come talk to him? And she says she just wants Lysandra. So Rowan sees her when she kind of peeks her head out the door to ask for Lysandra, and he sees like, oh wow, like she's actually really sick. So he does get Lysandra, and Rowan, however, is worried that she's not confiding in him. Like, why is Aelion all of a sudden shutting him out? And he's also not seen her quite this upset since Airfire. So, like, there's clearly something going on, and it's really bothering him. So he takes to the skies in his hawk form to try to clear his brain when he sees Elide in the distance. And Elide is, in fact, glowing because the entirety of Elide is currently up in flames and on fire. So let's start with Empire of Storms chapter 49. This is going to be in Elide and Lorcan's POV. So it's been about 3 days since we've last seen them. They have been on a boat together, but they also have not said a word to each other. And she probably would have lasted longer than 3 days not talking to him, but it is her time of the month and she does not have the supplies that she needs. So she just tells Lorcan, like, hey, we need to stop by the nearest town. I need to buy some supplies. And it also would not hurt for us to get some food and a change of clothes. So they get to the nearest village and get the supplies they need, but also some fresh clothes and food for their journey. So Lorcan is carrying the food to the boat when Elide is in the tavern and she's basically buying the clothes. She's going to change and then she's going to meet Lorcan back at the boat. However, he's standing by the boat and he's realizing that Elide is taking a little too long and it's starting to make him uncomfortable how long it's taking. So let's jump to Elide's POV because she bought her clothes and the tavern owner points her to this room and tells her, like, oh yeah, you can get changed back there. But when she goes back into the room, who else is waiting for her other than her Uncle Vernon? Empire of Storms chapter 50. So there are 2 Ilkin who come into the room following Elide, and they are here to escort Elide back to Morath with her uncle. Uncle Vernon reveals that he has known this entire time that her companion is the one and only Lorcan Salvaterre, and also tells her that he left her. Yeah, he's like, yeah, well, I saw him take the food back to the boat and he left you, so I guess you have nowhere better to go than back to Morath. Vernon also uses this opportunity to tell Elide that the Black Bee grandmother has killed Mannon. So there's no one back there waiting for her. Not Mannon, not Kaltain, nothing. Obviously, we know this is a lie, but Elide doesn't know this in the moment. Erewhon also is dying to hear about her adventures with Lorcan and also would really like to take back the thing that Kaltain gave her because it wasn't hers to give away. It actually belongs to Erewhon, so she should just come back with them. Of course, she is not going to go down easy. The Ilkin have to drag her outside where there are 4 other Ilkin, so now there are 6 Ilkin out there, right? And they're dragging her to this iron box. Okay, she describes it as looking like a coffin that has handles for the Ilkin's claws. So basically she is going to be hanging from an iron box as these Ilkin fly her back to Morath. So this is not going to be a lovely trip either. And in this moment, Elide decides that she would rather die than go back to Morath. So as she is fighting to not get in the box, she sees a dagger on her uncle's belt and she grabs it. Now let's jump to Lorcan's POV because he's watching this all happen from a distance. He's interested to see what's going on. He's trying to assess the situation. He sees the 6 Ilkin. He sees Uncle Vernon ordering Elide to be taken into this iron box to be flown back to what he assumes is Morath. And then he sees her grab the dagger from her uncle's belt. So he's like, oh yeah, like she's gonna avenge herself. Like she's gonna get her uncle. She's gonna make him pay. But then he sees that she turns the dagger on herself. When she said she was gonna die before she went to Morath, it wasn't because she was gonna go down fighting. It's because she knows that they want her alive for experiments. So she's just not gonna give them that option. Like she's gonna take herself out of the picture. Lorcan in this moment, and I'm trying to because it's such a powerful moment, but I really struggle to wrap my head around this. Lorcan has a hatchet, right? He's very skilled with a hatchet. He throws the hatchet at Elide, and it hits her wrist, so it like knocks the dagger out of her hand. You mean to tell me that he somehow managed to throw a hatchet at her? He's so good at throwing a hatchet that he managed to make it so that the part that hit her wrist wasn't actually the blade, like it was like the wooden stump part of it. So he didn't like take her entire hand off. But then, if you think about it, he had to throw that because he's like watching from a distance, right? So he had to throw that with his face strength. So that thing was going really hard, really fast. And it didn't break her wrist. Like it didn't shatter her wrist. Like I really struggled to wrap my brain around this scene, but it is a powerful moment. So we're just going to glaze over that. Okay. Sarah J Maas, she has a point she's trying to make, and it's that Lorcan saves Elide from herself. Anyways, then Lorcan obviously steps out of the shadows and takes out 2 of the Ilkin. Elide grabs the hatchet that Lorcan threw at her that somehow didn't shatter her wrist, and then she takes down a 3rd Ilkin. The 4th, however, got away, and Uncle Vernon with him. Not really sure what happened to the 5th, but we know that one's dead too. And then there's a 6th one, and Elide's like, I would leave a message with you, but it only takes one Ilkin to leave a message, and it looks like my uncle already chose the Ilkin that's gonna be. So then Elide also kills the other one. So we know for a fact that Elide takes out 2 and Lorcan takes out 2. I don't remember who takes out the 5th. It's not really that important, but all the other ones are dead. Elide is obviously really banged up from like fighting with the Ilkin and then getting her wrist whacked with a hatchet after it has been thrown by a female. So Lorcan picks her up and carries her to the boat, and they continue their journey. Elide finally opens up to Lorcan and tells him everything regarding Manon, Kaltane, and how she escaped. And then she finally shows him the word key. She's like, after what my Uncle Vernon says, I think obviously they want to use me for experiments, but I think this is really the real reason why they're hunting me down so viciously. She's like, I don't understand why this is so priceless. I don't understand why Erewhon and Vernon are going at such lengths to get this stupid stone back, and I don't know why I need to deliver it to Selena, but like it was Kaltane's dying wish, so like I need to do it. And then Lorcan tells her everything. Like he tells her about word keys and word gates because he can tell that she's in distress. Like she's starting to feel really conflicted about if this is even worth it. And he's like, no, you just don't understand the power of what you carry right now. So he explains it all to her. She also, after he tells her everything, she confesses that she thought he left her. She's like, my uncle said that you left me. And for a second I believed him. To which he says, I made a promise to protect you and I will not break it, Elide. I will always find you. I promise. Crazy. It seems like Lorcan's getting attached. That's all I gotta say. So they talk into the night a little bit more about like word keys, word gates, the implications of it, all of that stuff. Lorcan doesn't necessarily share the fact that he knows Aelion has one and he's going to try to steal it from her, and that's the reason that he's actually going to try to take her to Aelion now. He leaves that part out conveniently. But all that to say, they talk late into the night, she goes to sleep. Now, something that is a side note that I probably would have skipped over because it's such a small detail, but so many people in the fandom are obsessed with this, so you'll probably see it all over like TikTok and stuff, so I'll just share it. There is this moment where I guess Lorcan, while Elide is sleeping, realizes that they went to get supplies for Elide because it was her time of the month and she needed some linens and stuff, and she didn't get it because, you know, like her Uncle Vernon happened. So he actually like cuts up one of the shirts that he got, like one of the clean shirts he just bought in the village, to be like strips of linen for her. So she wakes up the next morning to see that those are there and she's like appreciative of it. But yeah, it's a very sweet sentiment, and it also once again is another step in the direction of saying that Lorcan is actually really softening towards Elide. Chapter 51 of Empire of Storms. This is going to be in the POV of Aelion and her crew. They're sailing along the coast of Elide. It takes them 3 full days to get across the entire coast, and the whole time they basically just have to watch it burn to ash. Over the course of time, Rowan and Lysandra in flying creature forms have gone down to Elide to ask any potential survivors what happened. None of them know. They basically just say like in the night the whole place caught on fire, but by the 3rd day there's a rumor going around that it's actually Aelin Galathinius who, in a rage that Eowyn did not come to Terrason's aid 10 years ago, has decided to punish them and caught them on fire in the night. Rowan tells Aelin not to let this get to her head. This is obviously like a mental game that Erewhon is playing to try to restrict her from getting any allies, and she's trying so hard to not let it bother her, but it really is because Eowyn is a place that's really special and precious to her. If she would have done this, which she would not have, Eowyn's the last place she would have done it to. However, by the end of this 3rd day, they're coming up on the stone marshes, and now it is time to get back to business because we only have so much time, according to Aelin, to get a bunch of stuff done. And this is our number 1 priority, is finding this lock. So let's jump to Manon's POV because Aelin has just informed her that she will be joining them on the land in the stone marshes to find this lock. She has to send away Abraxos, however, because he's kind of a bit of a beacon and a bit of a distraction. Manon doesn't like it, but she tells Abraxos to fly away, come back after a certain amount of time, and whatever he does, lay low. Before they go, Manon has decided in this moment to ditch her iconic red cape that she is known for. I'll remind you, this was the cape of her half-sister that she killed, right? Before she knew it was her half-sister, obviously, and she's kind of worn this cape as like a symbol. It's like an iconic symbol of who she is as a person, and she's just decided she doesn't want to be that person anymore. She wants to, in a way, embrace her Crocian heritage, which is very, very huge step for her, going from a Crocian slayer to potentially the next Crocian queen. Now let's jump to Tower of Dawn, chapter 36. Guys, it has been so long since we've talked about Tower of Dawn, and I'm so ready. I actually really do enjoy Tower of Dawn, especially since diving into it for these summaries, I've like fallen in love with it all over again. I do think it is the most underrated book in the whole series, But let's jump in and check on Kale and Yrene. It's been a hot minute because even when we last talked about Tower of Dawn, we were mostly focusing on Sartok and Nesrin. So let's see what they're up to. So healing has been going splendidly to the point where Kale has actually regained a lot of strength in his legs, and he now has movement from his toes to his knees. He does not have any feeling or control over his knees to his hips yet, so he still can't stand, but he has movement and he can actually like hinge at the knees. So that's very cool. Even Yrene is shocked at how insanely good his progress has been. So Kale and Yrene head to one of those dinners with the Kagan and the Visors and all the potential heirs, right? And they haven't been to one for a while because the Kagan took his wife to the shore somewhere on like a little vacation, but it was like for the purpose of mourning their daughter, Talune, who died at the beginning of this book. So they get to this dinner, and off the bat, they can tell that the air is really tense in the room. They're like, ooh, okay, something definitely has happened. So they sit down, and Hussar, being the jerk that she is like, oh, Kale, I don't know if you've heard, but Sartok and Nesrin are coming back tomorrow. Isn't that great? And the way that she says it very much implies that, like, my brother stole your girlfriend. Like, it's a very petty way of her to say it, being like, oh, aren't you so excited to see your girlfriend again? So sorry that my brother stole her away from you and that she was so easy to steal. Kale just responds with his own version of a clapback, and he's like, oh, did you not hear? I just got news from Nesrin. She's actually such a hit with all the clans because of her archery skills, and they want to learn more from her, so she's actually gonna stay another 3 weeks to teach your clan archery. So like, yeah, he has a good clapback for that one. But that's also how we learned that she's staying there another 3 weeks. So we didn't know that before now. Hussar hates that he knew more about the situation that she did. So she also hates that he made it very public, that she didn't have this knowledge. So she decides that she has to, one-up him, because Hussar always has to have the last word. It's truly like a dance of the ego, basically. So she brings up the battle at Skull's Bay. Now, this is the moment where Kale actually realizes he told Hussar, well, he didn't tell her directly. He told Yrene because Yrene was being blackmailed by Hussar, right? He told her that, like, oh yeah, Aelion's on her way to Skull's Bay, because he was like, surely that's the last place in the world she would ever go. However, that is actually where she ended up being. So this is Kale being like, oh shoot, like she was actually there and I told them where she was. Yikes. Anyways, he can't give away that he fed them false information though. So he was like, he can't give that away. So he's just like, oh yeah, she wanted to, show Erewhon her power and give him a little bit of a lesson. Did you hear about the outcome of the battle? Like, what have you heard? I haven't heard anything yet about the outcome. And she reveals that, yeah, Aelion won it. And they start talking about like the actual power that she showed. And like all the potential heirs are talking about like how powerful Aelion actually is, and even the Great Kagan is impressed, but also not very reassured hearing how powerful Aelion actually is. One of the potential heirs then brings up that there is a rumor that Aelion herself has burnt up the entirety of Eoway. Now, Kale knows for a fact that this is a lie, because, for goodness sakes, Aelion almost slaughtered him because he played a very minor part in Nehemia's death, okay? Ain't no way she is burning down the entire country of Eoway and the entire kingdom. And he tells them as much. He doesn't obviously give them the specific information about Nehemia, but he's like, she would never do that. Like, Eoway is very precious to her. The Yittager family, which is Nehemia's last name, Nehemia's family is very precious to her. She never would have done this. And Hussar is like, oh, and do you know so much about Aelion's intentions and what she's thinking because you two used to be lovers? Crazy work from Hussar. I cannot believe she said that. The crazy part is too, is this is Yrene's first time hearing about this. She's like, what do you mean you and Aelin Ashriver Galathinius used to be a couple? Like, crazy stuff. And then Hussar was like, oh wait, or was it Dorian that she was in a relationship with? Or was it both of you? So it's crazy stuff. And it also kind of shows to the extent like how much Hussar actually knows about what goes on in the world. So literally back in Throne of Glass book 1, when both Kale and Dorian liked Aelin, yeah, Hussar knew about it all the way back then. So that's It's a little crazy. Kale's obviously shook by this, and everyone kind of goes back to like, yeah, Aelin probably is burning down Eelway. Like, they're not really buying what Kale's putting down. So Hussar then says, because Kale is very adamant, she would not do this. Hussar says, would you swear it though? Swear it on Yreen's life. From all that you've seen, all that you've witnessed of her character, would you swear it on Yrene Tower's life that Aelin Galathynius might not use such tactics, might not try to take armies rather than raise her own, including our own? And in this moment, Kale hesitates. And a lot of people hate Kale for hesitating in this moment. Guys, no one hates Kale in this moment more than Kale hates Kale in this moment. So we can give him a break, okay? Because even if he said yes, I don't think it would have made that much of a difference. But he did hesitate. He wanted to say yes, but he hesitated because, like we learned back in Queen of Shadows, Kale has always had a bit of an issue with the fact that Aelin has such intense power and it's unchecked. There's no one really that Aelin answers to. Big part of that is her demeanor, but it's also just the situation. Like, she's not actually a sitting queen of Terrasen yet, so she's not even being held accountable by like Darrow and them because they don't recognize her as the queen. So she has unchecked power. No one's been able to actually challenge her power like Erewhon has. And if she defeats Erewhon, then she's going to be like the most powerful human being in the world. Like, she even made Maeve quake, okay, when she took Rowan basically right in front of her face, okay? So Kale hesitates in this moment because he has seen Aelin do things that he disagrees with, things that he thinks were unethical and not moral. Things that he thinks that she did the wrong way, although her heart was in the right place. He doesn't always agree with her tactics. And this is Hussar asking him, would you, on Yreen's life, swear that she is going to use completely moral and ethical tactics? He, in the moment, doubts that. He wants to say yes for the sake of confirming this alliance, but he hesitates, and that's all it really takes. So the heirs say in this moment, when they realize that Kale hesitates, that if Aelin is so powerful, she can delete Parrington herself. Better yet, Aelin and Dorian can face this war alone and take such a hit that whoever ends up winning the war will be too weakened to be a threat to their continent. So they're like, you know what, we hope Aelin and Dorian win this war, because we're definitely like not rooting for Parrington, but we also hope that their kingdoms take such a hit that we kind of end up on top of like the powerful continent scale. So not only is Kale greatly disturbed by how the potential heirs are talking about this, but Yrene herself is like disgusted. Like, she has spent years around this family, has considered them in some ways like her own family, and like she gets that they can't necessarily be jumping into every single war, but after everything they've seen and everything that they've heard, the fact that they're just so callous and not interested is honestly sickening. Caution does see how this is disturbing Yrene, and so he actually speaks up and suggests that if the Southern Continent did aid Aelin and Dorian, they would definitely win the war, because that's like 3 powerhouses together, and then they could potentially have really strong and powerful allies for protection in future years. But as I mentioned at the beginning of this book, when it comes to the potential heirs and which ones are favored to actually become heirs, Caution is so at the bottom of the totem pole. He is not well respected. So although he says this, and like the great Kagan does kind of like hear him out in that moment, everyone just kind of dismisses him in the moment. But I do think it is sweet that he spoke up, almost like not necessarily in defense of Yrene, because he's actually speaking in defense of Aelin and Kale, but he is speaking up for the sake of Yrene's discomfort, which I do appreciate. And he's kind of like nodding to her to be like, I stand with you even if my siblings don't. So she does appreciate him for speaking up in that moment. Later that night, Kale is laying in bed thinking about how horribly dinner went, staring up at the ceiling, when he hears someone breaking into his room. He kind of panics for a second because of, you know, that little creepy attack that almost happened with Yrene earlier, but it's actually Caution. He's a pickpocketer, not a pickpocketer, a lock picker. That's it. He picked the lock of Kale's room and broke into his room to come talk to him. Basically, Caution knows that Sartok and Nesrin went to go evaluate a threat, and he thinks it's the same thing that is threatening Yrene twice now. He reveals that his siblings know that Sartok left for a reason, most likely having to do with analyzing a threat in this war, and if Sartok is taking this threat seriously, especially since he's favored to be, you know, one of the heirs, right? They basically are all ganging up together as a way to gang up against Sartok to basically use these next 3 weeks before Sartok gets back to convince their father without a doubt that he needs to avoid this war, because they do not want to go into this war. And that's why they all ganged up so aggressively on Chaol tonight in front of the Kagan and honestly embarrassed him that badly. So Caution wants to give Chaol a little bit more info that he thinks will help give him an edge with his father. They've learned of a new powerful weapon called a Fire Lancer that was ordered in bulk to Rolf, and then even more were ordered and sent to the north after the battle at Skulls Bay. So basically, this battle can be extremely lucrative for the southern continent's economy, which is technically Argun's specialty. But if Argon really does not want them to be a part of this war, it makes sense why he did not bring it up at the dinner table. So Chaol decides that he's just going to have to drop that information to the Kagan himself. So he asks Caution when his father next plans to meet his foreign trade advisor. Chapter 39, we're actually going to jump to Nesrin's POV. She's extended their time to 3 more weeks. She has sent a letter to Chaol to inform him of that as well, because it took Falcon 10 days to recover from his fight with the Stygian spider, or the Katankui. So she and Sartok spend these next 3 days visiting other clans, help teaching Sartok's whole clan some archery, helping around the camp, and learning how to even ride Kadara, which she describes as being really cool, really fun, but also equally a little bit terrifying. And then also hearing a lot of their stories and legends around a campfire. One night, she even sings for the clan at the campfire. Now, we know how I feel about the whole Nesrin singing plotline, because I went way too deep into that in an earlier part. But I will remind you, when we talked about that, it's very clear in the book that she has only ever sung for family. It's like a special skill that she has that she's not been comfortable sharing with people who are not family. So I think the fact that she volunteered herself to sing and sang for them is Sarah J Maas hinting to us that she sees these people as her family. Something notable that also happens during this period of time is that Nesrin actually sees a lonely Rook. And when she asks Sartok about it, he explains that when a Rook rider dies, the Rook can choose to be free and escape, or they can choose to just kind of hang around and wait potentially for another rider. And this is one of the ones that chose to stay close by. He then, indirectly, he doesn't say it outright, but he implies to Nesrin, he's like, do you want to give it a try? See if the Rook would accept you as a rider, maybe see if the Rook will accept you and approach it. And in this moment, she wants to, she actually wants to, but she realizes it would be so cruel for her to do this because she's leaving in 3 weeks. So why would she bond with a Rook if she's just gonna leave it? So after Falcon is totally healed after those 3 days, he, Nesrin, Sartok, and Bort head to 3 other watchtowers that Edge had learned about. They visit 2 watchtowers where honestly nothing of note happens, and they don't really find anything except for some more Fey weapons that Bort decides to start collecting, and she wants to sell at the clan to make some money. And then they get to the 3rd watchtower when they realize that many sections of it has been collapsed, so they can't really explore all of it, but they're looking around inside when they hear a scream or a screech from Kadara coming outside. So they run out there to see that multiple other Rook riders from a different clan have landed. Bort seems to know their leader at the front of the group, and they break out in some verbal banter, if you will. They hate each other's guts. These people, you're oh, they're mortal enemies. What in the world is happening here? We learn his name is Uran. He wants to know why they are so far from their camp. Sartok just says that they were on a journey and they decided to rest here and maybe get some supplies and, rest up for the rest of their journey, when Uran says that him and his clan were out and about because they noticed 3 Rook hatchlings were missing and they're trying to track them. So this is clearly a growing issue. They have a conversation and basically let them know, hey, it's the Katankui, we're having the same exact issue. Uran thanks them for the information and then tells them all right, you should probably head back to your clan soon. We're gonna go inspect the Katankui and see what else we can find. When they leave, Falcon asks what's up with Bort and Uran, because they clearly hate each other. To which Bort responds, oh, he's my betrothed. And not exactly an answer. That actually raises a lot more questions, but it's definitely a plot twist. Bort and Uran are eventually, one day, gonna be married. Empire of Storms, chapter 52, we're gonna be in Elide and Lorcan's POV as they're still on their journey on their boat, sailing through the rivers of eel way. Okay, so we're officially coming up on the Stone Marshes. Lorcan is confident that this is where Aelion is going to be because Hellas himself, which is the god of death, which Lorcan's power has been described as like death magic, so it makes sense that he has a connection with him, but he's being pulled in that direction, and he believes it's because that is where Aelion is. He has really, really, really bad vibes about this place, and wondering why in the world Aelion would be there. So the Stone Marshes, like we said, there was a natural disaster, the whole place sunk. The place is basically haunted. Like, there's multiple times where like Manon and Aelion and Rowan and Lorcan and Elide, like all of them, they're like, we can like sense that like the spirits of the people who died here are just very angry and miserable and like below the surface. Like, think like very haunted, creepy, middle of nowhere marshlands. 4 days later, we are still looking for Aelion in this boat. We are still looking around. It is still freaky, still very much a haunted vibe. We've also noticed some creepy, slithery beasts and creatures here and there, but thankfully they've left them alone for the most part. One night they decide that they want to get some actual rest, not in the boat, so they put the boat to the side and they find some shelter in some ruins. And naturally, Elide cannot sleep because it's very creepy. So she asks Lorcan for almost like bedtime stories. She's like, tell me about Maeve. Lorcan's like, no. Stories about Maeve are not going to help you sleep better, actually. So Elide pushes instead for more information about their dynamic, okay? Their relationship dynamic. This is where we learn that Lorcan confesses he has been in love with Maeve since he met her. We kind of picked up on that already, but Lorcan is like madly in love with Maeve. But Maeve has never returned the sentiment. Actually, she has laughed at him when he has confessed his love in the past, and he says he knows she never will love him no matter what he does, so he just tries to show her his love through his service as a warrior. To which Elide is like, I hate to break it to you, but it sounds to me like that's actually not love at all, and that sounds very miserable, especially considering the fact that, she's never going to return the sentiment. She then tells him that when she becomes Lady of Parenth of the territory that she's technically Lady of Interesen, that if he wants to leave Maeve and hide away, because she is hunting him down, and he knows that she's hunting him down, she's like, if you ever want to hide away in Parenth, there is a place for you there. And then Elide kisses Lorcan. Crazy. So we knew Lorcan was softening to Elide, but this is the first time where it's like, oh, Elide likes Lorcan. Interesting. So things do start to escalate a little quickly, if I do say so myself, until Lorcan hears a noise and he's like, what was that? And then he just turns to Elide and he's like, we need to run right now. It is an army of Ilkin. Tower of Dawn, chapter 38. That is a horrible, horrible place to leave Empire of Storms. But let's jump to Tower of Dawn. I'm so sorry. We're going to be in Kale's POV as he's actually crashing the Khaganate's meeting with his foreign trade advisor. Last time we had a situation like this where Kale was trying to see Argun. We know that him being in a wheelchair put him at a great disadvantage with his confidence, but it says here he could still speak with dignity and command whether he stood on his feet or was laid flat on his back. This chair was no prison, nothing that made him lesser. I think that's just a huge, huge, huge deal, because that shows that Kale has had a huge shift in his mindset. Obviously, a big part of that has been the physical healing, but also the emotional healing he's been doing with Yrene. It's huge. So the Khagan is obviously very annoyed by his entry because he's like, I've told you multiple times, like, you can ask to meet with my visor, but you can't just demand to meet with me. And Kale's like, oh, that's fine. I'm not actually here for you. I'm here to talk to your foreign trade advisor. The Khagan's like thrown off by this, but he's also curious. So he's like, okay, fine. He's right there. Like, say what you gotta say. Let's see what's up. And that's exactly what Kale needed. So Kale asks him to confirm the existence of the Fire Lancers and what their price is. And we don't get a number, but we know it is a very, very lofty price. And all of this is a surprise to the Khagan. Like, he is like he didn't know about the Fire Lancers, he didn't know about their price. And then Kale requests for the order being sent to Terrasen to be doubled, and he will pay with the 4 treasure chests that he originally offered to the Khagan in turn for receiving healing from the Tor, but it was turned down because he called it like Aelin's blood money, and also healers don't require money to be paid for healing, they do it for free. And the Khagan immediately sees this for what it is, which is a manipulation tactic, and he scolds Kale for it. He says, I've begged you to let me mourn my daughter, and instead you keep pushing your war on me, and I just told you I wanted time, and you're not giving me time, you're not respecting that. Kale, I think this was maybe not the best decision, but he's a little desperate, so he says, what if I told you your daughter might have been murdered? What if I told you that agents of Parrington might be here and might already be hunting you, manipulating you into or out of this this being the war. The Kagan is obviously very upset by this because, like, this man is mourning the death of his youngest daughter, which it sounds like from all the little bits and pieces that we get that Tulun was very treasured. Like, she was deeply, deeply loved by the whole family, which there's not a lot of love going around in this family, so I think that says a lot. So the Kagan orders Kale to be wheeled out by force out of his room, which is obviously very demoralizing for Kale. So yeah, that did not go well at all. Not in the slightest. But he's hoping that when the Kagan does cool down, he will see how lucrative the war is and hopefully maybe even hear out Kale. He's like, if he really loves Tulun, he would want vengeance against someone who's responsible for her death. And like, he's not even trying to use this as a manipulation tactic. Kale does firmly believe that Tulun was murdered because Caution firmly believes it. Now let's jump to Yreen's POV because she is still boiling in anger towards Hussar to the point where she's actually fully prepared to manipulate Hussar to get to the Aksara Oasis. Remember, that's where we know that those scrolls came from that are currently hiding in Kale's rooms, and we need more information, okay? But it's hard to get there because it's privately owned by the royal family, and we need to be able to get there without seeming suspicious, and we also need to be able to see if we can find more information underneath the royals' noses without them picking up on what we know. So that's no easy feat. But she has a great idea on how to get Hussar to take them to the Aksara Oasis without raising any suspicions. So she goes to see Kale for their healing session, and she's going to tell him when she notices he is in a horrible mood. He tells her about his meeting with the Kagan and how badly it went, and he is just so angry and grumpy, and she is sick and tired of his attitude, and she does not want it to derail their progress at all because she has noticed that Kale's emotional state and his mindset has been huge in regards to his physical healing process. She decides that she is going to push him in this moment. So she decides to start picking at him. Like, she starts poking at his insecurities. She starts being like, you're just mad because Nesrin went off with Sartok. You just feel guilty because you want to be with me and you like me and don't deny it. I know that you like me, but you're not willing to do anything about it because of Nesrin, and you have guilt and you're waiting for her to come back and you're just using Nesrin and she's just been a distraction this whole time. And then Kale starts coming back at her, being like he starts throwing some crazy insults at her. Okay, they're actually kind of horrible. Even things of like how Sorsha, because he told her about Sorsha and Dorian, right? And he was like, well, at least Sorsha, when Fenharo fell, like, she was willing to fight for Fenharo and she was willing to join the rebellion. Like, what have you done? You ran away to another country and you decided to learn how to be a healer, and now you're all cushy in your tower and you're going to be the next healer on high, and you have a prince pining after you and you're all woe is me about it. And like, he is just coming after her, and she starts to cry and she's like, you know what, like, I don't deserve this. And so she starts to leave, and Kale in this moment realizes he's taken it way too far, like by bringing her mother into it and everything. And so he is begging her to stay. He's begging her to stay, and she is starting to leave and walk for the door, and he knows in this moment that she is never going to come back. And in this moment, Kale stands and he takes a step forward and he is walking towards Yreen to keep her from leaving. Honestly, it's so hard to summarize that part because it's so beautiful, and it's one of my favorite parts of Tower of Dawn, I think. But if you want to start on page 448 and just like read that whole, like, for the rest of the chapter, it's such a powerful moment. And we will jump into, like, obviously Kale is walking for the first time. He's taken a step forward. That is huge. This is Tower of Dawn chapter 39, and it's Kale's point of view as he is walking for the first time since his injury towards Yreen. He only makes it a couple steps to a chair, which he is holding onto just to stay standing, and profusively apologizing to Yreen, because in case you don't remember, he said some pretty atrocious things out of anger. And basically he's telling her like he didn't mean any of it and he doesn't know what came over him and he's so sorry, please don't go. And then Yreen breaks out with a smile. So Yreen knew that Kale was in a mood, and she knew that he was in a horrible place. Remember, she had this moment where she thought that she didn't want Nesrin to mess up his progress. She knew that he would get up for her. So there's also this moment where, like, Yreen knows that Kale likes her. And she, instead of like having a conversation with him about it, I guess decided to use that as a way to help him with his healing. So she knew that if she walked away and got him to say something bad enough that would justify her walking out on him forever, that he would try to get up and he would shift his mindset and all that stuff. So it worked. And she was like, of course, I know you didn't mean any of it. I knew that you were really mad and I knew I could get you to say something horrible if I baited you badly enough. To which Chaol's response is to continue to walk to the other side of the room, meet her on the other side, and kiss her. Eventually, after a good bit of time, Yrene helps Chaol into a chair, and she says that they still need to keep it professional because they still have a lot of healing to do, and she wants to heal him completely. So they then continue with the healing process. However, while they're making that transition from the wall to the chair, Kaja walks into the room. Now remember, Kaja is Chaol's servant, and we know that she's a spy for someone because all of the servants in the castle are a spy for one of the potential heirs. It's just a matter of which one. And Yrene has this moment where she's like, I think Kaja saw more than we wanted her to, and she's wondering who Kaja reports to, because this person is going to know that Chaol and Yrene are officially an item, and she's wondering what they're going to do with that information when they do find it out. Chapter 40, this actually is a whole nother week. Chaol and Yrene are going to keep healing, and Chaol can now walk successfully with the help of a cane. So this is the best and most progress we have seen from Chaol, and it's overall just really an exciting time. Also, we learn that Chaol and Yrene have stolen a couple kisses here and there throughout the week, so this wasn't a one-time thing. Like, they are definitely a couple now. One day, however, Yrene tells Chaol that she has manipulated Hussar into taking them to the Aksara Oasis. Remember, this is where Nusha said that the word mark scrolls that they found that had information about the Valg, they were found in a cave in the Aksara Oasis. So they've been trying to find a way to get there. Basically, Yrene's birthday is in 3 days, and she, in some very roundabout, schemy way, convinced Hussar to throw her a party at the family private oasis. Chaol didn't even know her birthday was coming up, so he asks her what she wants for her 22nd birthday, and she just says that she has everything she needs. Aww. Empire of Storms, Chapter 53. This is Aelion and her crew's POV because they have been searching through the stone marshes for 2 full days now. It's the end of the day when Rowan says that they should set up camp, but however, he does think they only have 1 more day's journey ahead of them because he actually can sense a sort of magic that is unfamiliar to him, so he's assuming it is the lock. So they make camp, and as they're eating their meal, Manon notices the eye of Elena around Aelon's neck. She asks Aelion about it, to which she says it's called the Eye of Elena, and it was a gift. Now this next part is wild. It says Manon dipped her fingers into the muddy earth to sketch a shape, a large circle and 2 overlapping circles, one on top of the other within that circumference. That is the 3-faced goddess, Manon said, her voice low. We call this, she drew a rough line in the centermost circle, in the eye-shaped space where they overlapped, the eye of the goddess, not Elena. Crone, mother, maiden. This is an iron teeth symbol. Blue blood prophets have it tattooed over their hearts, and those who won valor in battle. When we lived in the wastes, they were once given to those to mark our glory, being God's blessed. Basically, we just learned that the Eye of Elena is not actually particular to Elena. The Eye of Elena is actually a witch symbol, specifically an iron teeth witch symbol. Lysandra then asks about the curse that is on the wastes and the iron teeth witches. And we've talked about this briefly here and there, but this is where we actually get like a thorough explanation as to what that curse is. Rhiannon and Crochan held the gates to her city for 3 days and 3 nights against the 3 iron teeth matrons. Her sisters were dead around her, her children slaughtered, her consort spiked to one of the iron teeth war caravans. The last Crochan queen, the final hope of the 1,000-year dynasty. She did not go gently. It was only when she fell at dawn on the 4th day that the city was truly lost, and as she lay dying on the killing field, as the iron teeth ripped down the walls of the city around her and her butchered people, she cursed us, cursed the 3 matrons, and through them all iron teeth. Rhiannon swore on her last breath that we would win the war but not the land, that for what we had done we would inherit the land only to see it wild and die in our hands. Our beasts would shrivel and kneel over dead, our witchlings would be stillborn, poisoned by streams and rivers. Fish would rot in the lakes before we would catch them, rabbits and deer would flee across the mountains, and the once verdant witch kingdom would become a wasteland. The Iron Teeth laughed at it until the first Iron Teeth witchling was born dead, then another, and another, until the cattle rotted in the fields and the crops withered overnight. By the end of the month, there was no food. By the second, the 3 Iron Teeth clans were turning on one another, ripping themselves to pieces. So the matrons ordered us all into exile, separated the clans to cross the mountains and wander as we would. Every few decades, they would send groups to try and ward the land to see if the curse still held. These groups never returned. We've been wanderers for 500 years. The wound made worse by the fact that humans eventually took it for themselves, and the land responded to them. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, we already know the humans who are actively living in the wastes, or the western wastes specifically, and that is Ansel of Briarcliff's people. Remember in Assassin's Blade, we met Ansel Briarcliff. She was a friend of Aelion's, and Aelion actually ended up saving her life at the end, despite the fact that Ansel did not deserve it. So Manon and her people have had to sit by and watch as Ansel Briarcliff's family took over their homeland. Dorian asks about how the curse can be broken, and Manon says, blood to blood and soul to soul, together this was done, and only together can it be undone. Be the bridge, be the light. When iron melts, when flowers spring from the fields of blood, let the land be witness and return home. Basically, every Iron Teeth in the world has pondered this curse for 500 centuries, and they have not yet found a way to break it. Later that night, Rowan, Gavriel, and Fenris are keeping watch, and Gavriel and Fenris both tell Rowan that they think that he needs to actually grab Aelion and leave. Like, ditch this effort, leave. Rowan is very confused about why Fenris and Gavriel would be encouraging them to do this when they said, think about it, 2 females whose paths crossed tonight in a way we've rarely witnessed, 2 queens who might control either half of this continent. 2 sides of one coin, both half-breeds. Mannon an Iron Teeth and a Crocian, Aelion a human and a fae. Between them, they cover the 3 main races of this earth. Between the 2 of them, they are mortal and immortal. One worships fire and the other darkness. Do I need to go on? It feels as if we're playing right into the hands of whoever has been running this game for eons. You could argue it is superstitious, but if we've learned anything from reading Throne of Glass and how Sarah J Maas builds up her plot lines, I think it's fair to say that Gavriel and Fenris kind of have a point. Gavriel goes on to suggest that Maeve has been waiting for someone like Aelion, and if that they were to meet on a battlefield, it could be catastrophic. Then Fenris breaks the news to Rowan that he has been replaced in the cadre by none other than Cairn. So think of the intensity of Lorcan, but imagine the most disturbing, intense, bloodthirsty version of him. He's literally described as been born savoring the suffering of others. Okay, that is Cairn for you. Even Lorcan couldn't stomach being his general during one of the ancient wars. So Cairn is a lot. And now he is serving as a right hand to Maeve. And remember Cairn, because we may or may not hear that name again. Fenris then says he believes that Maeve is waiting for Parrington to make Aelion as weak as humanly possible with this war and then swing in and take Aelion for herself. Rowan does not like the sound of this. That would have some major, huge implications that they do not like. When Fenris then speaks up, even though he thinks Maeve is doing it as a form of torture, he is appreciating the loophole that was in this blood oath because he is enjoying actually serving someone that's trying to make the world a better place. And he's actually feeling very fulfilled by helping Aelion and her court. Tower of Dawn chapter 41. This is Nesrin and Sartok and Falcon's POV as they are preparing to go to the Dagul Fells. This is the heart of the Karankui's territory. We are going to fly directly into the heart of the Fells, okay? So, things we're talking about on the flight there. Mind you, Falcon is a mouse in Nesrin's pocket. So although he is there, this really is a private conversation between Nesrin and Sartok. So some main points of what they discuss. Basically, Sartok says he would give up his crown if it meant he wouldn't be a warrior anymore. Basically saying he would rather be a warrior than be the Kagan. Also, he knows he is favored by the people as a potential heir, but he's never received any indication specifically from his father about who he would actually pick. And he actually has his bets on Duva, his sister, because she's currently pregnant with an heir, and she's the only one of the heirs at this point who actually successfully will have their own heir. He knows his chances would be improved if he was married and also had an heir, and he has courted ladies in the past from the court. However, he's not found one that he actually wants to marry. And a large part of it has actually been their reactions to Kadara and his lifestyle as a warrior. Completely aside from all of that, they do talk about Bort and Uran and how they're betrothed yet hate each other. And he basically just says that they've competed against each other at, basically, it's like a Rock Riders tournament, like their own version of the Olympics that they do every single year. And Bort and Uran are always like the top two people every year going head to head. And after the third year in a row of Bort winning, the prize that she won that was announced to everyone was her engagement to Uran. And it is yet to be known, because obviously Bort had a very outrageous reaction to this announcement. And even Sartok himself doesn't really know if Bort was mad because their engagement was supposed to be a secret and that was it going public for the first time without her knowledge, or if that was just like a betrothal made against her will. No one really knows. She doesn't really talk about it. All we know is that they're rivals. They can't stand each other, and for whatever reason, they have to marry each other eventually one day. Anyway, so we finally get to the Dagu Fells, and imagine like a very spooky, dark area of the mountains. Not dark because it's dark outside, dark because it's just like deprived of life, if you will. They struggle to find a spot to land because the place is literally covered in spider webs, which, ew, like I just get shivers up my spine just thinking about that. And they are trying to make a more sneaky approach. Like they don't really want to come in swords swinging, bows and arrows flying. They want to try to be as inconspicuous as possible. While they're circling to find a place to land, they actually see a hatchling crying in a nest. So Kadar goes straight for it, and they basically decide in this moment that this is a rescue mission to get the hatchling and leave. However, when they are diving for the hatchling, they get caught up in a very large Katankui web. Tower of Dawn chapter 42. Basically, this hatchling was a trap. The Katankui did this intentionally to trap anyone coming to get the hatchlings. Sartok is scratched up pretty badly because he took the brunt of the fall. When Kadara got wrapped up in the web, him and Nesrin went flying, and he like kind of put his body between Nesrin and the ground. So she's fine. Sartok, however, is bleeding pretty badly. They then rush to Kadara, who is now completely wrapped up in the spider silk that she flew into, and they cut her out of it in time for the first Katankui to approach. The Katankui kills the hatchling in this moment, which is honestly really disturbing and very dark and very hard to read. And then it immediately guns for Nesrin and Sartok and Kadara. At this point, they have gotten her out of the spider silk, and they hop on her back to hopefully fly away and get out of there, because, you know, stuff went pretty south really fast. However, Kadara got so hurt when she got caught up in the spider silk that she can barely fly with no weight on her. So Nesrin and Sartok have to hop off, and they basically let Kadara go, and they hope that they can meet up with her somewhere else. And then Nesrin and Sartok make a run for it even deeper into the heart of the Dagul Fells. Empire of Storms chapter 54. This is going to be in Manon's POV during the last stretch of their journey to look for the lock. She talks with Dorian for most of the walk just to pass the time, and she asks them about the keys, specifically if when Aelion gets all three and the lock, and she banishes the Valg, will she also be banishing all the Iron Teeth witches? I'll remind you that Iron Teeth witches are half Fae, half Valg. And Dorian just says that that's not really Aelion's style and tells her that she shouldn't worry about it. But Manon then brings up a really great point. Why does it have to be Aelion? Like, mind you, I think Aelion is the best person for the job. I don't think anyone's really questioning that. But she asked Dorian, like, you have raw power and you're also extremely powerful. Why don't you take the keys in the lock, and why don't you be in charge of who gets banished or not? But Dorian just says that because he killed his own father, shattered his own castle, and hurt his own court, he's afraid that if he had that kind of dark power again and that much like Valg power in his hands, that he might make a lot of the same mistakes again. But specifically for the sake of avenging Sorsha. So he doesn't think that he actually would have the best intentions, and he doesn't trust that he wouldn't use the keys in a corrupt way. And Mannon now understands in this moment why Dorian is attracted to her, because when he talks about Sorsha and how she was a healer and how perfect and innocent and sweet she was, she's like, oh, okay, I'm filling a hole in your heart right now, but you don't want to feel like you're replacing this girl, so you're going for me because I'm the polar opposite of her. She doesn't really take this like offensively, like she's not annoyed or frustrated. She's just kind of like, Okay, this makes a lot more sense now. Now let's jump to Rowan's POV. They're almost to the lock, and he is mostly just disturbed by the fact that it is so quiet right now. And also the fact that they're so close to where the lock is, it just feels too easy. I mean, there's definitely some like little beasts and creatures all around the stone marshes, but for the most part, they're keeping to themselves. At the camp the other night, one of them tried to attack Mannon. It wasn't really that big of a deal, which is why I didn't really address it. But there's these little creatures here and there, but they haven't really bothered them. They make it all the way to Rolf's coordinates to some ruins, and still nothing has happened. And Rowan he's like, this feels too easy. This doesn't feel right. However, when they get there, they find an altar in the ruins with a chest on top of it. And you'll never guess what's on this chest. Truly, you'll never guess. Word marks. They're everywhere. However, Aelion actually cannot decipher a lot of these word marks. So she's taking a close look, trying to figure out if this chest is even safe to touch. Like, she doesn't know if it's cursed or something. And then they start feeling a dark, pulsating magic in the air. They're all confused, but Rowan recognizes that, and he would recognize it anywhere. That is Lorcan's warning beacon. Rowan immediately runs out of the ruins and looks to the sky, where he sees a legion of Ilkin approaching them. 500 Ilkin, to be exact. Empire of Storms, chapter 55. This is in Lorcan's POV. He could feel Rowan and Aelion near him, so he immediately sends out his warning beacon in hopes that Rowan will get it and look to the skies and see all 500 Ilkin coming in this direction. Let's jump to Aelion's POV now, because she has a lot on her mind. First, she's gonna have to leave the lock where it is because, you know, there's some more important things going on right now. Second, Lorcan is here in the stone marshes, apparently. Third, what in the world is going to happen when Fenris and Gavriel find Lorcan? Fourth, what's Lorcan going to do to her when he finds her? And fifth, and finally, and most importantly in this moment, there are 500 Ilkin coming at her, and she has minutes to come up with a plan. Aelion wants to use the word key again just to get rid of all of them, but obviously Rowan shuts this down instantly after what happens at Skull's Bay. He's like, absolutely not. That's not an option. Rowan suggests that they all fight in like combat style, and then Aedion speaks up, and he feels like this is a great time to tell Aelion that this is her fault because she just had to flex her power at Skull's Bay. He says, where are our allies, Aelion? Where are our armies? All we have to show for our efforts is a pirate lord who might very well change his mind if he hears about this from the wrong lips. Aelion's only response, and this is internal, not to Aedion directly, is that she just needs more time. It's like the fourth time, maybe fifth time now that Aelion's had this thought. Aelion needs more time. Time for what? Time to do what? We have a couple ideas maybe, but what exactly is on Aelion's mind, we're not quite sure. Aelion then nods to Rowan and Aedion, basically saying, you know what, I'm going to give you guys full reign to plan out this battle. Then she turns to Lysandra. They have a conversation that the best thing that she can do for them in this moment is shift into some like sort of beast creature, and she's going to stir up all of these stone marsh creatures so that if the Ilkin ever land on the ground, they will have more to combat than just Aelion and her court. Manon then has a very interesting moment with Dorian where she agrees to kill Dorian before he can be taken if it gets to that point. Because it's safe to assume, if you think about it, that this is a court full of insanely powerful people. The way that Erewhon would much prefer to have any or all of them in a collar fighting on his side of this war to help him like conquer the world, more so than just having them dead and out of the picture. He would love to have these people's power under his control. For goodness sakes, that's why he put a vowed collar on Dorian in the first place. Aelion, however, does not like this detail in the slightest, but Dorian is grateful to Manon for the assurance, and Aelion decides that she will deal with this at another time. Rowan and Aedion do agree that the best course of action is to let Aelion, without help of the word key, use her fire magic first, to then be supported by Rowan and Dorian shooting their magic at anyone who survives Aelion's fire, and then everyone else is going to be fighting on the ground with swords and other form of combat. So Aelion starts diving deep into her well of magic as low as she can in the 1 minute that she has, and then she unleashes her wildfire on the 500 Ilkin. Empire of Storms chapter 56, Lorcan's POV is he's giving Elide Anthral's ring and makes her promise to never take it off. Now remember, this is the ring that was we were talking about it a lot in Queen of Shadows. Aelion finds it in Air of Fire, but it's a ring that protects you from any sort of Valg influence. So he's giving it to Elide in this moment before the Ilkin can get there in order to make sure that she's protected. And then they make a run for it. They actually, in the distance, okay? So think of it like this. The Ilkin are here. Aelion and her court are here. Elide and Lorcan are like far, far back here. And they're like coming up on this scene. So they're like getting the side view, okay, of this whole battle. So they can see Aelion and her court from a distance. And Lorcan realizes that everyone is standing very, very, very far back from Aelion right now. And it is because she is about to unleash her wildfire. And that means that Elide and Lorcan might not necessarily be in the safest place right now because they're kind of like off to the side, but they don't know what Aelion's fire is about to do. So yeah, they're about to get their bones melted, basically. In that moment, Aelion unleashes her magic to an extent that surprises and impresses even Lorcan. And because they don't have any time to move whatsoever, Lorcan throws up one of his shields and protects him and Elide. And they watch this battle begin. Now let's jump to Aedion's POV, because in this moment, he finally understands what nameless is my price means. And that's all I'm gonna say. That's all Aedion says. That's all Sarah J Maas says in this moment. But Aedion in this moment has solved the riddle of what nameless is my price means. Based off the context clues, see if you can figure it out. We're gonna jump back to Lorcan's POV as he's watching in disbelief as Aelion is burning like all of the Ilkin. And then he's watching Dorian's powers in full effect, as well as Rowan's right next to her, and then seeing like Fenris, Gavriel, and Aedion fighting with bows and arrows. And in a very short summary, because we don't really do play-by-plays and action scenes here, it's a very long battle. It's not a very easy battle, but Aelion and her court win it, without a doubt. They kill all 500 Ilkin, and all of them are fine. Definitely drained of their magic, but they're all fine. Power called to power among the Fae. Perhaps Aelion was unlucky the cadre had been drawn to Maeve's power long before she was born. Perhaps they were the unlucky ones for not holding out for something better. Lorcan then shook his head to clear the useless, traitorous thoughts. So this is wild, especially coming from Lorcan. He's basically implying, like, what if the cadre could do more and be more under the power of Aelion rather than Maeve? In this moment, it occurs to Lorcan how drained Aelion, Rowan, and Dorian are, and he realizes now is probably the best time for him and Elide to go say hello. Tower of Dawn, chapter 43. This is in Chaol's POV as he and Yrene and the rest of the Cognate are on their way to the Oxara Oasis. Chaol is given the rowdiest horse by the royals as kind of a joke. They want to see how well he can handle it, and of course it's very hard for him, but he is determined to not let them shake him. So he's a pretty good sport about it. After a long day of riding, they finally get to this beautiful desert, and Chaol challenges Yrene to a race, and the winner gets a kiss. So they race off into this like beautiful desert, and it says Chaol felt, perhaps for the first time, as if he was awake, and he was grateful right down to his very bones for it. Yeah, not much happens in that chapter. That's literally it, but it's just a really precious moment that I love. We start in Empire of Storms chapter 57 with Elide as she is walking towards Aelin Ashriver Galathania, something that she has dreamed of for 10 years. And it's honestly this really emotional moment. And then she starts to get a little nervous because she realizes who's walking right next to her. Lorcan. It kind of sends a message, and Lorcan can tell that she's feeling this way, and she reassures him. She's like, no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. However, something does start to bother her. She can just feel something is wrong. And she's looking around trying to figure out what could possibly be going wrong right now when she sees a mountain lion poised to pounce onto Lorcan. In an instant, Gavriel and Fenris have both launched a full attack against Lorcan, and it is ugly. Within an instant, Elide can tell that Fenris and Gavriel are not trying to harm him. They are not trying to disarm him. They are trying to kill him. It's a really intense couple minutes, and Fenris is about to land a killing blow when Elide jumps in front of Lorcan, and Fenris severs an artery in Elide's arm with his wolf teeth. Lorcan instantly shields him and Elide from both Gavriel and Fenris, and they themselves are holding back, trying to fight the blood oath to make sure that Elide is okay. However, because he severed an artery, she is bleeding out and she is not going to make it. Aelion, however, and the rest of the court have now run over because of the commotion caused by Gavriel and Fenris and Lorcan's fight, and Lorcan looks to Aelion and he begs her to heal Elide, but in order to do so, he will need to lift the shield off him and Elide. And in this moment, Lorcan truly does believe like he is sacrificing himself to die at the hands of Gavriel and Fenris for the sake of letting Elide live. Sure enough, though, the fight immediately stops the second Lorcan shield goes down because Rowan jumps in between everyone. He says, "This ends now. You two don't touch them. They're under the protection of Aelin Galathinius. If you harm them, it will be considered an act of war." Now, Lorcan in this moment refers to these as specific ancient words, the only way a blood order could be detained. Not overridden, just delayed for a little while to buy them all time. So, Rowan just kind of saved Lorcan's butt in this moment, which is crazy that Rowan would go out of his way to save Lorcan, given everything that's been going on between them. But at least in this moment, that means Elide can get taken care of. And also, in this moment, both Gavriel and Fenris are relieved when they are relieved from their duty of having to take down Lorcan, because they don't want to do it. Like, yes, they've all beefed and feuded over the years, and sometimes they can't stand each other, but they're basically like brothers who've just lived together for centuries. Sometimes they can't stand each other. Sometimes they do want to kill each other. However, they're like a family. They've done everything together. So they are beyond relieved that Rowan has spoken these words and at least muted their irresistible urge to kill Lorcan. Now let's jump to Elide's POV because, guys, she is meeting Aelin for the very first time. Aelin says, "I am alive today because of your mother. Your mother told me to tell you that she loves you very much." Those were her last words to me. And then Elide in that moment, guys, it's such an emotional part of the book. Like, honestly, it chokes me up every single time. But then Elide finally does the thing that she has been working for. Basically, this entire book, she gives Aelin the second word key. "I am here because of Kaltain Rompier. She said to give this to you. She said it was a payment for a warm cloak offered in a cold dungeon. They broke her and hurt her. She died alone in Morath. She died alone so I wouldn't. She said to remember your promise to punish them all, and said that you can unlock any door if you only have the key." And Aelin now turns to Lorcan, and she was like, "You mean to tell me that you knew what Elide was carrying this whole time and you still delivered her to me instead of taking the keys yourself?" This shocks Aelin, and it does help her kind of garner a little bit of trust with Lorcan in this moment. Lorcan chose Elide over Maeve. So that says a lot. And for that alone, she's gonna kind of feel out what's up with Lorcan these days. Elide is now fully healed, and Aelin claims her as Lady of Parenth. But then Manon steps forward and says, "No, I have claimed her as a witch." To which then Lorcan steps forward and he's like, "No, I claim her for myself." That's pretty gutsy. Also, even Mannon herself is like, "Dude, between the three of us, like, me and Aelin actually have a reason to claim her. You, however, no, like that's not how this works." However, Aelin decides to allow it in this moment, but she does inform him that if he ever hurts Elide, she will melt his bones. To which Manon responds, "And before she melts your bones, I will break every single one of your bones." So Elide has the two most powerful queens in the world, arguably, right now, with the exception of maybe Maeve. She has both of them, like, sworn to protect her. And so Elide and Lorcan and Aelin and all of her court and Manon proceed to head back where the lock was, or the chest that we think the lock is in. Empire of Storms chapter 58, this is actually in Dorian's POV as he realizes that Kaltain herself, Kaltain Rompier, okay, from the first book of the series, has quite literally changed the tide of this war. And he even actually starts to have a lot of shame and guilt because he literally turned a blind eye to the abuse that she was going through simply because he found her annoying. If anything, everyone is just kind of like, she kind of deserves it. She was a really crappy person. But no one, like, people thought the abuse was just the fact that she was power hungry and betrothed herself to a really disgusting man. And they all kind of saw that as like a consequence of her own actions and her own striving for power. But now they're seeing it for what it truly was, is that she really has been a victim this entire time. And despite the fact that they all turned a blind eye and let her be shipped off to Morath with this man, she, in her last and final moments, chose to save them all. Anyways, so Dorian's gonna sit with that for a good bit, but for now we head back to the chest that's on top of that altar in the ruins in the stone marshes with the word marks all over it. But we finally decide to open this chest, and sure enough, there is something inside of it, but it's not what Elena described the lock to be. It's actually a mirror. and tucked into the intricate iron frame of this mirror is the Eye of Elena, which we also just learned in part 14 is also a witch symbol. And this is when Manon tells us that it is most likely a witch mirror. So, we've only talked about these lightly in Crown of Midnight. Do you remember Baba Yellowlegs? She had this wagon full of mirrors, and we assumed it was like a maze of mirrors, like you would see at a carnival. But we learned from Manon that Baba Yellowlegs was actually there to show the potential of witch mirrors to the King of Aderlin as a weapon in battle. You can see the future, past, and present. You can speak between mirrors if someone possesses the sister glass, and then there are the rare silvers, whose forging demands something vital from the maker. Other mirrors amplify and hold blasts of raw power to be unleashed if the mirror is aimed at something. This is what we're realizing was what Baba Yellowlegs was there to show the King of Aderlin back in Crown of Midnight, the second book of the series. They've been making towers. This is also the big mystery weapon that the matrons were discussing with the King of Aderlin back when Lysandra was originally going to be brought to Morath before she was rescued. Then Manon continues, it says they've been making towers, enormous yet capable of being hauled across battlefields lined with those mirrors, for Erewhon to use his power to incinerate your armies in a few blasts. However, this is not one of those mirrors. They're not exactly quite sure what this mirror is yet, but they're going to take it back to the ship and hopefully find out. But once they get closer to shore, they see Melisande ships in the distance, and Melisande has allied with Erewhon, so they start freaking out, especially when they see 20 warriors waiting for them along the shoreline, and one woman with a cloak on. Aelion's entire court starts panicking and thinking, should they run? Should they attack? What should they do? When Aelion just confidently walks straight to shore and meets the lady in the cloak. And it just so happens to be none other than Ansel of Briarcliff. So chapter 59. Remember in Queen of Shadows when Aelion dyed her hair red, and then Arobynn asked her to fight one of the Valg soldiers in the pits? She gave the name Ansel of Briarcliff. So apparently that got back to Ansel, and she saw that in a moment as Aelion summoning her. So she started heading towards Aelion at that time. And then something else happened, but we'll get there in a second. Because Mannon walks up to where Aelion and Ansel have met, and there is instant tension, because I will remind you that Ansel is now Queen of the Western Wastes, which is the cursed witch lands that Manon is technically destined to bring the witches back to, since she's the last living Croatian queen. They all get back to the ship, and Manon's basically daydreaming of every possible way that she could slowly kill Ansel, when Ansel tells everyone basically what she's been up to and why she's there. So basically she was summoned, and so she started heading in the direction of Aderlin when Aelion actually sent Ansel a letter. Now, she sent this letter during her time at Skulls Bay, because remember there was this moment where she saw the map and she saw Briarcliff and she was like, a lot of life debts owed to me over in the Waste, so maybe I should send a letter. That was the moment she decided to write a letter to Ansel. After she got that letter, Ansel made a beeline for Melisande. Ansel conquered Melisande to the point where the ruler of Melisande ordered all of their fleet to join Ansel and now ally with Aelion. And so the rest of the Melisande troops that are currently at Morath allying Erewhon are about to beeline and head back to where Ansel is to aid Aelion instead. So bam, 2 allies in 1 right there. Now let's jump to Aedion's POV, because he's starting to feel a little stupid for doubting Aelion, and that whole thing about him being like, where are your allies, Aelion? This is where they are. They're now on the shore. But in this moment, he's also very angry at Aelion because, once again, she is keeping secrets. She is not sharing her plans. He then speaks up, however, as her, right-hand general in this moment, and says that the group of Melisande that's coming from Morath, they should all head back to Terrasen for what they seem to be gearing up for is, a big final battle. They want all of their troops to end up in Terrasen. Later that night, however, he's having a heart-to-heart with Lysandra, and they decide to have a "what are we" conversation. Now, a little bit of a side note during this conversation is that Aedion has noticed for the past couple days that Lysandra is acting odd. She seems off. She seems very much not herself. He can't really put a finger on what it is, but this conversation, everything seems pretty normal. So they're having a conversation of what are we, basically? Because there's definitely something between them. And Aedion basically proposed marriage to her on the beach at School's Bay. So they're talking, and he says, we can figure it out, make no demands of each other beyond honesty. And given the fact that they're marching into a war, they decide that this is something that they can agree on. Now let's jump to Tower of Dawn, chapter 44, because Yrene and Chaol are enjoying the Oxara oasis. The royal family instantly heads to this big, giant pool at the center of the oasis. However, Yrene suggests that they go back to her tent to check on Chaol's spine. Remember, he was on a pretty rowdy horse for the entire journey, and they also raced a little bit just for fun, so she just wants to make sure he's all right. Of course, Chaol is fine, so they end up going to the pool area, but this is all a part of their plan that they just made in the tent. They're going to hang out a little bit around the pool area to not seem suspicious, and then Yrene's going to publicly declare that she wants to go on a walk to stretch her legs, and Chaol is going to offer to take her on that walk. They're going to use this as an opportunity to go towards this kind of jungle area off to the side and explore and look for some caves. They're chatting as they're walking through this jungle area, and off the bat, there's no way that there's going to be caves here. Not only do they not see caves, but this also isn't really the terrain for it. There's not really mountains. There's not really any rocky areas. However, they do come across some ruins. So they realize maybe these caves are really just an opening into these ruins. So they're exploring, looking around these ruins, and Chaol feels a slicing pain down his spine. He's about to say something to Yrene about it, but she sees something and it kind of distracts him, and he ends up not bringing it up to Yrene at all. She finds an engraving on the side of the ruins, and it is art depicting the Fae facing off with what looks like Valg creatures. Close by these inscriptions, they notice that there is actually an opening under a bunch of leaves and twine and a bunch of overgrowth from the jungle. So they decide that they're going to start looking around, and they just see tons and tons of word marks. Now, Chaol is under the impression that all of the Fae lived in Dornael, with the exception of one group that followed Brannon all the way to Terrasen. But other than that, there is no other case of immigrated Fae that they really know about in their history. But this place clearly belonged to the Fae. These are the ruins of a Fae homeland. And this is when things start to really click, not only for Chaol, but for Yrene as well. Basically, healers come to the southern continent to learn the art of healing because healing magic thrives here. There is only one other place that healing magic absolutely thrives, and that is Dornael. Basically, where the Fae are. What if healing is an actual Fae magic? Chaol says, I was sent here to retrieve an army, but I wonder if some other force brought me to retrieve something else. To which Yrene responds, perhaps that is why whoever it is that's been stalking the Tor was haunting me. If they are indeed sent from Morath, they don't want us realizing any of this through healing you. So they decide in this moment that all of this is going to tie back to healing as a Fae magic to fight the Valg, because the Fae have fought the Valg in the past and won well before Elena and well before Gavin. So they decide they're going to go back to the Tor and they're going to show the scrolls to Hafizia. Now this is scary because they don't really want more people knowing about the scrolls. The less people that know about the scrolls, the better, right? But Hafizia is dedicated, okay? Actually, her name is Hafiza. Have I been saying Hafizia? Hafiza. I'm so sorry. What? I don't know where Hafizia came from. Anyways, Hafiza. She has dedicated her life to knowledge and history. And if she has been studying the history of healers, she might know about these Fae and she might know about the scrolls. Better yet, what if she knows how to read word marks? So they decide that they're going to enjoy the birthday festivities tonight, but first thing in the morning, they're heading back to the Tor to show the scrolls to Hafiza. Chaol will also send for Nesrin and tell her to come back, and basically says, we're going to figure out the info that we need and bring it back to Aelin and Dorian. And you know what? We might not even need the Cognate and his armies if the information that we think we know ends up being correct. And the reason why I'm not spelling out for you fully what they think they know is because it will be spelt out a little bit later. But let's just say if they're correct, it could change the tide of the war. So they go back to this big birthday feast planned for the night at the Oxara Oasis, and it doesn't take long for war conversation to come up, because apparently this is the potential heir's favorite dinner conversation. However, they bring up all this stuff to shake Chaol. Like, it's fun for them. They like to see Chaol squirm. They like to bother him. They like to frustrate him. But he's not bothered by any of this. And it's because Chaol genuinely believes in this moment that he does not need the Cognate in their armies anymore, so he doesn't have to humor them. Hussar, however, can pick up that Chaol isn't bothered and doesn't feel the need to please them, and this bothers her, so she decides that she's gonna start really pushing some buttons, and she's gonna say some really unhinged stuff. So she suggests that Aelion, mind you, she knows that Aelion and Chaol were lovers at one point, so she thinks maybe this will, hit a soft spot for him. So she suggests that Aelion marry one of her brothers, and then they might be more inclined to help with this war. And Chaol just laughs at her. He's like, first of all, do you honestly think any one of you could handle Aelion? Which, good point, not a single one of them could. And then he also says, tough luck, because she's already in love with someone else. And they're like, oh, Dorian? Like, are her and Dorian officially going to be a thing? Are they going to have a strong marriage alliance? To which he says, no, actually, you didn't hear? She's actually in love with Prince Rowan Whitethorn of Dornael. And they're all shocked because Rowan's a legend. Everyone knows who Rowan is, but not only that, none of their spies learned anything about her and Rowan, so this is a shock to them. Chaol then goes as far as to say that they're Karanom, which means that he is only heightening Aelion's power by them being together, and then also shares that she stole Rowan right in front of Maeve from his blood oath to her, and now he is blood sworn to Aelion. Hussar realizes that this conversation is not only putting Chaol in a good mood, but it's also putting Aelion in a really positive light, so naturally she decides to shift the conversation because she cannot have that. She has to be the most powerful person in the room. So she suggests then that Chaol give Yrene a title within Aderlin's court, and then she can be their healer on high, and then she'll be really powerful, and then she'll just have Yrene marry Caution, and then maybe they'll be willing to help them in the war. Yrene is highly uncomfortable because Caution and Chaol are now like kind of squaring each other up, and she just makes a joke about how odd dinner conversation this is for a birthday party, and Hussar's like, you know what, you're right, and then they switch conversations to something else entirely. Yrene, out of just like wanting this dinner to be over, she is just drinking as much wine as humanly possible to try to like get through the night. And at the end of the night, after dessert, Chaol's like, all right, I'm gonna take you back to your tent. So he helps Yrene up, and they're about to turn to start heading towards her tent when Hussar makes one last final joke and comment about Aelion, and Yrene, she's had it. So she turns around and she lunges at the Princess Hussar, pushing her chair and her into the Oxara Oasis pool. Tower of Dawn, Chapter 45. Yrene is standing there after everyone around her has just pulled their swords out and is waiting for Hussar to order Yrene to be killed. Yrene is truly in this moment thinks that she is witnessing her last moments, and it is dead silent as everyone is waiting for a reaction from Hussar when Rhaena, Hussar's girlfriend, just loses it. Like, she just starts crying laughing. Then Caution shortly joins in after, and Hussar is like, Yrene, I wondered when you would grow a backbone finally. And then Rhaena helps Hussar out of the pool, and they start walking back to Hussar's tent. Chaol and Yrene in this moment realize that Hussar is very temperamental, and they're not going to wait around for her mood to change. So they're just going to be thankful that Hussar didn't order Yrene to be killed, and they book it to Yrene's tent. Yrene and Chaol are in shock, and they're just like trying to process what in the world just happened at that dinner. But Chaol is mostly amused. Yrene is panicking, but Chaol is like, that was hysterical. Your temper might be almost as bad as Aelion's. And hearing her name actually kind of sparks a conversation with Yrene. Chaol explains their history to Yrene because she hasn't really asked. Like, she obviously heard from Hussar that they used to be a thing, and so Chaol kind of explains not only the state of their relationship, but also the state of how their relationship ended and how it ended very tragically. But then Chaol slips in this moment that he does not love Aelion anymore. The person that he thought he loved was Celaena, and she does not exist anymore. He loved Celaena, and she's gone. She wasn't real, not really. Yrene seems reassured, and then he decides to slip in there last second that, by the way, I don't love Nesserin either. Crazy! And then he hands her birthday gift. And it's really cute. It's a silver locket with her initials engraved on it. And then on the other side, there's like a sea and mountains and whatever. And he says that the locket opens and he's hoping that this little piece of paper that she's been clearly keeping in the pockets of her dresses that she's always fiddling with, he's like, I don't know what that piece of paper is, but it's clearly special to you. And I got you a necklace that would fit that piece of paper in it so that you don't have to carry it around in your dress all the time. And she responds that she's really glad that he does not love Aelion or Nesrin. And then they get jiggy with it. Tower of Dawn, chapter 46. The next morning, Yrene decides that she is going to tell Chaol about the night in Inish that changed everything for her and got her here to the southern continent. And of course, we already know this story because we read about it in Assassin's Blade in the short story, The Assassin and the Healer. She basically tells the story of how Selena came to the inn that she was working at, saved her life, taught her how to protect herself, and then left her with all of the money that she needed to get to the southern continent to become a healer. And that she also left a note with her. And that is the piece of paper that she has been carrying around all these years. And it says, for wherever you need to go and then some, the world needs more healers. To which Chaol's response is, after he hears everything, he is so just grateful that this happened because he wouldn't have met her otherwise, right? And he says, whoever she is, I will be forever grateful. But he doesn't know that it's Aelion. Aelion is responsible for bringing him and Yrene together, and he doesn't even know it. Tower of Dawn, chapter 47. Let's check in on Nesrin and Sartok because last we checked, they were actively running away from 6 Katankui. So they're running and running and running. Sartok is practically bleeding out because, remember, he took the brunt of that fall pretty bad. And they're also in desperate need of water because they've been running nonstop through the mountains. Nesrin's leading the way through a particularly narrow path in the mountain pass, and she barely makes it through. Sartok, however, is built very different. He's a lot more bulky and muscly, and he cannot make it through. The Katankui are also not far behind. He actually, in this moment, tells Nesrin to leave him and save herself. But, of course, obviously that's not Nesrin's style, so she's pulling and pulling and pulling on him, and he's trying to get through, but eventually, as the Katankui get really close, he stops trying, and he says, I heard the spies' stories of you, the fearless Balruni woman in Aderlin's empire, Neith's arrow, and I knew I loved you before I set my eyes on you. I just wish we had time. Okay. And then he is ripped away by the Katankui. Nesrin does not have time to process this. This man just confessed his love to her and then got ripped away. And so she just keeps running, and she's just like running on pure adrenaline. And then she gets an idea. She takes a couple seconds to tell her idea to Falcon, who is still in her pocket as a mouse, and then she stops so that the Katankui can catch her. Chapter 48, she wakes up eventually, wrapped in spider silk, and she's in some sort of a cave of sorts, and Sartok is next to her unconscious. She wakes up in this moment because she can feel Falcon, as a mouse, is actually biting through the spider silk that is keeping her wrapped up. Then one of the biggest and oldest Katankui that they have seen yet comes up to them, so Falcon goes behind her back, and he's trying to undo her spider silk bindings while being inconspicuous, of course, because they don't want the Katankui to catch on that Falcon's there. And Nesrin basically tries to beg for mercy, and she's like, no, you don't understand. We were just hired by a shifter who did a deal with one of these Stygian spiders, and we thought maybe he could make another deal with a Katankui to get his youth back. To which the Katankui says that they do not do trades with humans. That's something only the Stygian spiders do. Instead, they wait. That's what they do. They just wait. And Nesrin is like, wait for what? This is so crazy. The Katankui points towards a gate and says, we wait for her dark majesty to return. Her. Okay, not his. So we're not talking about Erewhon here. We wait for her dark majesty to return. We wait for the queen of the Valg. We've heard of 3 kings. This is the first time we've heard of a queen. We wait for the queen of the Valg, who in this world calls herself Maeve. Guys, Maeve is a Valg queen. Think about it. this changes everything. Empire of Storms, Chapter 60, as Aelin and her crew are planning out next steps. Now, Aelin wants the armies to head to Terrasen, where she's expecting this big final battle to happen. She plans to go there with all of the current armies they have, except she has a mission for Manon and Ansel. She wants one more ally right now, and that is the Crocian witches. She asks Ansel and Manon to seek out the Crocian witches for her, and Manon as their queen to summon them to this war. Manon says that is not going to happen because a couple reasons. Up until very, very, very recently, she has been a Crocian witch hunter her entire life, so they're not exactly going to automatically rally behind her as their queen. And because she was so good at her job, they're actually near extinct. And because she did such a good job putting them into near extinction, the very few that do exist are very much in hiding. Like, the only ones that are alive right now are the ones that she could not find. So why is she all of a sudden going to be able to find them now? Aelin also declares in this moment that Ansel and Manon are going to be sharing the wastes after this war. And Manon does not like this for a lot of reasons because the waste belongs to the witches. However, Aelin declares that Ansel has earned the right to the Western Wastes, fought for her life for it, basically. And she's like, you know what, you guys didn't have the wastes at all because of stuff that your ancestors did, so why don't we just share it? And Manon doesn't think the other witches are going to like this, but it's also better than not having the wastes at all, so she's going to accept it for now, but not willingly. Ansel, of course, says that she'll do anything for Aelin, even if it seems like an impossible mission. And everyone standing around during this conversation is wondering why Ansel seems so devoted to Aelin. It seems very interesting for, like, a ruler from another kingdom to be so willing to quickly take commands and orders from another ruler. And then Ansel shares basically the entire story of the assassin in the desert. Not only her history, but also how she owes Aelin a life debt because Aelin gave her an extra minute. Remember, there was this whole thing where Aelin said, I'm going to give you time to run, and in 20 minutes I'm going to shoot an arrow. Instead, she gave her 21 minutes, and that 1 minute was the only reason that she's alive today. And Aelin has the best response in this moment because Ansel never really could find out why. This is the first time they've seen each other since this happened. So Aelin gives her answer. And she simply just says, you were my mirror. And I think that this is such a beautiful way to encapsulate such a complex concept into a short, beautiful sentence. Basically, Ansel and Aelin were one and the same. They were both heirs to a kingdom where their families were butchered. They had no choice, really, after that, but to be pushed towards the life of becoming an assassin. Like, it's kind of scary when you think about how similar their paths turned out. And Aelin saw the path that Ansel took, and Ansel took a path of violence and betrayal to get back to her kingdom. And Aelin saw that as a way. And because Aelin was in that place, she understood why Ansel did what she did. She faced that temptation multiple times, which is why she gave Ansel mercy in that moment and gave her that extra minute. But also, because Ansel was her mirror, that's why Aelin chose to take a different route. And I just think there's something really beautiful in that, and that's like a full circle moment. Like, everything that happened in Assassin's Blade wasn't just to set up Aelin for this beautiful allyship. It also was huge in Aelin's character arc, but because she was so introspective and didn't really share things with the people around her, but also she doesn't really share stuff with us as the readers, we didn't really understand how pivotal that moment was for her in her character arc until this very moment. Anyways, I'm done geeking out about that moment. We can move on because we have a lot to cover, like I said. Ansel reveals that her spies uncovered that it was not Erewhon's men who set fire to Eyllwe. It was actually Maeve's. Now, because of what we literally just learned in Tower of Dawn, this makes a whole lot of sense. This is another reason why I think you guys should do the tandem read, because if you're just reading Empire of Storms right now, you have no idea. You're like, why in the world would Maeve be doing this? But if you read Tower of Dawn, you literally just found out exactly why Maeve is doing this. So, another reason why you should read the books in tandem. But anyways, if you're this far into this book, you've either already made that decision or not. But I'm just saying, you don't know until you know. All that to say, the big question then is if Maeve was just like a week ago, maybe less, if she was just at the coast of Eyllwe, Where is she now? In this moment, Aelin is like, oh shoot, she's probably heading straight for Terrasen. And Terrasen is currently undefended because all of the armies, well, not all of them, but like majority of the armies that are going to be fighting in Terrasen and protecting Terrasen are currently right here, right now. And Maeve probably has a couple days head start of us to get up north. So they decide first thing in the morning, they're going to be booking it to Terrasen. Later that night, Rowan is walking Aelin through their updated battle plans for this kind of like big war that we're going to have in Terrasen. Like they want to position it so that Erewhon has to meet them up in Terrasen. And he's updated their battle plans to include all their new allies when Aelin just keeps saying that she wishes she had more time. And then she asks Rowan a favor. And of course, we are not privy yet to what this favor is. Let's jump to Manon's POV later that night because she does not believe that any Iron Teeth or Crocians, for that matter, would rally behind her. She's also a little anxious about the fact that Abraxos never came back to the ship. He definitely should have been back by now, so she's wondering what's going on there. But then Dorian comes by her rooms and they get to talking. She noticed that Dorian seems to be the only person present who has not vocalized his thoughts and feelings about Aelin's sneaky schemes or about Manon's newfound identity as a Crocian witch queen. Dorian just says, "Do not mistake my silence for lack of feeling. I have good reason to keep my thoughts to myself." Honestly, that's a really smart way to go. Like, even though he's with his allies, sometimes it is better to keep your thoughts and feelings to yourself. She then asks again if he thinks that he will end up facing off with Erewhon instead of Aelin in the end, and his only response is, "Fire against darkness makes a better story." Dorian in this moment then reveals something to Manon. He says that he's not really sure why he knows, but he could sense when the Bloodhound told her that Erewhon murdered Astrid, he knew in that moment that the Bloodhound was lying. And he's like, I don't know how or why, I could just sense that it was lying. So just wanted to let you know, I think Astrid is alive. So maybe this is another manifestation of Dorian's magic that we haven't seen before. Dorian doesn't really know either, but it's definitely something to keep in mind. And then they get jiggy with it. Let's jump to Elide's POV as she and Lorcan are somewhere else on the boat that night, and they're just talking when they hear yells up above on the deck. And then Fenris comes down to inform them that Maeve and her Armada are here. Empire of Storms, Chapter 61, there is absolutely no such thing as outrunning Maeve's Armada and her entire army of Fae, so we really have no choice but to meet them. Now, I'll remind you, Aelin just fought 500 Ilkin not too long ago. In this moment, we learn that Aelin's magic is still drained, so her using her magic against Maeve, of all people right now, is just not an option. Sure enough, Maeve sends a little rowboat to their ship with a message saying that Aelin has to the end of the day to surrender or die. And in this moment, Aelin knows that her time has officially run out, okay? So this theme of time, okay, we've brought it up like 15 times already. It's all come to this moment. Aelin knows her time is up. Now let's jump to Rowan's POV though. We'll get back to Aelin and her thoughts on time later, but he cannot believe that they have done so much. Like everything that they have done, all the scheming, all the plotting, all of the little like side quests and missions and battles were leading up to defeating Erewhon, and they're like so close at this point. Like they're just one word key away and figuring out this mirror and the lock and all that. They're literally so close. And they're not even going to be stopped by Erewhon. They're being stopped by Maeve. And then Rowan gets an idea because he is very familiar with the flags that hang on the ships on either sides of Maeve's fleet. So Rowan gives Aelin a silent goodbye as he sneaks out of the room while she's sleeping. And he shifts into his hawk form and flies right towards Maeve's fleet. He actually flies towards one of the ships on the side where he recognizes the flag is the flag of his cousins. He stops at the first ship, which belongs to his cousin Enda, and to his surprise, his cousin listens to everything that he has to say. And at the end, responds saying, "I will consider it." And ship to ship, Rowan went, the same speech, the same request. All of them, all his cousins, had the same answer. I will consider it. What his speech was and what his request was, you're just gonna have to wait to find out. Are you sick and tired of hearing me say that yet? I know I'm sick and tired of saying it. I wish I could just vomit to you everything that happens in the rest of this book because we're so close to being done. We're so close to the end. Now let's jump to Tower of Dawn. This is going to be chapter 49, and it's in Nesrin's POV as she is trying to process the fact that there is not only a Valg queen, but the fact that the Valg queen is literally Maeve herself. So Nesrin, sneaky girl that she is, Nesrin says that her dying wish is for the Karankui to tell her the story of how Maeve came to power. And the spider's like, all right, well, since I am going to kill you, why not? Of course. So it's a lot. So I've summarized this into bullet points, okay? So basically, thousands of years ago, the three Valg kings won a war and dominated a dark world for thousands of years. Until the Dark Queen, aka Maeve, shows up on the scene. And of course, naturally, they're all in love with her. All three brothers, of course. It's like Vampire Diaries on steroids, except there's three brothers. She, however, chooses to ally herself with the most powerful and brutal of all of the kings. And it's actually not Erewhon, it is Orcus. He was the oldest of the three brothers. But of course, after marrying him, she grew bored and she wanted more than just what their dark conquered world had to offer. And she discovered that she could hop between worlds. She could almost find rips in the world and walk through them like they're gates. So she was looking around at the different worlds and she found one that she liked and she brought her Karankui with her. However, she refers to them as her handmaidens, or they refer to themselves as her handmaidens. And as you probably guessed, this world that she fell in love with and decided to walk right into is the world of Throne of Glass. She assigned her spiders to guard this gate that just happens to be in the Dagul Fells, right where we are right now, in case her husband, Orcus, or any of the brothers, Erewhon, or the third Valg king, decided to seek her out. Of course, eventually, the brothers did try to seek her out, and they made 3 keys, one for each of them, to use to control the gate that Maeve had made. And they used this particular gate to hop from world to world, and they took turns conquering the different worlds. However, in the time where they made the keys and they were hopping world to world and conquering them, Maeve decided that she wanted a new identity so that when the brothers found this world, she could blend in. She decided that she wanted to be queen. So she found 2 sister queens of Dornael, Mab, in other words, Aelin's mother, and Mora, and she ripped into their minds and convinced them that they always had an eldest third sister. Eldest so that she could rule above them, but how she was able to do this, not only just to these sisters, but to the entire kingdom, to convince them that this entire time a third queen has existed, she has the ability to manipulate your mind. It's actually described exactly the same way as the Daemati powers in ACOTAR. So if you've read ACOTAR, you know Daemati powers. Basically, Maeve is Daemati. The Karankui also tells us that this is how the Fae won the first war against the kings. They didn't recognize Maeve, and Maeve knew exactly how to defeat them. This is also why Maeve wants the keys now, to banish them from the world so that she can rule it in peace. Although she's not exactly a peace bringer, she just wants unchallenged power. Also, she did possess all the keys in the past and was able to banish 2 of the kings, but she was not able to banish Erewhon before Brannon took the keys from her because he distrusted her because he could tell she had a dark magic. Although he never suspected the fact that she was Valg, he did know that she wasn't a trustworthy person. So that also answers probably a lot of questions you had in Heir of Fire as to why everything went down with Brannon and Maeve and Anthril. So as this Karankui spider is finishing up her story, another Karankui spider walks into the cave to inform her that there are 20 Rucks and Ruck riders approaching the Daegu Fells, and they need to do something about it. So naturally, she tells the spider to stay and watch Nesrin and Sartok, and she's going to go inspect to see what's going on. However, what she did not realize is that no Rucks or Ruck Riders are coming, and this second mysterious spider was actually just Falcon in a Karankui spider form. Tower of Dawn chapter 50, Sartok, of course, woke up just in time. He actually did catch majority of the story, just pretended to continue to be passed out, and Falcon is able to cut him out of his spider silk very quickly in his spider form, because I guess they're made to do that easily. They grab their weapons that were piled in a corner of the cave, and then they make a run for it. Because Nesrin needs to get back to Antika and give this news to Kale, and then her and Kale need to get this news to Aelion ASAP. So they're running and searching for Katara when Nesrin has an idea. The Karankui spider gave away in her story that Brannon was the first non-Valg king that Maeve truly feared and was threatened by, and it was because of his fire magic. Think about it. I'm not going to jump too far into it. Think about Kale and Urine's theory and what we know about it so far. And think about fire. What do they have in common? I'll leave you with that. Okay. But we do know in this moment now, thanks to the Karankui, that one of their weaknesses is fire. So Nesrin is able to catch some of her bows and arrows on fire, and she starts shooting at the Karankui, as they have discovered, obviously, at this point, that they escaped and no Rucks were actually on their way. However, there are a lot of Karankui, and like last time, they were faster than Nesrin and Sartok is still pretty injured. And this is when Falcon offers to hold back the spiders so that they can make a run for it. But before he does, he makes one final request to Nesrin. When I was 7, my older brother sired a bastard daughter off a poor woman in Rifthold, abandoned them both. It has been 20 years since then, and from when I was old enough to go into the city to begin my trade, I looked for her. Found her mother after some years on her deathbed. She could barely talk long enough to say she'd kick the girl out. If she survived, if she is grown, she might have the shifter gift too. She is my family. She is all I have left. Find her. My fortune, all of it is for her. I may have failed her in this life, but I will not fail her in my death. I'm just going to say we've heard that story before, but from a different POV. That's all I'm saying. And so Falcon declares this, and then he goes off to fight the Karankui alone to give Nesrin and Sartok time to run. However, none other than Bort and Yoran's clan show up. Tower of Dawn, chapter 51, Kadara went to get help. And sure enough, Bort and her betrothed Yoran, his entire clan, came, scoops them up off the ground, and then all the other Ruck Riders take a note from Nesrin, and they all start shooting their fiery arrows until the entire Dagul Fells is up in flames. Empire of Storms, chapter 62. This is going to be in Dorian's POV, because Dorian has a plan. So he gets Manon first, and then they go to Aelion's rooms, and they get her next. And I will say, it is an hour before Aelion's time is up to either surrender or begin a battle with Maeve. He takes them to a room down in the boat where they've been keeping the witch mirror, and he says, I don't think this witch mirror has any power. I think its power is knowledge. What if the lock wasn't just for binding them back in the gate, but a tool for safely controlling the keys? I think it will show you how to wield the keys safely. Think about Deanna's words. Remember, I told you those were really important words? Okay, we're gonna finally uncover what Deanna meant. Flame and iron bound together, merge into silver to learn what must be found. A mere step is all it shall take. Aelion is flame. Mannon is iron. So Dorian is suggesting that they, a mere step, take that mere step into silver, the silver witch mirror. They don't like it, but honestly, they're out of options. So Mannon and Aelion join hands, and sure enough, they walk through the mirror. But right as they walk through the mirror, Aedion walks into the room. Empire of Storms, chapter 63. We're going to be in Elide's POV as she is looking out at Maeve's Armada, and she's wondering what the day is possibly going to hold when Aedion shows up on deck, making an absolute ruckus, and shortly behind him follows Dorian, who has a black eye. I wonder why. Rowan, also, right as this commotion is breaking out, returns to the ship in his hawk form, and she's wondering where he was, but, we know where he was. Aedion informs everyone of the idiotic thing that Dorian just did to Aelion and Mannon, and no matter what they do now, no one can go into the mirror and chase after them, and Rowan even tries to sense, with his magic, Aelion, and he can't even sense her with his Karanon bond, so he has no idea where they are. And they decide in this moment, like, you know what? Aelion had her reasons for walking through that mirror, but we're 30 minutes out from a battle, so we can't really surrender if Aelion isn't here to surrender, so we're just gonna go forward preparing with this battle. But first we need to answer a big question. Will Gavriel and Fenris fight with us or against us? Basically, they know they're going to be killed if they fight for Aelion, but they also think they're going to be killed the second they land on the ship for aiding Aelion if they do go back to Maeve. Rowan thinks it's a bit extreme that Maeve would just kill them all, but they share that Maeve actually had them tortured for aiding Aelion back in Mistward. So remember in Heir of Fire, there was that attack in Mistward, and Aelion fought them with the fire, and then Lorcan and Fenris and Gavriel came to help Rowan fight. Well, they ended up doing that not with Maeve's permission. And they realize now that she was just afraid that they would realize how much they could actually do next to Aelion and how powerful Aelion actually was. So if her reaction was that extreme to something that happened in such a small skirmish as Mistward, imagine how much more extreme the punishment would be for aiding Aelion. Rowan just tells them it's their choice who they fight for, but just to be safe, if they do fight for Aelion, he's going to have them fighting like kind of off to the sides in like different ships, so that if for whatever chance Maeve is not fully aware that they're there fighting with them, they can fight for Aelion as long as possible. And they just say, yes, we will fight for Aelion, but if Maeve summons us, we'll have no choice but to respond. So know that if we do go to Maeve's side, it's not because of our choice, it's because we were summoned. Lorcan then makes one final request before they finalize everything and get into their places for the war, and it's that Elide be sent to shore. And instantly, Rowan agrees. They don't really give Elide a choice in this, and of course, I think Elide, if she was given a choice, she would have stayed. But in all reality, yes, she has killed Ilkin, but I think there's a difference between, like, being attacked by Ilkin, a couple of them, versus an entire army of Fae that have been training for war and battle for hundreds upon hundreds of years. I don't think there was really any place for her in this battle. So I do think this was a good decision. I don't love that they made that decision for her and didn't even like hear her out and let her have a say. But I do also think that she has no business being on this boat. Let's jump ahead to everyone readied for battle. Lysandra is even in her sea dragon form in the ocean. And Aelion has not returned yet when a messenger comes for the boat, and Rowan meets the messenger and says, inform Maeve that Aelion Galathinius is no longer present to give a reply. So the messengers go back to their boat, and sure enough, moments later, a barrage of arrows goes flying at the ship, and that is how the battle begins. Tower of Dawn, chapter 52. This is going to be in Yrene and Kale's POV, as they leave a note for Hussar saying that Yrene had like a specially ill patient who was in dire need of her attention, so she has to run back to Antica. But when they get back to the Kagan's castle to go get these scrolls and other wordmark books to bring to Hafiza, his room is surrounded by guards who are investigating a break-in because last night someone broke into Kale's rooms. And sure enough, Yrene and Kale look around and they took everything. Everything except for they missed one scroll that was tucked into Kale's boots. So they grab this scroll and they go to start heading off towards the tour when Kale all of a sudden gets a lot of guilt. Nesrin's supposed to be back at any moment, and he says like he's gonna stay back because, you know, if she gets there, he needs to be able to fill her in on everything. But Yrene in this moment can tell it's a guilt thing. He and Yrene have like officially coupled and become a thing. And although Nesrin told him, like, I hold you to no promises, and it's pretty clear at this point that he kind of took that as like the breakup that it was, like if you really think about it, he feels like he owes it to Nesrin to apologize to her because he did bring her here under certain pretenses of an adventure and something they could do together, and he could get to know her culture and meet her family, and it didn't shape up like that at all. And it's not so much as like guilt that he like cheated on Nesrin. That's not really the issue here. The issue he feels is that their relationship was so pathetic that she could break up with him in 2 sentences over a letter. And their relationship was literally so fragile that that alone was very final. And if anything, kind of valid, because their relationship was not stronger than that tiny piece of paper. Yrene's a little bitter that Kale is choosing guilt with Nesrin over helping her save the fate of the world in this moment. I mean, he has good reasons for staying, for sure, but she doesn't love them, which I understand. So she goes off to the tour alone to see Hafiza. Tower of Dawn, chapter 53, we get to Yrene running all the way to Hafiza's office in the tour, and Hafiza immediately just notices Yrene's locket, and she gets really excited, and she's like, I knew you guys were going to become a thing, and Yrene's like, wait, what? And she was like, yeah, I knew that tension wasn't just because you hated him for being an Aderlin soldier, like, there clearly has always just been something there. And Yrene's like, okay, weird, but, you know, there's more important things to worry about other than, like, Hafiza's matchmaking skills. Like the fate of the world. And so Yrene closes Hafiza's door and the windows and tells her literally everything. Every single possible thing that Yrene knows that Chaol has told her, she tells Hafiza everything. She even tells him about what they saw in the Oxara Oasis and what her and Chaol's theory is. After listening to everything, Hafiza takes a look at the scroll and, unfortunately, she reveals she does not know how to read word marks, but they do remind her of something. She then walks over to an iron safe sitting in the back of her office and takes a key from a chain around her neck and opens the safe to reveal multiple books and scrolls covered in word marks. I was told these were not books for human eyes, that it was knowledge best kept locked away and forgotten, lest it find its way into the world. Yrene then reveals that this could change everything, and Chaol knows someone who can read word marks, so please let us take the books. Hafiza then reveals that she does know a little bit about the history of these books because of her predecessor spilled her a little bit of the history while she was drunk. And she basically said, she told me that long ago, before man stumbled here, before the horse lords and the rucks above the steppes, this land indeed belonged to the Fae. A small, pretty kingdom, its capital here. Antica was built atop of its ruins, but they erected temples to their gods and beyond the city walls. Out in the mountains, in the riverlands, in the dunes, basically. Also in the Oxara Oasis. She told me that they did not burn their bodies, but entombed them within sarcophagi, so thick no hammer or device could open them, sealed with spells and clever locks, never to be opened, because they lived in fear of someone getting in to take their bodies. Okay, this practically confirms to Yrene that they were afraid of the Valg, because what are Valg, if not dark beings, dark creatures that need a host body? She rambled about how they had left their knowledge of healing for us to find, that they had stolen it from elsewhere, and that their teachings formed the basis of the Tor. So we learned that these Faes came from Dornael, but specifically the word stolen it. Remember, Chaol was like, we never heard about a group of Fae leaving Dornael other than the ones that went to Terrasen. So this was kind of a group that went off from under Maeve. So your theory could hold water. I never learned how the Fae came here, where they went, and why they faded away, but they were here, and according to my predecessor, they left some sort of knowledge behind. So this is practically confirming that the healing magic is directly from the Fae. And then Hafiza says, I will highly consider this request, but realize what you're asking of me. I have been told to guard this with my life until death. I am supposed to keep these in a safe and keep these away from human eyes, and you were asking me to put them out into the world and hand them over to someone just because your boyfriend says he trusts them, okay? It's a lot. So Yrene now has to wait, and obviously anticipation is a big part of this, but she's also just overwhelmed from literally everything, and the fact that everything seems to be kind of all coming at once. So she decides to go to the one place that she's always been able to kind of meditate and clear her mind, and that is the womb. Remember, this is this underground place in the tour with all the bells above and the hot springs, and you just kind of like sit in the hot springs, and it's a nice place to relax and hear the hum of all the bells. So she goes down there, and thankfully it is empty. She's enjoying sitting in the hot springs and relaxing when she looks over and her eyes catch on her own bell. Remember, the bells are every single healer that has come to the tour writes or engraves their name and the date that they came to the tour on the bell, and then they hang it up in the womb. So like there's thousands upon thousands of bells, and it is every single healer that has ever come through the tour since it was made. She walks over to her bell and looks at it, her name written into it, and the date that she came here, and she decides to ring it. She actually rings it 3 times, and then she feels her bell singing, and her power flickers in response, and then she feels a pull that she decides to follow. And it pulls her into a very far, far corner of the womb where there are some bells that are very, very old. Like they've turned green from oxidizing. Okay, think like Statue of Liberty. She used to be brass, now she's green. Okay, so we got some like old green dingy bells. But she's looking at these bells and she sees one bell in particular, and it's the bell that her magic pulled her towards. And the name on it is Jaffa Towers. And the date on it for her entry was 200 years ago. And it's in this moment that Yrene, for the first time in a long time, realizes that she is here for a reason. She literally had an ancestor who studied at the Tor 200 years ago. And this moment is full of so much raw emotion and clarity, because from the first time she went into the womb, the bells spoke to her and told her that she needed to enter where she feared to tread. And this entire time, she thought that was Chaol, like healing him physically was easy, but she was afraid to get to know Chaol. She was afraid to see him as a human being. She wanted to hate him. And the place that she feared to tread was into the humanity of Chaol and like what blockages were causing him to not heal emotionally and mentally. And she realizes in this moment that the reason why she hasn't been able to fully heal Chaol and only partially just kind of push all that Valg into a corner is because more so than exploring Chaol's dark places, she was afraid to explore her own. And it's in this moment where Yrene realizes that there's so many pieces of her that broke and died the day that her mother was killed, rescuing her. And she realizes in this moment that she cannot fully heal Chaol until she fully heals from that wound. And it's not super important, but like it just pulls at my heartstrings a little bit. As a way to thank her ancestor for giving her this clarity, she rings Jaffa's bell. Empire of Storms, chapter 64. This is going to be an Aelion and Manon's POV on the other side of the mirror. And I'm going to tell you right now, everything that we're about to uncover in this chapter and the next, this whole sequence really, the first time I read it, I wanted to throw up. Like, there are multiple plot twists in every single Throne of Glass book that change a lot, and they're big plot twists in that book. This moment explains everything that has happened before and sets the precedence for everything that is going to happen. It is quite literally the most pivotal and insane plot twist of this entire series. So with that, I invite you, and this is also more for me than it is for you, I invite you to take a deep breath, and we're going to try to walk through this without crying, because I get actually sick every time I read this part of the book. Okay. If you weren't afraid before, you probably are now. Okay. We're on the other side of the mirror, and there's nothing there. Aelin and Manon technically aren't even there. They're like ghost forms, okay? And they're looking around when Aelin lets us in on a little secret. She actually has the 2 word marks with her, just in case. She doesn't really know if time is going to work the same here as it does out there, and she knows that if she's in here and time is working normal out there, and the battle starts before she's able to get back, at least if Maeve gets to the ship, worst case scenario, of course, Aelin has the word keys with her, and Maeve will not be able to get the word keys. So, they're looking around in the middle of this nothingness when they see a light in the distance. This light approaches them and then ripples out to reveal various shapes. And basically, think of this as like a giant 3D projector movie. They are watching in shadows and light the past. And the first memory that they see is Elena in front of a tomb. And it's the tomb that she just put Erewhon in. And they watch Elena as she locks Erewhon into the tomb. And they see the lock that she uses. And it is none other than the Eye of Elena, the necklace that Aelin has been wearing since book 1. Manon, at this point, turns to Aelin and she's like, what was the point of all this if you have been wearing the lock around your neck this entire time? And Aelin considers this for a second, and she says, I think we were lied to because someone wanted us to step into this mirror and see a specific memory. Aelin and Manon stood in silence as the scene unfolded, as the truth, at last the truth, now wove together. Empire of Storms, chapter 65. This is in Elena's POV. It's right after she locks Erewhon into his tomb. It says she had stolen the lock from her father, which is Brannon, okay, all those months ago. She had not known, had not understood the true depths of its power. We learn in this moment that the Eye of Elena, at the center of the eye, there actually used to be a blue stone. And we can see in this moment, after Elena uses it as a lock, that that blue stone kind of flickers out and becomes what it looks like now. And then shortly afterwards, Elena goes to Gavin to tell him that it's done, and she did it, when these beings show up, okay? They're not exactly human, but they're not like animalistic creatures either. However, one of them says, our sister's bloodline has betrayed us. And now remember, her mother is Mala Firebringer, who is one of the immortal goddesses. So we learn very quickly that these beings who have showed up are now the gods and goddesses. Think like the three-faced goddess, Neith, okay? Like all of the gods and goddesses that we have talked about up until this point, they are here. One says, half-breed fool, did you not consider why your father carried it? Talking about the Eye of Elena. Why he bided his time all these years gathering his strength. He was to wield it, to seal the 3 word keys back into the gate, and send us home before he shut the gate forever. The lock was forged for us, promised to us, and you wasted it. So we learn that the gods and goddesses are stuck in this world. And Mala gave up her life as a human with the love of her life, Brannon, in the life with her children, ruling in Terrasen, to become one of these goddesses. She gave up her life to form this necklace, and her daughter, without understanding what it was and what it was for, stole it from her father before he was able to use it to do a crappy half job, okay? Sealing Erewhon into a tomb in a coma-like nap compared to Brannon, who was going to banish all 3 kings forever and also release the 3 gods and goddesses who are stuck in this earth. In this moment, Elena then recognizes one of the beings as her mother. She had not seen or spoken to her mother since she had left her body to forge the lock, since Rhiannon Crochan helped Mala cast her very essence into it, the mass of its power contained with the small witch mirror disguised as a blue stone to be unleashed only once. They never told Elena why, so Elena now realizes what she has done. Also, little side note, Rhiannon Crochan, she's also the one who put the curse on the waist that Manon just told us the whole story about in the last part, okay? This is that witch. That little stone in the middle had 1 blast of power. So it was a witch mirror that forged the lock, okay? All things you need to know. Sorry, I'm getting a little intense. Elena then calls out to her mother, and her mother can't even look at her. Her mother gave up everything to create that, and Elena just wasted it. One of the goddesses speaks up and says, as a punishment, they want to wake up Erewhon and let him wipe this world of the human scum that basically is responsible for them being stuck here forever now. To which Elena says, let someone else inherit this war. Please, someone better prepared. I will give you anything. I have a lot of thoughts on that, but I'm going to keep that to myself because you think how could it get worse, and it does. Mala's bloodline shall bleed again to forge the lock anew. And you will lead them a lamb to slaughter to pay the price of this choice you made to waste its power here for this petty battle. You will show this future Scion how to forge a new lock with Mala's gifts, how to then use it to wield the keys and send us home. Our original bargain still holds. We will take the Dark King with us, tear him apart in our world, where he will be but dust and memory. When we are gone, you will show the Scion how to seal the gate behind us, the lock holding it intact eternally, by yielding every last drop of their life force, as your father was prepared to do when the time was right. And Elena agrees. When Gavin asks what they said to her, because he could hear her, but he couldn't hear what the gods and goddesses said to her, she lies. She lies. She downplays it and she just says, like, Erewhon will sleep for a little longer and someone else will just have to take care of him when he wakes up. And he did not tell her what he detected while touching the sword of truth, what lies he'd sensed and unraveled. Okay, obviously, we just read the most insane paragraph and we will unpack that, but I do want to unpack this one sentence real quick while it's still fresh in our mind, and then we will jump back to everything else. Dorian, what did he just say to Manon? That he could tell the Bloodhound was lying, he wasn't really sure. Gavin, in this moment, just tells us that he put his hand on his sword, and because of that, the sword told him, because it's able to discern a lie from the truth, it was able to tell him that Elena was lying. So Gavin's sword is now in Dorian's possession. Dorian now holds Damaris with him at all times. So Dorian, although he's not quite sure of it yet, he doesn't know it yet, he knows that the Bloodhound was lying because he has a magic sword. He didn't even know it was magical, and it can discern truth from a lie. So let's flash forward 1,000 years to an equally heartbreaking, I would argue potentially even more emotionally frustrating moment. Like, honestly, think like someone just like threw a brick at you, but now someone's gonna spit on the brick and throw it at you again. Okay, so that's how this is gonna feel. We flash forward to another memory, 1,000 years later, and we see the Princess of Eelway, Nehemia, walking through the stone marshes. Guys, I can't do this. I can't do this. Sarah J Maas, what do you do to me? Nehemia is exploring the stone marshes because she's learned the myths and the legends, and she's educated herself and she's done her research. She learned the word marks and she learned the prophecy. So she is ready to find the lock, find the word keys, and give up her life to save her kingdom from the King of Aderlin. However, when she goes to get the lock, the spirit of Elena shows up to her. She reveals to her that because she is not of Mala's bloodline, she actually cannot pay the cost. It has to be someone of Mala's bloodline. But Prince Dorian is of Mala's bloodline and possesses great power, and Aelin Galathinius is of Mala's bloodline and contains great power. Nehemia is like, what do you mean? Aelin Galathinius died 10 years ago. To which she revealed that Aelin's actually still alive and on her way to Rifthold right now to be a guest of the King of Aderlin. So Elena says, go to your enemy's household, make the contacts, get the invitation, do what you must, but get to your enemy's house. The two bloodlines will converge there. One of them must be ready to do what needs to be done. And Nehemia's response is, then I shall help in whatever way I can for Aurelia and my people. So everything, and I mean literally everything, from book 1 and years before that Elena has ever done has been for the sole purpose of blindly leading Aelin to her death. What did the gods and goddesses say? This person, after banishing the gods to go back to their home, they'll take Erewhon with him, but then whoever it is, Dorian or Aelin, will then have to seal the gate using every last drop of their life force. All of their power, basically their entire well, wipe it clean. We've talked about the dangers of wiping your entire well clean. You will die. You can't get your battery down to 0. You will not wake up from that. And we're learning that the only way to lock it is basically for someone of Mala's bloodline with a magnitude of power to die. And everything Elena has done to help Aelin up until this point has been to blindly lead her to her own death. And then, as if that isn't horrible enough, if you think about it, like, we never really knew Elena from the beginning. She's always just been a ghost that Aelin chose to trust in the first book. Well, let's think about Nehemia. Nehemia was Aelin's closest friend. The death of Nehemia led Aelin to do what she's doing now and to officially decide to take up her throne. Nehemia's death was a big part of that. Aelin still wasn't sure she was going to before Nehemia's death. Nehemia knew who Aelin was before she befriended her and went in to that friendship with the ulterior motive of training her up to die. She taught her word marks not out of a friendly way to keep her protected, but because she knew that Aelin would need to be able to use them to get this far. Nehemia waking up Dorian's magic was not a friendly way to help him tap into his power and help Dorian realize who he was. It was a selfish move in case Aelion failed. She ensured that Dorian could be a backup option and was willing to put his life in danger. His father put that anti-magic triangle up to hide his magic specifically for a reason, and we are learning what that reason is right now. His father has been trying to protect him from this fate this entire time, and Nehemia just woke up that magic for the sake of fulfilling what these gods and goddesses want. It's sickening, it's frustrating, and if you go back and reread the books, which I highly encourage you to do, and if you don't want to reread them, you can just rewatch some of my old videos of the entire plot series going over them. If you reread or re-go through everything that happens through Throne of Glass and Crown of Midnight, and you pay close attention to everything Nehemia has ever done and said, it is sickening once you know the real reason why she did all of it. She was never Aelion's friend. She may have become Aelion's friend later. She may have felt guilt and remorse because she actually liked Aelion as a person, but the truth is that Aelion always saw Nehemia as her closest friend, and Nehemia only ever saw Aelion as an end to justify all means. And it's sickening. And so now Aelion knows for certain that her or Dorian's gonna have to die, and that is the only way to end this war. Tower of Dawn, chapter 54. This is going to be in Chaol's POV as he wakes up the next day and he can barely move. To be more specific, he can only move from the knees down. So this was how he was before he could regain his walking ability again, and we have regressed back to that point. So he waits for Yrene to hear about her conversation with Hafiza, and he decides that whenever she does come back, he'll let her know about his back. However, dinner comes and goes, and she never even comes to the castle. So it's been almost an entire day. So he sends for his servant Kaja to go find out where she is, and hears back that Yrene is still at the tour and was not seen leaving. So he decides to suffer through the night and all through the next day. He still cannot walk. He decides at one point to get Kaja's help to get in the bath and takes like a warm bath to try to like soothe the pain that he's feeling. But it only makes things worse. First thing in the morning the next day, however, Yrene shows up and she immediately goes to analyze his back when she sees that he's still laying down in bed. And she is so mad at him because he was pushing himself and he kept telling her that he was fine. And then also, if you think about it, he had a moment where he felt a shooting pain up his back while they were in the Oxara Oasis. And then it's not that he didn't tell her because he was trying to lie by omission. He literally just like, they got distracted, like something big happened, so he just didn't bring it up. But he had multiple other opportunities to tell her something was up. And then on top of that, she said that the last thing he should have done is taken a warm bath. He should have put ice on his back. So she decides in this moment that it is not enough to keep doing what they've been doing, and she has a theory that she wants to try out. So they're going to jump into healing right this second. Chapter 55. This is going to be in Chaol's POV, but specifically like in his subconscious, in the place that he goes when Yrene is healing him. This is a big chapter. A lot of big things happen for Chaol here. Obviously, he's in immense pain because this has never been fun or easy for him. For goodness sakes, you don't put a leather bit in between your teeth because it's going to be a chill time. Basically, in the span of seconds, he relives every regret in his life, every horrible thing that's ever happened, all of the things that he feels like defines the worst parts of him. So not only is this like a physical torture going through this healing process, but it's also very psychological. I think you've picked that up from like previous healing sessions that we've deep dived into. But for some reason, and it's most likely because Yrene's testing a theory and she's going a little harder than she usually does, he is really, really, really just experiencing everything at the deepest and most hurtful level. So he's seeing all these things, and then all of a sudden, Aelion shows up. Everything he had done, Aelion had come to rip it apart, starting with his honor. He'd broken his vows for her, broken everything he was for her. Liar, murderer, thief. He hated her. He hated that face, the amusement, the sharpness, the temper, the viciousness that could reduce someone to shreds without so much as a word, only a look. For this haughty, swaggering, self-righteous woman, he had shattered parts of himself, and afterwards she had walked away, as if he were a broken toy, right into the arms of the Fae Prince. He hated them. Okay, So, also, side note, he saw Aelin, but now he sees Rowan too. So, in his subconscious, think like he's in this dark room, right? And then he sees like Aelin and Rowan off to the side. And he is just absolutely seething. And also, I do like, I hate this chapter because it's a lot of harsh stuff about characters that we like, right? But at the same time, I feel like for the first time we are actually getting to see inside of Kael's mind and why, since Queen of Shadows, he's just been so angry. He is basically remembering how he got her out of Endovir. He fought to help her secure her freedom, and he gave up so many parts of himself because he was in love with her. And it all fell apart on the night of Nehemia's death. "You will always be my enemy." She had roared those words with 10 years of rage, and she had meant it as any child who had lost and suffered at Aderlin's hand would mean it, as Yrene had meant it. And then he thinks of Yrene, and he sees her now off in the distance. It's the same visual he's had before of her, like in the garden with her mother. Okay, now we'll get back to Aelin in a second, but this is crazy. It says he had still failed, hadn't done right by her or by Nesrin. We need to unpack that, but let's also unpack the fact that in the past, Yrene has been the light in the darkness for him in these subconscious moments whenever she shows up. But even now, we're learning that even though she is the light in his darkness, he still has so much guilt surrounding Yrene's existence because of the existence of Nesrin. So he looks back to Aelin and Rowan, and he remembers a specific moment where Aelin apologized to him. Apologized because she had just given him all the information he needed to figure out what her true identity was. We learn in this moment that Kael this whole time thought she was sorry because not only she'd lied about who she was, but because it was all a lie. He thought that Aelin had been playing him from the beginning. He is not aware of the fact that Aelin actually truly did love him at one point before everything happened with Nehemia. He is convinced that she just used him to get her freedom and just threw him to the side when it was convenient for her. He thought that was part of that apology. He then realizes that when Aelin came back in Queen of Shadows, she had waited. Like, she had met Rowan. They clearly had something. They had clearly fallen in love. They had more substance to their relationship in a short period of time than her and Kael had over the course of about a year. However, Aelin waited until she got back to Queen of Shadows, and they were clearly over. Okay, like she did try to kill him, okay, after everything that happened with Nehemia. She told him that she hated him, and you know, like they were clearly not a thing anymore. But she waited until she came back from Wendelin. Even with Rowan, she did not pursue that relationship with Rowan until she had a conversation with Kael to absolutely confirm that he understood that nothing was going to happen with them and they were over. And he has this realization in this moment that he did not give Nesrin the same courtesy that Aelin gave him. Even though him and Nesrin were clearly over, he did not wait to have a conversation with Nesrin before he just like went off and had this full-blown relationship with Yrene. So he has this moment of realization where the person that he hates the most, who he feels like has been immoral and unethical, she actually has more honor than him, and especially where this is concerned. It's because of those connections that he realizes maybe Aelin did love him. Maybe him and Selena, right, had something, and Aelin wanted so hard to be that person, be Selena. Maybe she didn't want all of this. However, stuff happened. She ended up deciding to embrace herself as queen and to become Aelin, and maybe a part of her did love him, and just like a part of him loved Nesrin. Like, you don't realize that the person you're in love with isn't actually the person that you are diehard in love with until you meet that person, right? So they both genuinely thought that they were with the right person, but then they experienced a relationship so much bigger and truer, and they realized that what they thought they had wasn't actually romance. And in this moment that Kael like forgives Aelin, and it's a huge moment. It's a very emotional moment. I actually love this part of the book. So many people still want to hate Kael despite the fact that this happens, and I'm just like, guys, he was missing a big part of the puzzle, and it makes sense why he thought the way he did. I feel like some people kind of rush through this chapter because they don't want to see Kael in a positive light, but I do really think in this moment we learn that Kael, although he made so many mistakes, he was making these mistakes based off of his limited scope of information and what he thought was happening. And it wasn't until he was put in a very similar situation that he finally understood her, and once he'd been in her shoes and finally understood her, he was able to forgive her and move forward. So Aelion and Rowan officially vanish. But next, he sees Sorsha, specifically Sorsha's head on the floor, and Dorian standing above her, yelling at Chaol to run. And then Chaol sees himself running away from Dorian, leaving Dorian to the fate of becoming one of the Valg princes. This image then turns into the Valg-infested Dorian as he is under the library. Remember, there were all those cells, and he is specifically torturing all of Chaol's men under the Valg influence. And we learn in this moment that, like, Chaol, the reason why he's not been mad at Dorian for that is because he 110,000% believes that the reason why Dorian was even in that position in the first place was because of him and because he ran. So Chaol firmly takes full responsibility for all of his friends that died at the hand of Dorian when he was infested by a Valg creature. And Chaol's realizing, like, how many of these things that he just kind of told himself that once they overtook the King of Aderlin that he would be fine, you know? But then they did take over the King of Aderlin, and he's clearly not fine, especially he's been paralyzed on top of everything that's happened since then, and he thought he was getting past all of it and, like, leaving it all in the past. It says it was like applying a patch over a knife wound to the gut he had not healed, unmoored and raging. He had not wanted to heal, not really. Some part of him had whispered it was deserved. In that soul wound, he had been content to let it fester. Failure and liar and oathbreaker. He could stay here forever in the ageless dark. He could remain in rage and hate and curl into nothing but shadow. But Dorian remained before him, still smiling faintly. Waiting for him. He had made one promise, he had not broken it yet, to save them, his friend, his kingdom. He still had that. This was not the end. This crack in him, this bottom, it was not the end. He had one promise left. I'm coming home, he whispered to his brother and his king. Dorian disappears. Everything actually disappears in this moment except for Yrene. And it's not the young Yrene in the garden. It is the Yrene of today. With the work that Chaol has been doing and the healing work that Yrene has been doing, they were able to push the Valg into something of a kernel. So it's just this tiny little seed in Chaol's spine, and it will stay that way forever. She's unable to completely eradicate it. However, because of her theory that it will stay this way forever so long as Chaol leaves behind all of his hatred and his bitterness, and so long as he leads a life of love and forgiveness, it won't feed this kernel and let it grow. She tells him that she loves him, and it's a really sweet and tender moment, and it results in him taking Yrene's hand, ready for a second chance at living a better life. Chapter 56, Chaol is officially fully healed. We're talking, well, she won't let him, like, run around and do anything crazy, but, like, he feels like he could run a marathon right now. Like, he just feels amazing. He can officially move. He has full movement, and he doesn't need a cane to walk. Yrene wants him to rest, and he wants her to rest, because obviously that was a lot of intense healing. It was actually so much healing that they spent the entire day in his subconscious. So it's the end of the day, and they decide to just spend the rest of the time together that they have. And he uses this moment to be like, hey, you told me that you loved me in my subconscious. And she was like, yeah, I kind of did. To which he tells her that he loves her too. So we have officially said the L word to each other. It's a very big deal. He then tells her that he wants to set things straight with Nesrin when she gets back, so that him and Yrene have room to grow and really explore this relationship. And speaking of, he asks her if she will come back to the Northern Continent with him by his side. And she asks, like, in what capacity? Like, am I going to be working for you? Or, like, what's that going to look like? And he says that he has a specific position in mind. But of course, we're not going to find out what that position is until much later in the book. Now let's jump to Empire of Storms, chapter 66. This isn't necessarily in anyone's particular point of view. We just get, like, a little glimpse at everyone right now as the battle is starting. We see that Aedion is leading his men on his ship and fighting the Fae. We also learned that growing up, he was trained specifically on how to fight Fae. Lysandra is in her new and improved dragon form, ready to take on the ships from below water, and then she's going to jump back into her snow leopard form and join Aedion back on his boat. Then we get to see Dorian as he's using his magic to shield the ships from as many of the Fae arrows as possible, but he's also wondering what Aelion and Mannon are going to come back to, especially if they lose this battle. And I'll just tell you right now, things aren't looking very hopeful. Dorian also has this moment where he can't help but wish that he had more time to get to know Mannon. And that kind of leads him to kind of regret telling them about his theory, because he's like, what if they don't find anything? What if they come back and we're all dead? Like, he feels like he let everyone down, basically. But have no fear, because Rowan did not let anyone down today, because every single ship that carries one of his Whitethorn cousins' flags on it drifts away from Maeve's ships and open fires on Maeve's Armada. Empire of Storms, Chapter 67. This is in Rowan's POV, as all of his cousins finally answer his request to come to Aelion's aid. He told them about Aelion, he told them about how he loved her, he told them about how Maeve was the queen that enslaved him, but Aelion was the queen that gave him freedom. And every single one of his cousins that he spoke to all answered by turning on Maeve. Let's jump to Lorcan's POV, as he's wondering how in the world Rowan managed that. He was like, all right, like that was kind of a gutsy move, but he's really glad that it worked out in their favor. However, he is seeing how everyone on the ships around him, their morale is being boosted. Aedion's letting out this battle cry. Everyone's chanting out the Whitethorn name. It's a very beautiful moment. But Lorcan's like, guys, we're fighting Maeve, okay? The one and only Maeve. She will retaliate. And when she does, it is going to be very ugly. As he's thinking this, he turns over to look at Fenris and Gavriel to kind of see if they're thinking the same thing. However, he can tell by their faces that they have just been summoned by Maeve. However, before Fenris grabs Gavriel and they do that like location hopping magic that he has, Gavriel points to a beach in the distance. It's actually the beach that we dropped off Elide at. Remember, Lorcan did not want her fighting in this battle, so he had her as well as a couple other guards go there so that she wouldn't be a part of the battle. Well, Lorcan realizes what Gavriel's trying to tell him. Maeve is not retaliating, and Maeve is letting this happen on the ships out at sea because Maeve's not on one of these ships. Maeve is at the beach with Elide. I know it may be cruel after reading that, but let's jump to Tower of Dawn, Chapter 57. This is going to be in Nesrin's POV, as she and Sartok and Kadara and Falcon have been successfully rescued, and they're now getting the medical attention that they need. It's about 2 days later. Obviously, they've told the Hearth Mother, Ej, about everything that happened, and they summon the Council of the Clans, which is basically like all of the Ruck Riding clans, okay? So they all come to this hall, and Sartok tells them about the Karankui and the threats they face to the hatchlings, and even though they burned down the Dagul Fells, like, that does not mean that they all died in the fire, okay? So they have to be aware of them, but there's something even bigger that they need to discuss that has to do with the Karankui, and it is about the war in the north and what they have to do with the spiders. He then hands it off to Nesrin, who shares the full history of Erewhon and Maeve, what they just learned, what they already knew, and also about the power of the Valg army that has been shaped and cultivated by Erewhon over the years. The only thing, really, that she leaves out is the word keys and the word gates, because continuing theme, the less people that know about it, the better. Sartok then, after Nesrin finishes telling them everything, calls them to action, saying they all have a choice. If they want to come aid Sartok in the war, he will be fighting in this war on his Rook. Sartok and Nesrin then leave the council hall to give everyone time to debate and discuss amongst themselves without them present. So they go to check on Falcon. He is still injured. He got injured the worst, probably out of the four of them, so he's still healing, but Nesrin knows exactly how to lift his spirits, and she tells him exactly where he can find his niece, and that her name is Lysandra. So Falcon listens to Lysandra's story from Nesrin, and of course he says he would absolutely love to join them up north, obviously so that he can finally meet his niece that he's been searching for his entire life, but also so that he can help aid in the war in the north. So they're heading back to the council room just to kind of hear what everyone decided on, when a messenger intercepts them with an urgent letter from Chaol saying he needs them to come back immediately. And Nesrin knows that Chaol, who by the way never asks for help, okay, Nesrin has begged Chaol to need her and he refuses to need her, and now he's like, I need you ASAP. And she's like, okay, this is urgent. So she's like, Sartok, we need to go right this second. Empire of Storms, Chapter 68. This is an Aegon's POV, as she just finished facing all those very hard truths and witnessing all of those old memories that kind of explain how her entire life has been a lie and all the people that she loves have been betraying her. And the only word that comes to her mind in this moment is agony. We will discuss it a lot in this chapter and even in some future chapters, but like, she had a feeling. A part of her was really starting to process nameless is my price and the queen who was promised, right? So she had been connecting dots. But it's the fact that not only was it confirmed, but the fact that the two people who were orchestrating everything the most and leading her in the direction of her own death were two women that she felt like she had a special bond with. Like, that's a whole nother level of like pain. It's also like briefly touched on in the previous chapter in Aelion's POV about this, but it's like definitely confirmed and stated out right here. Nehemia knew that she was gonna have to die. She actually helped orchestrate her own assassination because she knew it would break Aelion, and that would be what needed to happen, which makes it like even darker and even more intense. And she realizes this as well as a couple other things because we get to witness a few more memories of Nehemia and Elena basically scheming on how to get Aelion to embrace her identity as Aelion and to do what needs to be done and start hunting down the word keys and fighting against the King of Aderlin and Erewhon. So like, she's watching all these conversations and it's really just like, you know, twisting the knife even more every single time. However, we actually jump away from memories of Nehemia and we're gonna watch Brannon as he learned what his daughter did and what she ruined. Aelion then watches as he makes the amulet of Orinth to hide one of the word keys and how he wrote on that amulet with word marks nameless as my price, basically trying to leave his future ancestor as many hints as possible. She also watched as Brannon built Elena's tomb after her death and filled it with riddles and hints. Remember in Throne of Glass and Crown of Midnight, she found a lot of those riddles and hints. He also forged Mort, the talking door knocker, and gave him some of the information that he would need to give to Aelion to give her some hints. She also watched as he placed a second word mark under the jewel of Elena's crown in her tomb. That's the one that we found out that the King of Aderlin got a hold of. And then he placed the third and final word key in Mala's temple. She then watched as he ended his own life in the river outside of Mala's temple after hiding the third word key. He was not planning to live longer than he needed to forge the lock. Instead of sacrificing his life in forging the lock, he decided to sacrifice his life after leaving as many hints as possible for Aelion. Not knowing it was going to be Aelion, obviously, but like his future ancestor. And the part that really annoys me, okay, and maybe this is me inserting a little too much of my personal opinion, but there is no way that I'm going to be able to explain this next part without a little bit of attitude, but Elena shows up, okay? Mind you, Aelion just found out that like everything she's worked so hard for in her life, like she's creating it for other people. Like, she's not even gonna get to enjoy it herself. Like, she is the human sacrifice. And she's finding all of this out. And she's learning about all these betrayals and lies. And Elena shows up and she's like, how can I make this about me? She's literally like, yeah, I get that you just found out you're a human sacrifice and everything, but you have no idea how hard it was for me to like watch you grow up and know that I was gonna have to lead you as a lamb to slaughter. And I'm like, look, I get, sure, that must be hard. I'm sure you have a lot of regrets. However, okay, maybe now's not the time. Maybe let's not make this about ourselves. Elena then shows Aelion another memory. And guys, I read this book for the first time 4 years ago, and I still remember exactly where I was in like this whole segment, really, but this was crazy to read, okay? So we flash to a memory where Aelion was alive. It's actually 10 years ago, the night that Terrasen was attacked. We watch as she's running away from the assassin as the bridge snaps and she falls a long distance into a freezing river and struggles to get to shore. But then something that Aelion doesn't remember is Aelion watches herself die. Aelion died that night. Aelion was dead. However, Elena shows up in a bodily human form, holds Aelion's little child body, and then breathes life back into her. Now, this is not allowed, and we will find that there is actually a huge consequence for this. Elena was not supposed to do this. There are huge implications for that, but after Elena did that and breathed life back into Aelion, she pulled on a thread that connected to Arobin Hamel, and she knew exactly what Arobin would most likely do to her and what she would turn Aelion into. However, she hoped that at least growing up that way, Aelion would learn to protect herself and that she would grow a thick skin and that she would be able to do what was necessary when the time came because of growing up in that kind of environment. So Aelion asks Elena, like, what was the price of bringing me back from the dead, basically, when I was that young? And she said that Elena will now be banished into the darkness forever and will not have an afterlife after Aelion forges the lock. So, like, right now, she's kind of like a ghost and she's in an afterlife, but it's going to be more of like a she goes off to heaven, right? Like once she completed her mission and like guiding Aelion where she needed to be, she could be with Gavin and her kids and, you know, just like enjoy the afterlife. She doesn't get that now. Like she will just cease to exist. And then in this moment, Brannon's mark on Aelion's forehead begins to glow, kind of like it did in Throne of Glass when she fought Cain. Remember, it was like that very final thing at the end of the tournament, right? And then that mark burned on her forehead. Well, it is a word mark. It's Brannon's mark. Brannon was a bastard. He was nameless. She had Brannon's mark, the nameless mark. Nameless is my price. Aelion is nameless, therefore Aelion is the price. Aelion, then, in this moment, she's a much bigger person than I could ever be because she actually turns to Elena and asks Elena to be there with her when Aelion forges the lock. So, first of all, this goes to show that, like, Aelion is not holding a hard grudge against Elena, which she's better than me for that. However, it's also in this moment that Aelion is saying, I'm going to do it. She's not going to waste her time trying to find a workaround for this. She knows this is her only option, and she is going to embrace it. Aelion then asks Elena one more thing. Why did she send her to Wendelin knowing Maeve's power and what Maeve wanted from her? And Elena just says that she wanted to lead Aelion to Rowan. Interesting. Aelion just says that she knows exactly why Elena wanted her to meet Rowan and then thanks her. Mysterious, yes, will be answered in the next part. Elena then, in this moment, takes a minute to teach her how to forge the lock. And then in Aelion's inner monologue, we hear she'd done as much as she could to set things in motion to ensure that once she was gone, help would come. It was the only thing she could give them, her last gift to Terrasen, to those she loved with her heart of wildfire. It's very interesting because up until this moment, we were not aware that this was going to happen, and we weren't even aware that Aelion even had a suspicion that it was going to happen. So we learn here that she has a plan to keep things set in motion, okay, even after she's gone. So there's a plan there that we're not aware of that we're gonna have to just figure out. And then Aelion and Manon kind of like flash back to reality. Okay, so we're no longer in this like mirror realm. Okay, we flash to reality, except for we don't actually end up back in the room where the mirror was, which is where you think they would be spit back out, right? No, they're actually spit back out on a beach. And Elide's there, but Elide has a dagger to her throat. And standing next to Elide is none other than Queen Maeve. Empire of Storms, chapter 69, we're actually going to jump to Lysandra. She's done being a sea dragon. She's in her snow leopard form fighting with Aedion, and they are outnumbered severely, but they're doing their best to hold their own. Aedion at this point has been made aware that his father Gavriel was summoned. However, he also, in the moment that Gavriel left, felt a magic shield go around his body. And he feels it like weakening the longer that Gavriel is gone, but his dad did make a last-ditch effort to protect him for as long as possible before he left. So, like, I know they're not exactly on amazing terms yet, but that is really sweet. Aedion, at this point, turns to Lysandra, begs her to run, and she just looks at him and she was like, absolutely not. Who do you think you're talking to? And he's like, you know what? You're right. Sorry. Stay. He wishes she would go, but you know, Lysandra is not one to back down from a fight ever. We then check on Dorian and Rowan, who are using their magic to the fullest extent that they can at this point. They are really getting close to burnout. Like, they don't really have any magic left to give. Dorian is realizing he's getting very close to the bottom of his well, and he's going to need to stop using his magic soon when he sees something in the distance. And it is none other than a Braxos, followed by 12 other wyverns with witches on them. Empire of Storms, chapter 70, the 13 have officially joined the battle. Right as the 13 get to the ship, Rowan realizes that there's a ship or two that are kind of drifting off from the rest of the ships, and he orders the 13 to take on those two ships, because absolutely not. He's not letting anyone get away. But as he's watching the 13 fly off, he's looking at all the ships that they still have left to fight, and he realizes the Nightingale is missing. And you're like, Ruby, what's the Nightingale? That's a great question. So we're just learning about it now, but Rowan has spent a lot of time on the Nightingale because that is Maeve's personal ship. Okay, it's her personal battleship. And he's looking and he's like, why is Maeve's personal battleship not here? And in this moment, as he's like, where's the Nightingale? He feels his Caranon bond that he has with Aelion, right? It snaps back into place. Like, he couldn't feel his bond when she was in the mirror. So he knows she's officially out of the mirror. And he's like, oh my word, that's so great. She's probably at the belly of the ship. No, he can sense that she's actually on the beach. Dorian turns towards him and he's like, I can sense Aelion's magic on the beach. So Dorian can like just sense magic, right? And he's like, I can also sense the witch is on the beach. And he goes, oh, also I can sense death magic. So that tells me Lorcan's on the beach as well, which makes sense. The second Lorcan got an inkling of what was going on the beach, naturally he left, okay? He's not really loyal to Aelion. He is really just there for Elide. So it makes sense that he left the battle to run to the beach. And then Dorian kind of stops and he goes, I also sense another really strong female power on the beach. And in this moment, Rowan knows exactly where Maeve is. However, he has no magic to push the boats with wind, and he has no magic to shift into his hawk form, and he has no way to get to the beach until he looks over at Abraxos, and he decides that he's going to be borrowing Manon's wyvern to get to that beach. And so Rowan hops on Abraxos to go rescue Aelion. Empire of Storms, Chapter 71. This is going to be in Aelion's POV as she is face to face with Maeve on the beach. Elide also has a blade to her throat, but of course in seconds Lorcan has arrived, and let's just say he'll do something about that soon. Maeve reveals, after Lorcan shows up, how she found them. And she waits until Lorcan shows up to reveal this because it has a little something to do with Lorcan. Do you remember, after the whole situation at the Stone Marches, they found what they now know to be the Witchmere. They were walking back to shore where they left their ships, and they saw all the Melisande ships, and they were like, oh my word, Erewhon's people found us. And then they saw the guards and the girl in the cloak, and they were freaking out, but then Aelion was like, guys, that's my friend Ansel, and they ended up being allies and we were all good. But remember, there was a moment where everyone else besides Aelion was freaking out because no one knew about this plan, okay? This was unexpected for a lot of people. Lorcan panicked in this moment, and he sent a beacon, kind of like how Aelion did at Squirrel's Bay, okay? He sent a beacon out to Maeve, begging Maeve to come and rescue Elide. So Lorcan is the reason that Maeve found us. Lorcan immediately starts apologizing, but Aelion just cuts him off and she's like, don't worry, I've known. Like, I knew that you did this. Which is crazy. We'll get back to that later, but she basically just says she felt the pulse of magic like the one that she gave at Squirrel's Bay, and she kind of figured that's exactly what he was doing. And she's been spending these last 2 or so days basically since then preparing for Maeve's arrival. Aelion then turns back to Maeve, because that's the real issue here, and asks her what, we're all thinking, what do you want in return for Elide? They don't have a dagger to Elide's throat for nothing. Okay, she's clearly a bargaining chip. We're actually going to jump to Elide's POV in this moment. Is she's simmering. Like, she in this moment, she hates Lorcan. She can't believe that he did this, that he betrayed really her, but especially Aelion. And if he betrayed Aelion, he betrayed her. So she's just very upset and angry that he made this decision. And something else to consider is that Lorcan, very recently, okay, like, we're talking 4 days ago, him and Elide kissed for the first time. Like, that was 4 days ago. Mind you, 5 or 6 days ago, right before their kiss, he was telling her about how he's been madly in love with Maeve his entire life. So Elide is looking at this monster of a woman, like this horrible, horrible human being, or not human being, this horrible, horrible fae being. And she's like, this is who you've been madly in love with for centuries? Like, what am I missing? Maybe this is the biggest red flag of them all. Lorcan in this moment decides to speak up, almost as his own way of trying to get Elide back safely, is like, Aelion has the 2 word keys. Dude. Aelion at this moment suggests that her and Maeve just fight it out then for the word keys. However, Maeve knows that Aelion's magic is drained. Fun fact, Maeve is actually the one who set the 500 Ilkin on Aelion, and she was planning on intercepting her on her way to Terrasen, knowing that that's the next place she would go. But because of Lorcan's beacon, she got to her sooner, which works out great for her because Aelion's magic had even less time to replenish. It's not even been a full 48 hours. Aelion still plans to attack, despite the fact that, like, think about her magic battery. She's maybe got 2%, okay? That's like the risky business of, like, trying to call someone and tell them your phone's about to die when you're at 2%. Like, it's just something that you only do if you're very desperate. Aelion shoots out her fire magic. However, it's not much. It's just all that she's got. And Maeve comes right back at her with her darkness. Lorcan uses this opportunity as a distraction to kill the guard that was holding the dagger to Elide's throat and free Elide. But because Aelion's magic is like really, really low levels, she's instantly in the sand. And she's like, I have no magic left to give. If I keep trying to give anything, like, I'm gonna end my life. Maeve then turns to Lorcan and she is like, okay, using the blood oath, I demand that you hold Elide captive now for me with the dagger to her throat. So she kind of makes Lorcan take the place of that guard. So, and Elide, at certain points throughout this whole chapter, she keeps like trying to whisper to Lorcan, begging him to fight it, but he can't. It's the blood oath. So yeah, they're kind of stuck in this really awkward scenario where Elide's uncomfortable and Lorcan's uncomfortable. After this, Aelin starts to try to get up, and then Maeve goes back to hitting her with darkness. Aelin is basically giving like tiny little flames to fight back and defend herself, but she's really not able to do any harm with her fire anymore. She's well depleted. Maeve, however, stops the fight once again once Gavriel and Fenris show up on the beach. So you're probably like, hold on, wait, like, how did Gavriel and Fenris get there so much later than everyone else? Fenris was told to do his fun little magical transport thing onto the beach to join Maeve. However, he intentionally like hopped onto the opposite end of the island so that he could get to Maeve as slowly as humanly possible. So it's kind of like his way of like working around being summoned. He made her wait for it. Something crazy that happens here is that Fenris actually tries to attack Maeve. Now, he's not supposed to be able to hurt someone that he's under the blood oath to, which is why I think it's really funny that Fenris was able to fight the bond enough to try to attack Maeve, yet Lorcan, who's supposedly stronger than Fenris, was not able to fight the blood oath enough to not be holding a dagger to the girl that he likes throat, but I digress. Fenris gets shot down with the magic. Aelin is yelling at Elide, begging her to run. Of course, Elide is refusing to move. Elide is yelling at Mannon, begging Mannon to do something. And then Maeve actually speaks up to Manon in this moment, which I think was kind of smart for her to do because Manon's kind of intense. You don't really mess with Manon, right? So she turns to Manon and she's like, look, I don't have any grievances with the 13. I don't have any grievances with you. So, like, if you stay out of this, you know, I won't bother you. Like, you can go off and do your own thing after this is done. And Manon's like, sounds good by me. I was just kind of here. Like, I kind of ended up here because they captured me. So sure. So she goes to stand back. Elide in this moment is heartbroken. It feels like a betrayal from Manon that Manon is not stepping in because Manon is quite possibly the only person on this beach right now who has the power to actually help Aelin. Fenris then begs Maeve. He's like, hey, listen, like, why don't you just let Aelin face Erewhon? Let's all go back to Dornael. There's no way she's gonna win this war. They don't have all 3 word keys. There's no way they're gonna win this war against Erewhon. Let's just let Erewhon make her extinct, basically. Then, this is the crazy part. Fenris and Gavriel say that they will willingly accept their own punishments for serving Aelin during this time and for also failing to kill Lorcan. But even after that, Gavriel speaks up again and he says, not only that, I'm also willing to pay the punishment that you have planned for Aelin. Now that is huge, okay? Especially because we're going to learn very quickly what Maeve has in mind for Aelin here, and that is her ultimatum. She wants Aelin. I think you kind of figured that out. The fact that Gavriel is willing to pay whatever price Maeve has in mind for Aelin is pretty huge. I feel like at this point, given how much we know Gavriel and Fenris and Lorcan, we would expect maybe that kind of offer from Fenris. Like, I feel like it would kind of make sense, but from Gavriel, it's very interesting. He couldn't even tell his own son Aedion to his face that he isn't satisfied or fulfilled by his service to Maeve, even though he's not, but he couldn't verbalize it. to his son. Maeve, however, does not like Gavriel's offer in the slightest. She says, if you're so invested in her court, why don't you join it? I sever the blood oath with you, Gavriel. Without honor, without good faith, you are dismissed from my service and stripped of your title. And then Gavriel collapses and starts it's described as it looks like he's just slowly and painfully dying. It's very intense. Lots of people do die from the blood oath being severed so abruptly like this. Whether or not Gavriel does, we will just have to wait and find out. But it's been known to happen that lesser fae do die after having a blood oath severed. She then turns to Fenris, who in this moment seems almost relieved. Thank goodness I'm about to be released of this blood oath. He doesn't care how painful it will be. He is ready. However, she says that she knows that he would love to have his oath severed and be able to serve Aelion. So the best punishment she can have for him is to make him come back to Dornael with her and keep serving her a couple more centuries. Then Maeve turns back to Aelion because, that's kind of why we're here. And she says, I can't very well let you sacrifice yourself to forge a new lock, can I? This is the first time everyone else other than Mannon is hearing this on the beach, by the way. Not when you already have what I want, and I have known for a very long time that you would give me what I seek, Aelin Galathinius, and have taken the steps towards ensuring that. Haven't you figured it out? Why I wanted your mother to bring you to me. Why I demanded such things of you this spring. Brannon stole the keys from me after I took them from the Valg. They were mine, and he snatched them. And then he mated with that goddess of yours, breeding the fire into the bloodline, ensuring I would think long and hard before touching his land, his heirs. But all bloodlines fade, and I knew a time would come when Brandon's flames would dim into a flicker, and I'd be poised to strike. But in my dark power, I saw a glimmer of the future. I saw that Mala's power would surge again and that you would lead me to the keys. I saw who you were and what you were. I saw who you loved. I saw your mate. Prepare yourself. Aelin's mate is Rowan Whitethorn. Now you're like, hold up. How is that possible? Rowan already had a mate. You only get one mate. Yes. As for Lyria, Maeve explains the existence of Lyria. Basically, she faked the bond between Rowan and Lyria. Rowan had never experienced what the mating bond felt like before. Maeve knew that Aelin hadn't been born yet when Rowan had been around. And so she made it so that one day when Rowan saw Lyria for the first time, she could pull and kind of manipulate using her mind manipulation magic, something that would feel like a bond between the two of them, that they would firmly believe in this bond and they would think that they found their mates for life. And then it's very strongly implied that Maeve had Lyria killed. Not confirmed necessarily. I think it could go either way truly. Maeve either having Lyria killed to break Rowan, or the concept of when Aelin met Rowan, he would have already had a mate. Either way, it would have been really devastating. But either way, Maeve got what she wanted, which is when Aelin and Rowan met, even if they felt something, right, they would be in denial because Rowan either had or had lost already his one mate. However, we learn that Rowan assumed it was the Caranon bond this entire time. However, Aelin has actually been aware for a while now that Rowan is her mate. However, out of respect for Rowan wanting to honor Lyria and her memory, Aelin has kept it to herself. Now, all that is so crazy. Something I also want to point out here, and this is just me being annoying, okay? I like to point out plot holes and weird things. We learned that Maeve wanted to introduce Rowan and Aelin years ago, okay? Back when Aelin's mother was still alive. Might I remind you, her mother died when she was between the ages of 8 and 10. So that would put Rowan at a couple centuries old. So that means that Maeve wanted Rowan and Aelin to meet and experience the mating bond snapping into place when Aelin was a single-digit aged child. I would like to believe that was just a mistake time-wise on Sarah J Maas's part and an editor missed it. However, maybe it just goes to show how disturbed Maeve actually is. Maybe let's just go with that. That is SJM trying to show us how messed up and disturbed Maeve is. However, if you're so she was just playing with them, what was the point of all that? The point is that Maeve wanted Aelin to realize that she had a mating bond with Rowan, to fall so deeply in love with him, have that bond snap into place, and then because Maeve foresaw that she would collect the 3 word keys, that Aelin would then hand over the word keys for the sake of getting Rowan from Maeve. And that's also another reason why Maeve had Rowan under the blood oath, so that when Rowan and Aelion's mating bond did snap into place, she could say like, all right, I'll release him of his blood oath and you can have him so long as I have the keys. Now let's jump to when Aelion actually found out about this whole bond thing. So if you remember, back in Queen of Shadows, there was this moment after they rescued Lysandra where they were being chased by Manon in her 13. There was a moment where Astrid shot an arrow at Aelion, but Rowan jumped in front of her and it took him to the shoulder instead. Now, remember we talked specifically about Mannon was shook by the way that Aelion screamed out Rowan's name. It seemed like a really odd detail at the time, but we did settle on it for a reason. It's because that is the exact moment that Aelion realized that they had the mating bond. That's why she screamed the way that she did. And if that wasn't a crazy information dump enough for you already, Maeve then continues to say, if it's any consolation, Aelion, you would have had 1,000 years with Prince Rowan. Longer, you're likely about 5 years from settling. Okay, we talked at the beginning of this book, back when they were in Skulls Bay and they ran into Fenris and Gavriel. They asked her if she was going to settle or not. Rowan has a fae lifespan, but as far as I knew, Aelion only had a human lifespan, because you don't know whether or not you're going to have that fae or human lifespan until you hit your settling. And your settling is when you just like stop aging like a human being and you start aging like fae instead. In this moment, we learn that she would have settled in her like mid to late 20s, which means that she would have been able to rule as queen for centuries and been with Rowan for centuries. Maeve then adds, perhaps we'll celebrate your settling together, since I certainly have no plans to waste you on that lock, to waste the keys when they are meant to be wielded, Aelion. So this is where things get even more disturbing. We know that Maeve wants Aelion. We have a couple theories maybe as to why, but now we know for sure that Maeve wants to keep Aelion basically as a pet. She is going to keep her alive, at least we now know, for the next 5 years. And then Maeve introduces someone on the beach, and it is the new member of her cadre, Cairn. Remember, this is the guy that was so brutal that Lorcan couldn't even handle being his war general, okay? This guy, he is obsessed with torture. He's fascinated by it. He is into all things disturbing, really. So Maeve officially speaks up and gives Aelion the ultimatum that she's basically been teasing her with this entire time. Come willingly and get acquainted with Cairn. In other words, experience the most excruciating fae intensity torture. Or don't come willingly, but you'll still come. You'll have to face Cairn, but also so will Elide. Either way is going to be spending the next couple of years with Cairn. It's just whether or not she's going to be doing it with Elide that we're going to figure out. All right, Empire of Storms chapter 72. Aelion agrees to Maeve's terms and she goes to surrender herself. Lorcan is ordered to release Elide back to, where Mannon and the others are. And Aelion has some last words for Elide. She says, tell the others that I am sorry. Tell Lysandra to remember her promise. Okay, so let's bookmark that. She made a promise to Lysandra that we don't know about, and that I will never stop being grateful. Tell Aedion it is not his fault and that I wish he'd been able to take the oath. That's actually really sad. Aedion's waited his entire life to take that oath. And tell Rowan that I'm sorry I lied. Okay, but tell him it was all borrowed time anyways. Even before today, I knew it was all just borrowed time, but I still wished we'd had more of it. Tell him he has to fight, he must save Terrasen, and remember the vows he made to me. Interesting choice of words, I think. And tell him thank you for walking that dark path with me back to the light. And then, lastly, she tells Elide, I'm glad we met, I'm proud to know you, and I think your mother would have been proud too. And then Aelion walks up to Maeve. Maeve forces her to bow, and there's like this moment, I wish I'd written down the exact words, but it definitely still haunts me, even though it's been like 4 years since I read this book for the first time. But it says that like Aelion forced herself not to feel it, not to let it break her soul. It's a very emotional moment, and like Aelion, who bows to literally no one, is now bowing to Maeve for the sake of saving Elide. And then Cairn is called over, and Cairn is ordered to whip Aelion 10 times. Now, this is insane for a couple of reasons. One, Aelion is no stranger to being whipped. Okay. She actually has a lot of trauma around being an endovier for a year where she was whipped regularly. Okay, so now think about that. Maybe that's the first thing that goes through her mind is like, not this again. But keep in mind, she was whipped by human men. Now she's going to be whipped by a centuries-old Fae male who has literally studied the art of torture. So he knows how to make it especially brutal, right? The other element to this that is devastating is that it is going to absolutely tear up her back. Rowan has just spent pretty much all the time that they've known each other since Heir of Fire helping her heal. And one of the ways that he has done that is he has, in the old Fae language, written her story. Like everything that happened to her family, her time as an assassin, everything that happened in Assassin's Blade, everything that happened in Throne of Glass, Crown of Midnight, like everything that she has ever gone through and suffered through, meeting Rowan in Heir of Fire, literally her entire story, accepting it and embracing it was a huge part of her healing. And then Rowan putting it in a tattoo in the Fae language on her back was just kind of like something that sealed that for her. You know, it was a very emotional moment, and it's about to get absolutely ripped to shreds. And so there's like, she's not even gonna get to keep that part of Rowan with her either. To add fuel to the fire, of course, none of that was enough. Psychological torture. Maeve orders Aelion to count every single lashing that she receives until they get to 10. However, Aelion said that she would come willingly, but she did not say that she would subject to the torture willingly. So she refuses to count. They whip her for the first time 15 times because she refuses to count, and they start over from 1 every single time. They only stop, however, because they can see that people are coming in the distance to the beach, and Maeve does not want to run into anyone else who might potentially be able to stop her, so she's like, all right, let's just go. In this moment, they wrap Aelion in iron chains, and then they put an iron mask on her face. It's actually, there's some art. It's very sad, very tragic. This iron mask on her face as well, so that she can only see, and that's it. And then they had an iron coffin created just for her, only big enough for her body, and that's it, with little flames engraved on the side of it that they had made centuries before she was even born, because Maeve has been preparing for her arrival, and she has been planning this since the beginning. Elide, of course, is kicking and screaming and trying to stop this from happening, but Mannon knows that, like, Maeve's patience for Elide is only going to go so far, so Mannon comes up with her sword, like, knocks Elide up the head and makes her pass out, basically. At the end of this chapter, however, we do go into Aelion's head for a second, and she says time. She was grateful Elena had given her that stolen time. Grateful she had met them all, and that she had seen some small part of the world. She had heard such lovely music, had danced and laughed and known true friendship. Grateful that she had found Rowan. She was grateful. So Aelion Galathinius dried her tears. And that's the last time we are going to see Aelion for a while. Empire of Storms, chapter 73. This is in Manon's POV as she is walking away carrying an unconscious Elide, basically doing her best to stay as calm as possible and get off the beach as soon as possible. Because the second Aelion caught on that Maeve was on the beach and things were about to go down, she dropped the 2 word keys into Manon's pocket. That is why Manon was pretending to be so uninterested and she refused to help Aelion, because she needed to keep the word keys hidden. So she is just trying to get out of sight as quickly as possible without seeming suspicious right now. Manon finally gets like kind of behind this like sand dune area, so she's not really visible by Maeve right about when Elide starts to wake up, and they watch from a distance as Aelion is carried in this tiny little iron coffin onto the Nightingale, which is Maeve's personal battleship. They can also see Gavriel still laying in the sand from when he had his blood oath ripped away. And then Maeve orders Fenris to board the ship. And then Maeve turns to Lorcan. And Lorcan is looking at her and he just says, I did it all for you. Everything I've done that you might not have liked, it was for your good. That's why I did it. I did all this for you. To which her only response is, I have no use for self-righteous males who think they know best. And then like Gavriel, she strips Lorcan of his blood oath. He also collapses into the sand like Gavriel, but can summon just enough strength to crawl in the sand after Maeve as she boards her ship. And Elide is disgusted. Like, she hated him before, but just watching him crawl after Maeve and like begging her to like see that he did everything for her, like, Elide wants nothing to do with this man. She's so disgusted by him. But then, if you're still trying to process everything else, too bad. You still have more to process because Rowan is landing on the beach with Abraxos right as the nightingale disappears. Empire of Storms, chapter 74. Rowan gets onto the beach and he sees all the blood everywhere. Aelion's shirt when she was whipped was absolutely ripped to shreds and it's covered in blood and it's just like on the beach too. And he sees her shirt and he immediately puts a dagger to Lorcan's throat and asks him a simple question. Where is my wife? I'm sorry, what? Yeah, so Aelin knew that Lorcan summoned Maeve. Did not tell Rowan that she knew this was happening, and instead suggested that they get married. So they got Aedion and Lysandra and the captain of the ship, because captains can marry people, and they did like a really intimate, tiny little marriage ceremony. And they were married. And in this moment, Lorcan knows that Aelin did that so that even when she was gone, Terrasen would have a king. So he's technically the queen consort, but he's basically a king with less power than the queen. But yeah, Rowan is now the king of Terrasen. Gavriel speaks up for the first time since having his blood oath severed, and he assures Rowan that they all tried to stop it. They all did, but Maeve had the blood oath on all of them, and then took the blood oath off of them. But Gavriel's just been kind of laying in the sand ever since, so there wasn't really anything that he could do at that point. Now everyone is getting to shore. Okay, not everyone yet, but like Aedion, okay? The rest will come later, but like Aedion's ship gets to shore, the 13 get to the shore, okay? And Mannon tells them everything that happens and also tells them about the lock and what Aelin needs to do to forge it. And I guess perhaps maybe what Dorian will have to do now. That is a whole nother conversation though that we're gonna have to have another day. She then turns to Rowan and tells Rowan that they were mates and that his bond with Lyria was created by Maeve and it was fake, but him and Aelin were really mates, and how Aelin has actually known since he took an arrow to the shoulder. Then Aedion turns to Lysandra after hearing all of this. He's freaking out, you know, because it's his cousin. He's her sworn protector, and she's gone and taken into the hands of an enemy that they weren't even really that worried about because they had a whole different enemy they needed to worry about. But then he turns to Lysandra because something clicks for him. He realizes Lysandra has been acting weird recently, and her and Aelin have been having a lot of secret private conversations. And he realizes that Lysandra knew about all of this entire time. Aelin suspected for a while now that nameless is my price, the queen who was promised, you know, all of that most likely meant she was going to have to sacrifice herself by the end of this. So she asked Lysandra to become her and rule Terrasen in her place as her, without the people of Terrasen knowing that their queen was dead, and sacrifice herself for them all. Well, first of all, let's talk about that's a diabolical plan. Second of all, it's one thing to sacrifice yourself for your entire country, but to do it specifically and intentionally in a way so that no one would even know that you ever did it is like a whole nother level of selfless. I just really struggle to like fathom that. The more I think about it, the more like boggled I am. Lysandra also informs Aedion that the plan, because Aelin didn't want Lysandra and Rowan to have children together against their will, because that would be weird. So she was gonna have Lysandra have kids with Aedion, so they would still have like the Ash River Galathinius eyes, you know, because the eyes are the big giveaway, right? And so they needed the kid to have those eyes. So Aedion's secret children, because he would never be able to tell anyone that they were his children, would end up being the heirs that would take over after Rowan died. Sorry, it's not funny at all. This is actually so devastating. We laugh so we don't cry, you know? This is insane. Like, this is the plan that Aelin's been cooking up for a long time now. Aedion, in this moment, snaps. Snaps at Lysandra. In this moment, I believe he truly does hate her. Like, he is so unbelievably mad, and because they literally just decided, like, let's see where this goes. We don't need to put a title on it, but let's just promise to be honest with each other. Like, that was the one thing he asked of her, is like, let's just have an honest relationship. And she's been lying to him. And mind you, like, things that, you know, her queen asked her to keep a secret, so she should have. However, Aedion also feels betrayed because he was supposed to be Aelin's right-hand dude. And all Aelin has been doing this entire series, really, has been keeping secrets from him, and this is yet another secret she was keeping from him, and it was probably the biggest one yet. Rowan hears enough. He's overwhelmed. This is a lot to process for him. He's just lost love of his life to the nightmare of his life. And he's finding out now that he is gonna have to rule this country without the love of his life and pretend to be in love with her best friend, who's gonna, by the way, look and sound like her for the rest of his life. So he's gonna have to look at her and be reminded of her. So it's just like, that's a lot, okay? So he's gonna go off to the beach, and he deserves a moment alone to think. Lorcan then decides to use this as an opportunity to go up to Elide, but thankfully, Elide has her head on straight. She says, I hope you spend the rest of your miserable, immortal life suffering. I hope you spend it alone. I hope you live with regret and guilt in your heart and never find a way to endure it. And then she heads off to a little team huddle, if you will, with the 13. So, Mannon POV with the 13, they're all reuniting, talking about where they've been this entire time, and Mannon asks if they heard, what her grandmother said before they all ran away. They were like, yeah, you are half Crocian, and a Crocian queen, apparently. However, they said that doesn't change how they feel about her. If anything, now, instead of seeing her as their coven leader, they see her as their queen. So, very good for Manon. She still has her 13, and she says that for Aelion, they're going to fight in this war and pay the life debt that Aelion has on Elide for, Elide not being with Maeve right now. And Aelion's last request to Manon was to raise a Crocian army to help them fight the war. So they are going to rally this Crocian army together, fight in the war, and then they're going to finally go home to the Wastes and try to unite the Ironteeth and the Crocians. So, very big plans there, but they all say, like, you know what, whatever you want, we will follow you. So, yay, 13 are still part of this story. Manon then goes to Dorian, who's still with Aedion and the others on the beach, and she shows them the word keys and how Aelion handed them off to her, and that's why she wasn't able to help. And then she hands them to Dorian, because who other than Aelion was able to do it, And then she tells him that although Aelion can't make the sacrifice, he can. Interestingly enough, though, we get an inside peek into Dorian's thoughts in this moment. It says, the road that now sprawled before him, curving into the unknown awaiting shadow, it did not frighten him. So I don't know if that's like depressing and we should be concerned for Dorian, that he's not afraid of the fact that he might need to be a human sacrifice for the sake of saving the world. But in this moment, he's just not afraid. And we'll unpack that a lot. There's a lot to unpack there. But yeah, that's how he feels in this moment. And it's honestly kind of surprising. He's handling it a lot differently than Aelion did. Also, if you didn't guess by now, based on the fact that they're now talking, Lorcan and Gavriel did survive the oath being severed. My theory is it's just because they're really old, very powerful fae, so it makes sense that they survived. Another theory out there is that Maeve wanted them to live with the shame and the guilt, but, we might never know. Empire of Storms, chapter 75. This is in Rowan's POV, because remember when she asked him a favor and we were like, oh, what's the favor? And I was like, you're gonna find out much later. Yeah, you literally find out in the last chapter of this book. The favor was, will you marry me? So then that night after she went to sleep and he went to his cousin's boats, he didn't just tell them, like, come to the aid of my queen. He says, come to the aid of my wife. So it also makes a little more sense why his cousins did come to Aelion's aid at that time, because now the White-to-Thorn family has ties to the Ash River Galathinius family. The crazy thing too here is that Rowan reveals to us in his very long and internally processing monologue that he has here that he has actually known that him and Aelion were mates for a very, very long time, but he was in denial because of Lyria. However, the moment that he jumped in front of Aelion when her body was like possessed by the goddess Diana, right? He jumped in front of her. He realizes is that he did it because mates can't bear to hurt one another, and he knew that might be the only thing to make her snap out of it. So he did that, obviously with full because he would have died otherwise, right? So he did that with full confidence, thinking it was going to snap her out of it, and then when it actually did snap her out of it, he was like, okay, like there's no denying it anymore, like we are mates. But he also didn't tell her because he didn't want to, like, he didn't know if she knew, and just to find out that they both known for a while is, like, kind of heartbreaking that they didn't, like, have a conversation about it. However, Rowan taps into their mating bond for the first time, because that's something that you can do, okay? You can tap into your mating bond. You can actually send messages to each other down the bond. Fun fact, you might have heard of something similar happening in another Sarah J Maas series, and maybe you haven't, and that's fine, but, that's a thing. And he decides to send her a message. Now, I'll remind you, she's covered in iron chains. She has an iron mask. She's in an iron box. She's not able to send messages back to him. However, he hopes that his message can at least reach her. He says, "Fight it, fight her. I'm coming for you. Even if it takes me 1,000 years, I will find you." And then Rowan in this moment realizes that Aelion didn't just marry him because she loved him and because they were mates. She married him because she knew that Terrasen would need a king. And so he in this moment decides that he is going to stand up and be strong and be the king that Terrasen needs until Aelion is found. However, in the distance, we can see Ansel and the Melisande fleet coming up, and they are coming to the shore because they've officially won the battle. Yay, we made it, right? However, they see another ship coming up that they have not even seen before. And they're like, "Oh my word, we just won a battle. Are we about to fight another one?" Like, we don't know who this is, okay? Sure enough, the boat gets to shore. And a man gets off this boat and asks to see Aelion Galathinius. This man is none other than Galen Ashriver, okay? He's the crown prince of Wendelin that she was supposed to assassinate back in Crown of Midnight, okay? Nope, Heir of Fire. Not Crown of Midnight. Okay, so remember, she was sent to Wendelin to assassinate the royal family of Wendelin, okay? Which was her cousin. So if you think about it now, I mean, because we knew that her name was Aelion Ashriver Galathinius at the end of Crown of Midnight, we kind of figured that they were related, but this is like proof, okay? They're cousins, okay? He pulls out a letter, okay? And hands it to Aedion. And sure enough, it is a letter to Galen from Aelion saying, "Terrasen remembers Evelyn Ashriver, do you? I fought at Mistward for your people. Return the favor." To which he responds, "We did not forget about Evelyn Ashriver. Oh, and by the way, I've brought my entire armada." Also, this is proof yet again that Aelion knew long and far in advance that everything was going to end right here, right now, because she sent him the specific coordinates for this beach. And then they turn around so they're looking at the shore, they do a 180 and they look inland, and a huge group of people, completely dressed in all white, show up. And Ansel recognizes their leader. It's none other than Ilias. And you're like, wait, who's Ilias? I feel like I've heard that name before. You have. It is the son of the Mute Master from the Silent Assassin's Keep in the Red Desert, okay? So Ilias comes and he's like, "We owe a debt to Selena Sardothian." Aelion Galathinius, because he knew her as Selena, okay? She also wrote to him to collect that life debt. Remember when we were in Skulls Bay, when she saw Ansel of Briarcliff's territory, she was like, life debt. Then, I guess when she wrote Ansel, she also wrote Galen, and she also wrote Ilias of the Assassin's Keep. Remember, she said so many life debts in the Red Desert that are owed to me. She saved all of their lives, okay? Mind you, from Ansel, so how that's gonna go between all of them, we're gonna have to wait and find out. But if you remember, Ansel kind of had the hots for Ilias, so there's a lot going on there. Aedion then falls to his knees, remembering what Aelion said to Darrow at the very beginning of Empire Storms, okay? She said, "I promise you that no matter how far I go, no matter the cost, when you call for my aid, I will come. I'm going to call in old debts and promises to raise an army of assassins and thieves and exiles and commoners." And Aelion did just that. And Aedion also has this moment where, like, he's so angry at Aelion, right? Because she kept all this a secret, and, he thinks maybe he could have done something to help or be there for her and help her, right? But then he also remembers how he challenged her, only 2 or 3 days ago, and he said, "Where are your allies? Where are your armies? You're flexing your magic, and what do we have to show for it?" He was so critical, and she took it. She didn't respond. She just took his criticism, and little did he know that she was doing everything. She was doing more than the men in Terrasen are. Aelion Galathinius had raised an army not just to challenge Morath, but to rattle the stars. And you've probably heard rattle the stars a lot, especially if you're on Throne of Glass TikTok. This is one of the parts where that comes from. And then the crazy thing is that Rowan hears Aelion's voice. He's not imagining things, but she's also not here. Lysandra, when everyone showed up privately and out of sight, shifted into Aelion's form. And so now Rowan is looking at Aelion, and he's realizing in this moment, holy snap, Aelion is as good as dead, right? with Maeve, and I now have to look at this woman knowing that it's not actually my mate and the love of my life, but it looks and sounds just like her. Like, that's a lot to handle, okay? She turns to all her new allies, thanks them for coming, and basically says, all right, let's head to the north. And before she goes off with them to talk about the logistics of everything, she then turns to her husband, in other words, Rowan, and she gives him a job. And she doesn't exactly spell out what this job is, but he knows exactly what she means. His job in this moment is to actually go off and find Aelion. So although he is the king of Terrasen, because Lysandra is taking Aelion's form now, that leaves Rowan free to hunt down and find Aelion. Lorcan and Gavriel step forward and they say that they want to help him find Aelion. And then Elide steps forward and she also informs them that she is going to help them find Aelion. Now, I have a ton of thoughts about this. I could talk about this for so long. I have so many thoughts. However, I think they are best saved for Kingdom of Ash because I can't really get into my reasonings for my strong opinions on this specific moment without the proof that comes in Kingdom of Ash. So we will save that conversation. We will bookmark it, put a pin in it, and we will come back to it later. But Elide is going to be joining Lorcan and Gavriel and Rowan in finding and rescuing Aelion. Aedion is going to be going with Lysandra in her Aelion form up to the north because Rowan tells him the lines have to hold by whatever time you can, brother. So basically, Aelion's rescue team is going to be hunting for Aelion. Aedion and Lysandra are going up to the north to start the big war with Erewhon, and Rowan is basically going to try to rescue Aelion and bring her to help in the war as soon as humanly possible. These are two very intense timelines where every second counts, okay? So it's going to be quite stressful jumping between those two plot lines during Kingdom of Ash, but we will do it. As for Dorian has decided that he is going to join the witches on their hunt for the Crocians. Now, this is actually very, very smart on Dorian's end because he is the only person, if Aelion doesn't come back, who can forge the lock. So Dorian needs to have the word keys with him. Rowan and his crew will be going in the direction of Maeve. Aedion and Lysandra and them are going to be going in the direction that Erewhon is eventually going to be coming. However, those are the two people that we need to keep the word keys the furthest away from. So it makes the most sense for Dorian to go with the witches because that makes sure that the word keys stay as far away from possible as those two people. Tower of Dawn, chapter 58. This is going to start in Chaol and Yrene's POV as they are still waiting to hear from Hafiza. They get that it's a big deal for her to hand over all of the things that she's been basically told to never share ever. So they don't want to put a lot of pressure on her. However, like, they are in a rush to get this information to Aelin Galathynia, so there is a little bit of a rush. And this is literally the first chapter that we read after reading about Aelin getting taken by Maeve. So it actually kind of hits really, really hard because they're like, oh, we need to get this to Aelin ASAP. And it's like, ooh, right, her. Yeah, we might have a problem soon. So we learned that it's been about a day or two of them sitting around waiting for Nesrin to get back and for Hafiza to make up her mind when Chaol has officially told her the entire story of the series. And I'm going to use entire in parentheses. He actually only tells her everything from the Throne of Glass onward, okay? He doesn't tell her what happens in Assassin's Blade. That is an important detail for the end of this part. And it mostly serves as nostalgia for him telling his story. However, Yrene is very intrigued at the part of the story where Dorian kills his father at the top of the glass castle, right? And she's like, hold on, like, how did they get the Valg influence out of him enough for him to beg Dorian for mercy and try to, tell Dorian that he was actually good all this time and he was under the Valg influence. And he says that Aelin basically burned it out of him and it wasn't very pretty. And in this moment, Yrene decides that this actually kind of confirms the theory that she has that Valgs are infections. They are parasites, okay? So you can purify something with fire. So Yrene heals with her healing light, which, have you guys noticed at this point, she is light? That's her power. Light and fire are very, very similar things, okay? So she's been healing people with her healing light, right? And Aelin has been purifying things with fire. Think about it as like when you get sick, right? And you get a fever, your body is turning up the heat to kill whatever it is that's making you sick. That's a really non-medical explanation, but you get the idea. So it seems like if Yrene is correct, that healing and fire are our two best options for getting rid of the Valg, even without like word keys in the lock and banishing the Valg and all that. Yrene also believes that maybe what if she could heal the Valg out of someone, okay? So let's say someone's under the Valg influence, they have a ring or a collar or whatever. Like, what if she, like how Aelion was able to burn the Valg influence out of the king, what if she can heal the Valg influence out of someone? This leads to another long conversation where Chaol brings up Anthral's ring. Now remember, this is the ring that Maeve wanted really, really, really bad, and it protected you from Valg influence, right? Anthral's animal form was an owl, okay? This is like, what, the 7th time we've brought up owls in this series now? It was an owl. What is the symbol of the goddess of healing Silba? An owl. So they're making all these connections, and they decide that they need to talk to Hafiza and give her more information, right? Because they're kind of refining their theory, and they're like, maybe this will kind of push her in the right direction. So they decide that they're going to head to the Torah, go talk to Hafiza. However, in the hallway, they run into none other than Hasar, who just informs them that Aelin just got into a battle with Maeve. Tower of Dawn chapter 59. Hasar does inform them that Aelin did win the battle. However, she makes them really, really work for that information because she's a literal jerk. But she eventually tells them that they won. She gives them some details as well as some stats and some interesting parts of the battle, especially the part where the White-to-Thorn ships actually turned on Maeve's own armada. And then Chaol's like, okay, yeah, that kind of makes sense. But then she says that a clan of Iron Teeth witches on wyverns fought in Aelin's name as well. And Chaol in this moment, mind you, he has not been around, okay, since like the end of Queen of Shadows with everyone else. So he's like, maybe this is Mannon? Like, he doesn't know. He left before Mannon even rescued Dorian in the attack of Aderlin. Like, he didn't even really know about that. So he just knows that the Valg version of Dorian and Mannon talked to each other, and Mannon owed Aelin a life debt, and she told him, like, which killer, the human inside of him still lives, you know, whatever that message was. I'm blanking on it for a second, but you know what I mean, that whole thing. So he's like, is this maybe Mannon? Because, like, if it's Mannon Blackbeak, like, that witch, like, she would be huge to have on our side in the war. Oddly enough, though, and the thing that bothers Hasar the most, and the thing that has Chaol questioning things the most, is that there was no sign of fire magic during this battle. Of course, because we are doing the tandem read, hopefully, you know exactly why that is. Actually, wait, you read Tower of Dawn after Empire Storms. We know why then, because you're not reading Tower of Dawn before Empire Storms. That'd be crazy. You wouldn't do that, right? So yeah, we know this is because Aelin wasn't actually on the ship during the battle, and then she was on the beach. Hasar then informs them that shortly after battle, Aelin was joined by Prince Galen Ashriver and his entire armada, also the entire silent assassins of the Red Desert. And in this moment, Hasar says that it seems like a lot of people are buying what Aelin is selling. And Chaol's like, and what is it that you think that Aelin is selling exactly? And Hasar says, well, I don't actually have to guess because Aelin wrote me a letter. And it was from one princess to another, promising a better world. Tower of Dawn, chapter 60. This is in Yrene and Chaol's POV as they are now running to the Tor because they finished their conversation with Hasar. And they decide that they need proof for the theory that they seek, or they need the armies of the South. And it seems like maybe Hasar might be kind of budging that direction. She's not really giving away how she feels, but it did kind of make them hopeful. Like maybe Aelin's letter did do something for her. And seeing all the other allies join Aelin, I'm sure hopefully does something for her as well, right? However, they need one or the other, either proof of their theory and those word mark books, or an army from the southern continent, and then they need to go north ASAP. So they get to the Tor, and then they get to Hafiza's office. However, Hafiza's not there, and they start asking around, and everyone's like, oh, she's been in her office all day, and they're like, no, we were literally just in her office, and she's not there. They go around the entirety of the Tor, and they, for the life of them, cannot find Hafiza. Sure enough, they walk past Yrene's room, and they see, nudged and nestled under the door, is that metal key that Hafiza was wearing around her neck, okay? It leads to the safe full of the wordmark books, okay? And it seems like it was kind of shoved there as a way to hide it. So they, in this moment, think that maybe Hafiza is in trouble. They run to the guards first and ask if anyone's seen her leave the Tor, and they said no, like she came to the Tor, you know, a while ago and she just never left. It's been days. However, Yrene remembers that there are tunnels under the library of the Tor, okay? Because they were inspected after she was almost attacked in the library by what we assume is a Valg creature, right? So her thought is like, what other way would someone have been able to try to sneak Hafiza out of here other than like the secret tunnels? So they go straight to the library. They run into Nusha. And also, before we jump into this next part, I'll remind you, I've been using the word running a lot, okay? Chaol is literally fully healed. He is running around. He is sprinting. He's got a sword in his hand. He is ready to fight. He is fully capable again of all the things he was before he shattered his spine. So it's kind of a cool moment. Anyways, so they see Nusha and she leads them to the tunnels and agrees to send the guards in shortly after them and then warns them. She says that it's been untouched for years. Be on your guard. Even we do not know what lies down there. And then Chaol takes Yrene's hand and they run through the tunnels to try to find and save Hafiza. So sorry about that, guys. I just got a life-changing email that I'm really excited about, and the vibes were high, okay? And there was no way I was going to sit down and film. So it's actually 2 days later. Where were we exactly? Right. All right, Tower of Dawn, chapter 61. So we're still with Yrene and Chaol as they are absolutely charging through these tunnels. And to calm her nerves, Yrene is counting her steps. And she gets to step specifically 1003 in this moment. And really, that is not that important. The whole purpose of that is for Sarah J Maas to, without telling you they've been walking a long time and that these tunnels go crazy deep, that's how she's telling you that. So it's a pretty artistic way as an author to like show you, not tell you. But they get to 1003 steps when they see 4 doors. Now 3 of these doors have been sealed with what looks like stone. However, one of the doors is actually open and leads through another tunnel. Chaol also notices at this point on the floor that there are 2 sets of tracks going into this door, so he figures this is where Hafiza and her abductor went. Also, to make things even scarier, the tunnel is actually lined with candles, as if someone is waiting for them at the end. It's clearly a trap, honestly, but Chaol and Yrene don't care. Like, at this point, they really just want to make sure that Hafiza is okay. They see a light in the distance. They walk towards, it's literally the light at the end of the tunnel, except for it is not actually a positive thing. They get to the light at the end of the tunnel, and they enter this giant room. Now, this is one of the largest rooms that Chaol has ever seen. He describes it as being bigger than the throne room in the Glass Castle in Aderland, which is literally known for being gigantic. Okay, so think like giant room, okay? The wealth of an ancient empire filled the chamber. There's gold everywhere, there's statues everywhere, every possible treasure you can think of, absolutely everywhere. And then they notice a bunch of stone crypts. So not only is this a treasure trove, but it's also a tomb. Creepy. Yrene let out a small sound at the sight of the gagged and bound healer on high, seated on a golden throne. But it was the woman standing beside the healer, a knife resting on her round belly that made Chaol's blood go cold. Duva, the Kagan's now youngest daughter, smiled at them as they approached, and the expression was not human, it was Valg. Guys, we figured it out. Who the Valg spy has been, who's been hunting down Yrene. It is none other than Duva, the pregnant potential heir. Which is crazy to me that literally no art exists for Duva. Like, I found art for literally every potential heir except for Duva. No clue why. It literally just does not exist. I also think it's hysterically and heavily ironic that I'm getting to this part in the series and I'm pregnant. And I never would have known a year and a half ago when I started the series that I would be pregnant when I got to this part of this book. But, you know, that's just kind of funny how things work out sometimes. Tower of Dawn, chapter 62. It occurs to Chaol in this moment that it makes sense. Duva was not at the Oxar Oasis, so it makes sense that she is the one who raided his rooms while they were gone. Also, if you're like, wait, why wasn't she at the Oxara Oasis? She literally just said she couldn't join the party in the desert because she's pregnant. Like, the last place I'd want to be right now is a desert, so I totally get it. So, you know, like, reading that, it's like, yeah, totally. Like, who would want to be in a desert while they're pregnant? That sounds like the worst possible thing ever. Chaol's thinking about all the implications of Duva being this Valg spy that they've been hunting down when Duva gives Chaol a choice. He has to pick between himself, the healer on High Hafisa, or Yrene. And in this moment, Duva loses her princess persona that she's had, and her Valg voice and Valg face and really Valg mannerisms, like everything about her is just purely Valg in this moment. Yrene recognizes the voice as the same exact one that tried to attack her that night when she ran to Kale's rooms and made it just in time. So we're just confirming that this entire time, all of it has been Duva. Then, interesting, because Kale's like, why in the world do you think I'm going to pick between the three of us? Do you remember at the very beginning of this book, Kale presented a bunch of treasure chests from Aelion and Dorian to the Kagan as like a gift, right? The gift that the Kagan actually turned down and Kale ended up using to buy more Fire Lancers. Yeah, so those troves. Well, when the Kagan rejected their treasure chests full of treasure, he said, that's funny, you guys didn't send any treasure when Duva got married, but Parrington did, right? That was so interesting. That was so weird, right? Well, apparently we find out in this moment that Parrington had put a Valg ring that he made sure was like insanely beautiful so that she would like see it and be like, yeah, that's mine, in the treasure chest that he sent to her as like a congratulations for getting married. And so she put it on, and that's when all this started. However, we do learn in this moment that Hussar actually almost tried to take the ring, but Duva was like, no, it's mine, and she put it on herself. Can you imagine if Hussar was the Valg? No, that would be insane. Hussar under the Valg influence would be like the most terrifying thing ever. Thankfully, Duva was a lot more tame, but because of her demeanor, it was a lot easier for her to kind of fly under the radar. Kale's also confused because he definitely was checking everyone's jewelry in his first couple days there, and so was Caution, and they didn't see any sort of like Blackstone rings or Blackstone jewelry. Well, it turns out the Blackstone is actually underneath in the metal of the ring, so that's why they never detected it. Duva then reveals that her littlest sister, Tumaloon, caught her being suspicious, and so Duva had to end her life. Then Yrene asks, honestly, a really smart question. I don't think this would have been the first thing on my mind, but I'm glad Yrene asked it because it actually does answer a very crucial question, which is why in the world would Erewhon target the southern continent, let alone a potential empress or a potential heir to the Kagan in the southern continent? To which Duva answers with the craziest thing, which actually explains so much about this book, is that Erewhon wanted this Valg to look for Yrene, specifically the healer who was gifted by Silba herself. Why do you think Maeve has hoarded her healers, never allowing them to leave her patrolled borders? She knew we would return. She wanted to be ready to protect herself. Her prized favorites, those Dornael healers, her secret army. How clever those Fae were who escaped her clutches after the last war. They all ran away here, and when they bred the magic into the land, into its people, encouraged the right powers to rise up to ensure this land would always be strong and defended, and then they vanished, taking their treasures and histories beneath the earth, ensuring they were forgotten below while their garden was planted above to give those Maeve did not consider important a small chance should Erewhon return. And thus the Tor grew, and his dark majesty indeed rose again, and fell, then slept, and even he forgot what someone with the right gifts might do. But then he awoke once more, and he remembered the healers, so he made sure to purge the gifted ones from the northern lands. But it seemed a little healer slipped the butcher's block and made it all the way to the city with an empire to guard her. So Erewhon did not send this Valg spy here because he predicted that Aelion would send someone to the southern continent to try to get allies. No, he specifically sent someone to hunt down and find Yrene. Now there's some crazy implications to this. That also goes to show, like, we've learned since Sorsha that healers specifically have been hunted down in the northern continent, worse than it seems like any other magical creature. That's why the entirety of Fenharrow was just gone, right? And we always just kind of assumed that, a lot of healers gathered there. It's safe to assume that most everyone from Fenharrow had magic. The king was just trying to get rid of magic, blah, 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 right? But no, it was specifically a target on healers because Erewhon is very specifically threatened by healers. However, due to Urine's mother's sacrifice, she made it all the way to the southern continent, started studying at the Tor, where she especially started tapping into her special gifts that she has received from Silva herself, which means that she is especially gifted and especially strong, right? Has defied all the odds and now is protected by the Tor because of her status. So that is why Erewhon had to get a potential heir, literally like potentially one of the most powerful people on the continent, to be his spy and assassin. That's crazy. After this explanation, Chaol tries to keep Duva talking to buy some more time before the guards come, because remember, before they went down to the tunnels, they told Nusha to send for the guards. However, Duva's like, hey, I know you're trying to buy time, but don't worry, I have a plan. I'm gonna kill you, Chaol, and then I'm going to tell the guards that it was an act of self-defense because you found all the treasure down here and you were trying to bring all the treasure back to Aelion and Dorian, and me and Yrene and Hafiza tried to stop you. And first of all, the Kagan's going to believe it because I'm his daughter and, you know, I'm a potential heir, so everyone's going to take my word for it. And second of all, like, they know that you guys are technically desperate in this war, so it all tracks. So this is actually a really good plan, except for how is she going to get Yrene to go along with all of this, you might ask? Great question. Yrene is going to be putting on a Valg ring and is going to be Erewhon's personal healer. Otherwise, Duva is going to kill Hafiza. At this point, Chaol has nothing to say. Yrene has nothing to say. They honestly are like, wow, like she's really thought this through. They have nothing to combat that with. They're like, her plan might actually work. So they're realizing they're royally screwed. And Duva can see that they realize they have lost. And so she starts walking down the stairs from where she is with Hafiza to go put a ring on Yrene, when Hafiza, right as Duva's crossing in front of her, where she's sitting like bound to this throne, right? Apparently it's a lightweight throne. Chaol's speculation here is that it's a wooden chair that's just been covered in gold, right? So it's not that heavy. Hafiza launches her body, golden throne and all, on top of Duva, and they like clatter down the stairs together. Duva, of course, starts bleeding black because she's Valg. Yrene wants to run to Hafiza to make sure that she's safe and okay and make sure she doesn't need healing, when Chaol is just yelling at Yrene to run because he needs to, you know, handle Duva. However, Yrene doesn't even want to leave Duva because she's pregnant. Okay, so there's a baby involved here, and Duva just fell down the stairs. And so in this moment, Yrene realizes if that baby is human and not like some sort of weird Valg creature, like they cannot let Duva die because they can't let that baby die, right? So Yrene in this moment knows the baby can't die. She goes to Hafiza to heal Hafiza, and Chaol starts fighting with Duva. However, Yrene can tell that Chaol is also on the same track of like, there's a baby, so like we need to find a way to maybe like knock her out, to disable her, to get rid of her weapon. However, her weapon is like her Valg magic, so kind of they're like, okay, we need to find a way to knock her unconscious. Like they're trying to figure out what they can do to keep this baby alive. So Yrene is trying to heal Hafiza while she's watching Duva throw all this like Valg shadow magic at Chaol, right? And Chaol just needs something to guard himself, because remember, he's not trying to attack and hurt her with his sword. He's trying to just protect himself so that he can find a way to knock her unconscious or disable her, right? Literally, he just grabs the first thing that he sees. It just happens to be a mirror. What have we learned about mirrors in this series? Okay, there's a special kind of magic mirror, and we're in a room, okay, that belonged to the Fae, okay? That was kind of a part of Duva's explanation, is like the Fae hid their stuff underground so that people would forget about it, right? Yeah, so this is like all of the Fae's old stuff. So naturally, the mirror that he grabbed just happened to be a witch mirror, and it happened to be one of those mirrors that Mannon told us about that amplifies magic and then using the reflection like throws it back out, right? So he holds up this mirror to protect himself, and then Duva's magic hits it, it amplifies and then shoots back at her. So Duva is down, clearly. She was not going to survive some crazy magic that was meant to hurt Chaol that has now been amplified by a witch mirror, okay? Duva hits the ground, and she does not move. She does not look like she's breathing. Chaol and Yrene just stop. They're like, that was the last thing we wanted to do. And Yrene realizes if Duva is dead, they will only have a very short period of time to save the baby. So Yrene runs up to Duva's body. However, Duva was pretending to be dead. Of course she was. And she turns around and she goes to shoot her Valg magic at Yrene when Yrene gets close. However, Chaol, of course, will never let anything happen to Yrene, and he kind of was afraid that Duva might have been pretending. Like, he wasn't convinced that she was dead, let's say. So he was close by, and he jumps in front of Yrene and takes the full brunt of the impact of this Valg magic that was meant to hurt Yrene directly into his spine. Tower of Dawn, chapter 63, Chaol feels his spine shatter, and it's worse than what happened at the Glass Castle. Yrene tries to grab Chaol's sword and like fight with Duva to try to get Duva to stop, because she can like sense that Chaol's spine is just shattering beyond anything worse than she's had to heal. But of course it doesn't go well. Yrene is not meant to yield a blade. Okay, she's a healer. She took a do no harm vow. That's actually going to be really important here in a second. So she does not know how to operate a sword. So she fails, and then Duva just starts chasing Yrene around this little treasure trove. So Chaol's lying on the ground, like slowly dying, basically. And Yrene and Duva are playing the most frightening game of tag you've ever heard of. Duva, however, does catch Yrene, but catches her from behind. And Yrene, years and years ago, back when she was just a little tavern maid in Assassin's Blade, came across a girl assassin who taught her how to defend herself from someone who would grab her from behind. And so Yrene performs the exact like self-defense move that Aelion taught her in Assassin's Blade. So full circle moment. Okay, very, very cool. So she has Duva pinned down now. She's on top of her. And she has the opportunity to make the killing blow, okay? She has access to a weapon. She has this moment where she can end Duva's life and then go save Chaol. However, she has vowed to never take a life. However, Chaol is slowly dying. So she either breaks her vow and saves Chaol's life, or she keeps her vow and Chaol dies. However, Yrene, and this is like actually a really long part of the book, like it's really drawn out, but Yrene is like really struggling to make this decision, and she's like remembering how her mother had to make that decision for her, and she's just thinking about what in the world is she going to do, and then Hafisa comes up to Duva and goes like blows in her face, right? And Hafisa, I guess this is like, she's like an anesthesiologist, right? In the magic healing world, because it just knocks her out. And apparently this magic that she has is so strong that it keeps the person knocked out until she is ready to wake them up. So in my opinion, that sounds like she's a magical anesthesiologist. Yrene then dives to Chaol because she needs to do everything she can to save his life, right? And then she notices that there are two additional people that have kind of joined the party. It is none other than Nesrin and Sartok. Now, it's explained later how they got there, but I'll just explain it now because it's really not that big of a deal. One of Sartok's spies informed them where Yrene and Chaol went, and it was to the Tor, and so they went to the Tor, and then they went down to the library, and then the magical bast cats, remember we talked about them like at the very, very beginning of this book when we first got to the southern continent, these magic bast cats led Sartok and Nesrin to the tunnels. They, at this point, kind of figured maybe help would be needed because they're like, these tunnels look pretty creepy and sketchy, and there's no other reason why Chaol and Yrene would go down here. So they asked multiple other healers to join them. And they got here before the guards, although the guards come like almost instantly behind them. So it's like Sartok and Nesrin, a whole bunch of healers, like a crazy ton of them, and then the guards that Nusha called for, all like just kind of, you know, start filing in at this point. However, Nesrin and Sartok made it there first. So they're here when Yrene dives for Chaol's body, and then she tries to use her healing magic, but Chaol's injuries are far too extensive, and he is without a doubt dying. However, Hafisa speaks up in this moment, but it is not with her voice, okay? It is with the voice of the goddess of healing, Silba, okay? The damage is too great. There must be a cost if it is to be repaired. There must be a cost. Yrene in this moment says, I don't care what the cost is. I will pay it, okay? Then Silba says, because remember, Erewhon has revealed through the spy that has infected Duva that she was specifically chosen by Silba and gifted by Silba. So she says, I chose well, you shall pay the debt, Yrene Towers, and I hope you shall see it for what it truly is. And then Yrene is like given this special ability, and she goes to heal Chaol again. At this point, also, all of the healers that had followed Nesrin and Sartok down here, they have finally gotten here, and then they all just kind of like join hands and like touch Yrene, and so they kind of create like this big like chain link of healers, and they all channel their healing magic like through to Yrene, so that there's like a power of a bunch of healers just healing Chaol right now. And then Chaol wakes up very much alive. Okay, so very exciting. Whatever it is, it works. Another interesting thing is it says where that scar had once sliced down his cheek, only unmarred skin remained. So they accidentally like overhealed him in a way. Literally the scar that Aelion gave him at the end of Crown of Midnight after the assassination of Nehemia, it's literally gone. Chapter 64. So what is the cost, you might ask? That's a great question. Yrene and Chaol are now eternally connected. There must be a balance, right? And the best way to describe it is Yrene has a magic battery, right? Just like Aelion, just like Rowan, just like Dorian, because healing is a magical power, right? So she has this battery. And now Chaol has a battery, except his battery is the same exact one as Yrene's. Now, he doesn't have healing magic per se, but let's say Yrene is at 100%. You know, she has not used her healing ability. She is fully charged and ready to go. Chaol has 100% walking ability. Now, let's say Yrene uses a crazy ton of her magic and gets to 50%. Chaol will be at 50%, and he will lose his ability to walk. So basically, the more that Yrene uses her magic, the less Chaol will have the ability to walk. Yeah, that's really the best way to explain it. In my opinion, in a way that it's like very understandable, but they're basically like forever linked and bonded together in this way. There is also another condition, or like a little asterisk next to this lovely balance. Because their lives are now bonded together in this way, whenever one of them dies, they both die. So Yrene instantly has a lot of guilt about binding Chaol to her in this way, but girl, you just saved his life. He would have been dead, okay? So enough of that. But something really sweet that Chaol says in this moment that I feel like is finally so revealing about where Chaol is mentally, emotionally, and dare I say even physically. He says, using the chair is not a punishment. It is not a prison. It never was. And I am as much of a man in that chair or with that cane as I am standing on my feet. And then he tells her that she has truly healed him in every way that does matter. It's very sweet, very emotional. I absolutely love it. And then in this moment, obviously, because Chaol is like making a declaration of love basically to Yrene in front of this very large audience, Nesrin is here. So he kind of looks to Nesrin, and they kind of have this unspoken conversation, if you will, between each other, where they're like, you know what, like, you are with the right person and I am happy for you. And she's not just like saying that to Chaol, like, you and Yrene are great for each other, but even Chaol is now seeing her and Sartok together, and he can tell that like she's glowing right now. She is so happy, and they just look good together, and they have like definite chemistry, and he's just looking at her being like, I'm happy for you, and I feel like we both ended up with the right people. So they haven't had like the conversation, but like they basically have had the conversation in this moment. Now let's flash forward as Sartok brings his coma-induced and Valg-infected sister Duva to the throne room to present her to his father and all the other potential heirs, and tells them literally everything, okay? Everything. The Kagan is devastated, confused, angry. He's got a lot of feelings, but all he can think about right now is Duva. And so he looks to Yrene and he asks her what she can do. Chapter 65. It is a long and very ugly process, but Yrene does in fact heal the Valg infection out of Duva. So this also goes to confirm her theory of what she can do with her Silba gifted healing magic against Valg. However, she will tell us something later that she did learn when she was fighting the Valg and Duva. She did talk to this Valg, and she confronted it about being a Valg prince, and this Valg corrects her and says it's actually a Valg princess. Not the biggest, craziest thing, but it does, give us a little more information and something we didn't know before. Yrene gives Duva a moment to catch her breath, and then she checks for the baby and confirms that not only is the baby human, thank goodness, but the baby is actually fully healthy and was not affected by Duva being infected by the Valg, nor her going through such a horrible and painful healing process. Duva at this point confirms everything that Sartok and Kale were saying, because her oldest brother Argun was still doubting. Like, I don't know if he thought they were putting on a performance or what, but Argun was still skeptical, okay? Now he is not, okay? Because Duva just confirmed that everything they said is true. The Great Kagan then turns to Yrene and says anything she desires, it's her. Like, name it. Any favor you want, it's yours. Not only for healing Duva, but for bringing the truth of what happened to his youngest daughter to light. Yrene then asks for her favor. I think you already know what it is, but we're going to find out what it is in just a chapter. We're going to flash forward actually to Kale, Nesrin, Yrene, and Sartok as they're all catching up, and Yrene asks them how exactly they knew that they were in the tour and like to find the Baskats and go down there with them. And this is where we learn that Kaja, okay, Kale's servant in his rooms that we've known as a spy, but we just didn't know who she was a spy for. She was a spy for Sartok, so that is why Sartok knew exactly where Kale and Yrene were. So we're sharing absolutely everything we've learned while we were away, starting with Nesrin and Sartok and everything they learned about the Valg history and Maeve, and then Yrene and Kale share everything that's happened on their end as well as their theory, to which Nesrin responds, it also explains why Aelion reported an owl at Maeve's side when they first met. Guys, I told you, okay? I told you back in Era Fire that this was important. There's a reason I chose this specific art, okay? And pointed out to you that there's an owl in it, okay? It's so important. Owls everywhere. Owls are so important. Maeve has an owl. Yrene says the owl must be the fae form of a healer. Some healers of hers that she keeps close as a bodyguard. Interesting. And then they start talking about how they are all gonna head north together to meet Aelion and Terrasen, and yes, all four of them, because Sartok is going to be joining them, as well as 1,000 of his Ruck Riders. Hussar then bursts into the room that the four of them are in, and she informs them that she will also be joining them going north to Terrasen. Duva is the best of us, the best of me, so I will go with you with whatever ships I can bring so that my sister will never again look over her shoulders in fear. Chapter 66, this is Nesrin's POV as she is absolutely exhausted. This is after the four of them have been talking and Hussar just told them that she will be joining them. And she's not really had a minute to process or rest because it's literally been go, go, go nonstop, like since she went to the Dalgul Fells, right? So she decided that she's gonna go to the stables to get some quiet time when a messenger runs up to her and delivers her a message that actually got there 2 weeks ago, but she wasn't there 2 weeks ago, she just got back, and it is from her uncle. She immediately grabs her ruck and starts heading for her uncle's, and you're like, wait, Kadara? No, not Kadara, her ruck, okay? Nesrin is officially a ruck rider. Do you remember when she saw that ruck whose old rider had died in war? And Bort and Sartok were like, oh, maybe you should approach the ruck and ask it if you can be its new rider. And she was like, no, that would be cruel. I don't want to do that. Well, after they were at the Council of the Clans and asked them to make a decision about joining them, and now we learned that 1,000 of them have decided to join, she then decided to go to that ruck, and that is the ruck that she flew back on. So she did, in fact, approach the ruck, asked to be its rider, and the ruck agreed, and now she's officially its rider. And what is his name? His name is Salki. So she rides Salki all the way to her aunt and uncle's, but she is not greeted by her uncle. She is also not greeted by her aunt. She is greeted by her father and her sister's kids. Now, this is absolutely huge because she has not, she left them in Aderlin, right? At the end of Queen of Shadows. And then there was the attack from the witches and all of that, and she hadn't heard from them, and then she did hear that they were fine, but they didn't know where they were. They're officially here in the southern continent. This is her first time seeing her family since everything has gone down. It is a very sweet, very amazing reunion. She is so relieved to see them, and it's really just a sweet and tender moment. They talk for hours before Nesrin decides that she needs to head back to the Kagan's home. After all, she did not tell anyone where she was going. However, when she gets out to the front yard, Sartok is landing and dismounting Kadara. He heard about her family's arrival and wanted to come welcome them to the continent personally, which is really, really cute and sweet. And no doubt he also wanted to meet her father, just a thought. So Sartok greets the family, says hello to them, welcomes them to the continent, and then asks Nesrin if he can have a private word with her. Basically, he told his father that him and 1,000 Ruck Riders were going to fight in the war, and when his father asked why, Sartok says not only is it the right thing to do, but the woman that he loves is going into battle, and he will not let her go into battle alone. His father came back at him saying that a potential heir should marry someone of status and of power, and although she is Neith's arrow, she has a skill. She's not anyone of status, okay? She's a little nothing born in the northern continent. To which Sartok says, like, if being a potential heir means that I can't be with Nesrin, then I don't want to be a potential heir. And he goes to storm out when he has stopped, okay? And maybe this is due to some respect from his father for this decision, but his father in that moment officially declares him to be the official heir of the Kagan. So there are no longer potential heirs. Argun does not stand a chance. It will not be Duva. It will not be Hisar. It was never going to be Caution. Sartok is officially the next Kagan. Nesrin immediately goes to bow because that is what culture does dictate needs to happen. However, he will not let her bow to him because he will fly with her to the war and then she will come back with him and they will live happily in the southern continent together. Now, it's not outright. It sounds like an unofficial proposal of marriage to me. Maybe he's just talking about dating, but let's be so for real. He's a royal. They're basically betrothed at this point. I like to believe that this is a marriage proposal. And then they kiss, and it's very sweet. It's their first kiss. It's a very special moment, which I guess means Nesrin's answer is yes.
Chapter 67, this is in Yurine's POV as she's saying goodbye to Caution, who's actually finally satisfied in just being her friend, so it's about time. Then we get a fun tidbit here, actually, that after Sartok was officially declared heir, he made a statement that ran down along the lines of he did not plan to hunt down or kill any of his siblings when he became the Kagan. Which is honestly amazing. He's the first Kagan in generations to make this decision, and Yurine can tell that all the siblings are relieved. They're happier, they get along better. I mean, if you think about it, throughout this whole series, they've all really been in competition with each other, and now there's no competition. They're ready to live their respective lives. I mean, they're still royals technically, so they're gonna be fine.
Yurine finishes saying goodbye to Caution, and then she hops on the ship with Kale, and then says goodbye to the southern continent as they sail north. Tower of Dawn, Chapter 68. This is in Kale's POV. 2 weeks later, they are still on a ship sailing north to Terrasen, and we learn that before Yurine and Kale hopped on the ship, there was actually a couple-day delay to them starting their journey sailing north, because Yurine and Kale got married in the tour. Now, jump scare. You're like, whoa, what happened? Do you remember, like, chapters and chapters ago, we talked about how Kale offered Yurine a position by his side so that when she came to the northern continent, they could, you know, continue to stay close to each other? Yeah, the position he offered her was the position Lady Westfall. So she's officially Lady Westfall. Also, this is just such a funny stinking tidbit, but we learned that Kale basically stole the chair from his room, the couch that him and Yurine did majority of the healing on, because he sees it as like a souvenir of them meeting and slowly falling in love and him healing, and it serves as a reminder for him. So they literally, like, on the ship also have the couch that they've been healing on, like, this whole book. I just think that's funny, but also really cute. And then as a wedding gift, Hussar gave them the horses that they rode through the desert. So they have a bunch of fun little souvenirs and, like, fun reminders of their relationship together. So Kale and Yurine are talking on the ship when Yurine mentions the mystery girl from the tavern again, being like, wow, I would not be here. Like, I'm so surprised, like, this full circle moment, and it would not have happened without this mystery girl from the tavern all those years ago. And this time, for the first time, because she's told this story to Kale multiple times, right? But this is the first time she actually shows him the note. So she takes it out of her locket to show it to Kale, and he reads it. But not just the words. He reads the handwriting, okay? And he knows his handwriting. He recognizes it as belonging to Aelion, and everything pieces together that this happened when Aelion was on her way to the Red Desert to the Silent Assassin's Keep, right? And little did Aelion know that this little act of kindness not only would result in someone as powerful as Yurine, a girl directly blessed by Silba, who had the power to actually fight off the Valg. And not only would this girl later come to help Aelion fight this war, but she would bring along 300 healers to fight off the Valg with her. And not only would she do that, but she would get one favor from the Great Khagan of the southern continent, and she would ask for his armies to aid in the war. So not only are they coming with 1,000 ruck riders, Hussar's entire armada, and 300 healers, but they are coming with the Khagan's foot soldiers. And Chaol in this moment decides to tell Yrene the story of Aelin Galathynius, starting with the story of Assassin's Blade, and basically telling her that that mystery girl, all those years ago, was actually none other than the queen that you're about to meet, Aelin Galathynius. Now we have one more chapter, and it is Tower of Dawn, chapter Fireheart, because Aelin has officially finished her voyage in her iron coffin along the Nightingale. And her iron coffin opens and she's greeted by Cairn, who's ready to start getting acquainted. Ugh, what a gut-wrenching way to end such a good book. Sarah J Maas, what are you doing to me? It is actually the end of the entire tandem read. I'm also going to cut up all 19 parts so that there's an Empire of Storms only video and there is a Tower of Dawn only video. Then we will officially move on to Kingdom of Ash and finally tackle the last book in the Throne of Glass series. Thank you so much for joining me on this very, very long journey. I've loved every second of it. If you are not caught up already, you absolutely need to. This is the best place to do it. And of course, you should subscribe so you get notified whenever I post a brand new entire plot episode.